What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on? What's going on? Hey, friends. Finally. What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the chat, by the way. Katie, what's going on? Leo, what's up? Alex, what's up? Blocky Mints, Janice, Michelle Mouse, Minimus. Hopefully I said her. Minnie Must. Hold on, maybe that's what it says. What's going on, everybody? What up, Snipe? What up, Madly Mama, No Chains, Sherry Riker. Okay, that's how you say it. Eric Rams, Mama Fee, thank you. Butterfly, Heather, Asia, Randy. What's going on, Randy? How you doing, brother? Nice to see you, man. Pirate Radio, Slack Jaw, Chris Dohaney, Joy. Or hold up, I almost called you Joy, man. You ought to slap the shit out of me for that. What up, Jay? How's it going, man? Unreal HQ 1987. Hold up. I called you 1987 when you're 1979. ACR. I need glasses. When I got 2020, you don't really need glasses. Slackjaw once again. Harley, what's going on, Harley? Let me catch up a little bit. Sarah O'Brien, how you doing? Well, tonight, guys, we'll be on Banfield. As of right now, from what I know, I haven't got any other message from the producer that says otherwise. But tonight, I'll be on Ashley Banfield at between the. Let me look at the time. Yeah, 10. All right, so 10. So between 10 and 11 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be on Ashley Banfield tonight. So that'll be 9 my time Central and 7 in West Coast. So 10 Eastern, 9 my time, 7 West Coast. Now, as far as overseas, I'm not sure, but I'll record my experience backstage or whatever. But yeah, most definitely will be on there later on. What up, Sherry Marshall? How you doing? Nice to see you. Judgmental, what's up? Brian, what's going on? Let's see. Pirate Radio, what's going on again? Once again, I know I said your name before. Danielle Marie, what's going on? OCD. And that's something that bastard had, huh? What's going on? It's in the evidence. Most definitely is. That DNA. Sink it right up in that bad boy. Shout out to everybody in here today, though. I appreciate you guys being here. Is it Halloween? Yeah, it's Halloween now because this right here, he made a good video on. And I've been talking to, matter of fact, I've been talking to Drip Drop. Shout out to Drip Drop, by the way, for reaching out to me. One of the only creators. Well, not one of the only creators, but a real one, should I say. I'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? Drip Drop reached out, and I've been talking to him. He's a good dude, man. Good dude. What up, Eli? What's going on, brother? Jackie, what's up? Jips, what's up? Y'all gotta check this out. This right here is crazy because, like a lot of y'all brought to me, I had all this I could have made a video similar to this with everything that you guys give me, but I like, we like our format. We like taking calls, etc. Right? But you got to see this video for the simple fact that I really do think Brian was on the internet. Now, I'm not gonna say I think that call wasn't a troll, because in reality, I don't know who that was. But in general, I mean, I do actually know who that was because I reverse searched the motherfucker. So I do know whose number that belongs to, by the way, because I reverse searched it. But in general, I don't know if that person owns that phone number now or not. That's the thing. So I don't know if people are telling me phone number spoofing, etc. Which I gave it to the FBI and sent the video to the FBI, so I will know. But that's what all these interviews are being reached out for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them the truth. I'm going to be like, hey, you know what I mean? Like I got a phone call. It was weird. Yeah, it was absolutely weird. I don't know who it was on the other end. I reverse searched it, and I'm not going to say nobody's name, but I'll leave it at that. What's going on? Andrea, what's up? Let me see. What up? Damn, I'm far behind in comments, huh? Love Drip Drop. Love Crime Circus. Love Drip Drop. But love you more. I'm dead. Yeah, Drip Drop I like Drip Drop. For sure. Example for all young men. Thank you, Brian. He is really good at research. Most definitely. Most definitely. You guys help. I don't think you guys realize how much you guys help channels. When you send in information, right? When you guys send in information to emails and drop it in our inboxes, I don't think you guys really realize how much you help creators in general that are on YouTube and help people's research in general, right? So say you email me something that, like, you email me this inside looking in that we're about to watch a video on, because Drip Drop breaks it down real well. But say you know how many times I got that email of inside looking? How many times from one of you guys sent it to me? Multiple of you guys that sent that shit to me. Multiple of you. I had that shit for weeks, but in general, I didn't think it. I was like, nah, you know, I didn't think anything of it. But when you look at it, Drip Drop breaks it down very good. So shout out to him for his antennas on reading and what he's seen on there, because that shit was definitely crazy. What up, Hurst? He said, I think it was Alpha David on the phone call. Give me some love, T-REV. What up, Brooke? Melly, what's up? Oh, shout out to Mama D too. Yeah, shout out to Mama D. Shout out, but there's a lot of goofies out here, goofy creators that I don't really follow. People that only know who you are when something, you know, when people are coming to your channel and shit like that, that they only know who you are then, but they don't know who you are when you got 80 people in your chat. Drip Drop is unique. Most definitely. I fuck with Drip Drop real heavy. So proud of you, T. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's hear this. Let's check this out. Let me know what you think about this, because this right here, some of you may not even have heard.
In this video, we're going to talk about Bryan Kohberger, the alleged Moscow.
Then I'm going to open up the lines after I got this video, and then I want to watch one more, and we'll open up the lines, and I'll be on until I got to get off and get ready to go on News Nation. And then I don't know what Inside Edition is doing. I'm still waiting for Inside Edition to get back to me. They responded to me, but I'm waiting for them to get back to me with a time.
Idaho killer who brutally made 4 college students pass away in Moscow, Idaho. Authorities say he is the Moscow killer. That's right, we're going to talk about that. Also in this video, we're going to discuss some previous videos I've released, because I think that's worth talking about. Stay tuned to find out what I have to say about that. Also in this video, we're going to talk about the mask. We've previously discussed the mask, and now the mask is important once again. Now let's jump right into this and see what I have to say for myself.
And make sure if you don't follow Drip Drop, you go and follow Drip Drop, because he does good research regardless of what you think about how he dresses. I know, you know, I'm not into the antics myself. You know what I mean? I'm not into the antic, but what the research that he does is awesome. So I get, you know, you got to give him that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and I'm your host as always. So many of you out there want to hear about Bryan Kohberger. Well, you're in the right place. This is the right show. This is the right channel. Make sure you subscribe with bell notifications on, smash that like button, and leave me a comment down below. Let me know how you feel about Crime Circus, and let me know after watching this video, do you think they got the right guy? I know you want to hear about every single detail about Bryan Kohberger.
I'm going to actually make that a poll.
Is he the Moscow killer? Allegedly, every single detail. We're going to touch on many topics of Bryan's life, and I certainly can't cover it all in this short video, but I'm going to give you as much information as possible in this short video. I don't like to waste your time. Your time is valuable. So, first things first, before we discuss any information in this case, all individuals discussed are presumed completely innocent. Anything discussed in this video is not to be considered fact. Everything is purely opinion and speculation and guessing. Now that we got that out of the way, let's speculate a little on what led law enforcement to arresting Bryan Kohberger. Some have said it's DNA. Some have said it was the white Elantra. We're going to discuss DNA, and we're going to discuss that white Elantra. But first, we're going to start with the boom. What I believe led law enforcement to Bryan. There's a website known as 4chan that's similar to Reddit, but it's more of the Wild West, and it's a little more dangerous. People can post anonymously. Nobody has a screen name. All you have is a number. Well, this case seemed to have been going cold. It had been almost 1 month to the day of the murders. On December 12th, an anonymous user posted on 4chan this message. And I am going to censor it because this is a family-friendly show on a family-friendly website. This is what the message says. I hung their beeps from a ceiling fan and shoved my knife up Kaylee's beep. I'm hiding in the woods in Beep Hole, PA. Good luck catching me. What do you think of that post? I know that's heavily redacted. I had to censor some very gruesome graphic words out of that post. That's available out there somewhere on the internet for you to find if you choose to do so. However, proceed with caution and be careful what you come across. Anyways, I believe that was the break in the case that law enforcement needed. Although I don't believe the house on King Road even had ceiling fans, this poster mentions PA, and Bryan, the alleged killer, was caught in PA. He wasn't in Pennsylvania just yet. However, it's reported that his father came into town the next day after that post. So, Bryan was planning on going to PA at the time that post was made on 4chan. And it would also make sense why Kaylee's father was the most distraught and emotional man out of all the family members of any of the victims, because he knew his daughter had got it the worst. And what this anonymous 4chan user commented on that post probably raised a huge red flag.
Hey, mods, make sure you show love to Drip Drop. Like I said, Drip Drop reached out to me last night, and you know, we've been talking, so make sure you actually show some love to him, because he's a good dude in general. We've been talking behind the scenes, so shout out to him. Thank you, Here for the Truth. What do you guys think so far on this video that you've seen? I'm sure a lot of you seen this video because it's out there. This video's out there. So what do you guys think about that? Beck said, so glad you're on. Thank you, Here for the Truth. Remember to stay humble always. My format will always be the same. I will always be the same. The only thing in the difference is how fast the chat moves, and it's hard for me to read everything all the time when I got emails, etc. But I'm gonna always be me, and I'm never gonna switch what I do. My platform will stay the same. We will take call-ins. We will stay this way. That shit is never gonna change. Only thing that may change is I may get a green screen and put it behind me. That's about it. That's about it. That's the only thing that'll change in this background, if that. Mouthy Mama, exactly. Justice for the Idaho 4. Justice for the Idaho 4. And that's what we're here for. Thank you, Penny. Captain says, love you, T. Terry from Andover. NJ, shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. BTK Killer. Hey. Fuck that name. Drip Drop rocks for sure. Show love to Drip Drop, man. Does great research. Does great research. Reverend Drip Drop, the best. Sent you another body cam, T. Word, I'll check it. I'll check it. Yeah, T-REV is on. Dippity Doo, what's going on? Shout out to Dippity Doo for coming by. What's up? What's up? Bryan says Crime Circus and his other Crime Circus code. Huh? You know what I mean? What is true? He said he's a number freak. 1122. It's also a sign of soulmate. Maybe he took it as a sign. It's very, I mean, there's a lot of numbers involved with this. I'm telling you that much right now on that part. Let me see. Summer Thunder says good luck tonight, T-REV. Thank you. I'm just gonna go up there and say what I know. You know, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go up there and say what I know and leave it at that. Because that's all I could do is say what I know. Coach Larry, what up, Coach Larry? Wherever Coach Larry is, shout out to him. Good points. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Good points. His research is excellent. Good info and work from Drip Drop. Absolutely. You feeling okay, bro? Yeah, I'm feeling great. I feel like, you know, I feel awesome. I feel great. I feel wonderful. But these families need to continue to get justice. But there's a gag order now, guys. You know that, right? You know there's a gag order on this case right now. This case cannot be discussed publicly by anybody working it at all. You know that, right? So we're not going to get much more information for a while. You know that, right? Anything that comes out, just know a lot of it's going to be BS because there's a gag order on this case. New body cam video out from First Stop. People keep talking about new body cam footage, man. Let's go look at them. Let's go look at Bryan Kohberger some more. Let's see that. Where's that dumbass body cam footage? Let me see it. Let me find it. Where's that retarded ass body cam footage? Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. I'm looking for it. I see people posting it over and over again. Body cam, man. Oh my God. You got to go see. Look, you got to go see this guy. I've seen enough of this fucking clown. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen enough of this fucking clown. I'm sorry, guys, but that's just how I feel at this point. That's how T-REV's feeling. I've seen enough of this fucking clown in general. I don't like. I mean, all right. They got him. We seen him walk into the court. We seen him walk out the court. Now we're ready for him to see. We're ready to see him get fried. That's what we're ready for. Hold on, let's see. I can't find it. I seen somebody post it. There it is, right there. Okay, let me click on this. Everybody got to make sure I see that thing, man.
Recording.
Body cam footage, man. We got to see the body cam footage. I don't know why people be getting off on this body cam footage. Let's see what he does this time. Come on. Let's check it out.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good.
Oh, see. Oh, okay. So this one stays on him the whole time, huh? Oh, my God. See, dude's camera's not down here on this one. See, and last night there was a rumor they weren't going to release this. What's up, Sin?
Good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Where you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU. And
what's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team and everything.
You can hear him talking.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
we're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours. We're driving. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know
where?
This was all.
What? Are you serious?
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to the university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
Actually, we work there.
Oh.
PhD in criminal.
Okay.
Are you kidding me right now? Hold up, guys. I can't see comments.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
No, this happened about an hour and a half ago. We're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shootings because they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you didn't know about that actually. They were there with a shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Dude, I couldn't hear him in that footage. Did you guys hear anything that he said? What I'm curious if you guys heard anything at all. What did you hear? 1 second, too. And I'm looking at this. Let me drag that, and that. Save. Did you guys hear anything in that footage at all? Because I didn't hear shit. That's just me though. I could barely hear. I heard something about a Washington mass shooting. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you. Jay said, "Let me make you a custom sign." Also, I'm a lady. Okay, yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Throw your shine out there tonight, bro. Appreciate you, Tattoo Rebel. Shout out to you, brother. R. Burns says, "Good afternoon, T-REV. What's going on?" Nothing, man. I was just checking out this body cam footage, and I always see it on Twitter. I make sure to I leave a comment and let them know they're running with the shit. Yeah, no doubt. Yes, I seen that and was trying to call in to talk to you. Mike D, I've been seeing your emails, brother. Trust me, you're being heard, and I'm going to give you a call, all right? I got you. You've been emailing me a lot, trying to get in and talk. You wanted to talk about some things. Just know I've seen it, and I got you, brother. Downtown says if he did use the knife in that way, that's same as SA, in my opinion. Keep it classy. Show you respect. Thank you for the 5, by the way. Hold up. Keep it. What up, Keister? How you doing? the plane Bryan is in made a pit stop in Champaign, Illinois, and was there for 30 minutes. Had I known, I would have been on that tarmac with video and so. He said, I live close. My bad. I don't know why I said love. I live close by to Willard Airport. I don't even know where that is. I don't know where Willard is. I know where Champaign, Illinois is, though. Good luck tonight. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, let me go down. Fry the bastard. I'm sick of him. Listen to his voice. Do we hear his voice right here, guys? Let's go back and see if we hear it.
Okay, cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and
I can hear Dad.
What's WSU?
Yeah, I go to university basically. That is SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing it because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know if it's about-
Where?
This was all
Did he say there was a mass shooting? Is that what he just said? Tell me I'm not tripping. You said the trooper had to know. The trooper was on to something, right? Because he's like, why are you driving from Washington? Like, he's on his ass. Frying Bryan, let him know. Frying Bryan. Mass shooting? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What was this mass shooting? Hold up, wait a damn minute now. Leo says, wait a damn minute now. He nervous as fuck. Absolutely nervous. I see that nervous running through him. What? I want to see his dad more than him. He doesn't take his eye off the officer. I've noticed that too when I'm watching. He went off course. He said he went off courses. Yes, it happened. Hiding his hand. Hiding his hands. Ooh, a lot of y'all are pointing that out. I see that in the comments like a mug. Good stuff, right? Yeah. Great pullover. No. Not well. Couldn't hear him. My bad. I'm going down farther and further and further because I'm way behind in comments. It sounds like boy, everybody gonna sound like Dave.
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's going to the
But
universe.
it's horrifying.
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there? Or?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD in criminal.
okay.
Okay, I got that. That's uploaded.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident just yesterday, or?
This happened about an hour and a half ago. It's still wrapping.
All right, so I put the body cam up myself. I just uploaded the body cam on the channel, so if you want to see it, there it is. First body cam footage right there.
Interesting.
Thank you for joining. Welcome.
Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Emily said that's not far from me. Yeah, make sure you smash that like. All right. Also, let's see. Let's get back to the video we was watching. I don't know.
To anybody that came across it, the authorities were probably already monitoring 4chan, and I would assume some people called in the tip line over that post. Although that site's supposed to be anonymous, nobody's truly anonymous on the internet. So although some details were wrong in that short post, what are the odds that that anonymous online user posts on that site 1 month after the murders and 2 weeks before he's caught by the police, that he would be hiding in Pennsylvania and good luck catching him? It's a known statistical fact that a lot of killers like to taunt law enforcement and they like to be the center of attention in the case. Although not all of them want to be caught, They like to play mind games with the public and law enforcement because they think they're so much smarter than everybody. I know a lot of my viewers are smarter than me, and that's why I super appreciate you visiting Crime Circus, because you...
Hold up, you mean no. You said there's a lady missing in Pennsylvania South. Now that may be true, but hold up, 2 older women in Idaho unsolved stabbing murders from how long though? Because the last murder that took place in Idaho was like a mass shooting that was in Idaho. So I know that. I don't know that. I didn't hear that was the last murder before these ones. And then you have, I've seen a lot of people trying to make a connection between the Salem, Oregon, or in general in Oregon. There were some Oregon murders that 2 people, you know, there are people that are making connections to it that say there's like he's friends with mutuals on Facebook and shit like that, which is very weird too.
You give me your input, you give me your advice, and you give me your opinions. And none of us can be right all the time, but as long as we have good intentions, that's what matters. Anyways, I feel like that user was in the comfort zone posting that on December 12th, knowing that his father was coming in town the next day and that he would be in Pennsylvania days later. And at that point, he probably felt free as a bird and that nobody would ever catch him because he was hiding out in PA, Pennsylvania. Also, interestingly enough, he made that post on December 12th. 1212. If you rearrange those numbers, you've got 1122 King Road. Also, some of you out there have heard about the Reddit user Inside Looking. Some have speculated he is the killer. He created his account on November 22nd.
All right, so I want you guys to light the chat up right now. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think Inside Looking, and I want your honest answer, do you think Inside Looking was Bryan Kohberger? Do you think that Reddit account? I went through and seen everything that he wrote, and he was correcting people, all types of shit, like Drip Drop was talking about in this video. Then you're gonna hear it. Do you think? And I really want to know. Do you think that this is Bryan Kohberger on this account? 2K plus. Make sure you smash the like button, guys. Let me see. Yes, I see tons of yeses. Oh yeah, he did. Yeppers. Google it. I think these troopers knew. It's possible they did. He's scared. Deflection. His hands are swollen, probably because his hands are shaking. Similar tone, well spoken. There was a shooting at WSU. Damn. I swear he told dad to do the talking. Thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate you. It looks like maybe he did, because dad was talking all the time. He looks cray. Jesse Lynn says people reach. Even at the vigil, he had his hands in his pockets. I don't think that was him at the vigil. That's just my personal opinion. I analyzed that video over and over and over and over again. I personally do not think that's him, but that's just me. Dad is a suspect to me in this video. Glad he is in jail. Love it, Trev. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you. Brian says, for this real man, Trev. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you. Sharon Williams says, it was an officer shot someone, not a mass shooting. Daddy need a toothbrush. Damn. We in there. We going there, huh? They knew it was him. They knew it was him, says No Chains No More. Shout out to you, No Chains No More. Dad has no clue, in my opinion. Sheila says, that's right, the football player. Shout out to you, Bella. Regina says, there was a shooting at his school. SWAT killed the tech guy at WSU. Remember, T-REV? Yes, I do remember now. Now that you said that. Remember, it was the guy that people were trying to make a connection, saying that maybe he was possibly the killer and the killer is dead now. I do remember that. Yes, absolutely. Covering the scratches on his neck, says Heritage. Tracy says, that morning, 12:15, a suspect shot, killed, in SWAT standoff near WSU campus after threatening to kill roommates. Thank you for letting everybody know, Tracy. Let's see. Deflecting. Thank you, Samantha. Shannon said, what the fuck is this? All right. Thank you, R. Burns. I appreciate you. Let me see. I'm going to see how many of y'all we're voting on here. Hold up, one. Let me see how many of y'all thought this. Oh yeah, damn, the whole entire chat besides one person I've seen so far. Let me keep going. One, all the way throughout ones. I see a couple twos, and that's it. It's mostly one. So a lot of y'all really think that's him. Do you know why I pulled you over today? Brian says, why? Because you got all C's in high school? Huh. I don't know about that. The other stabbing the body of 71-year-old at night, but wasn't found until later. T, I sent you the link on Messenger. Very interesting. Already watched it, brother. If you go back, you'll see that I read it. I watched that video. Appreciate you, brother. Remember when there was a shooting at, yes, hold up, at Washington Airport, and we thought could have been him. That's the one I'm talking about, Candace. That's the one I'm talking about. So a lot of you do think, okay, damn. I'd say 85% of everybody in the chat thinks that that's him. Agree, not him at the vigil.
That's 1122, just like the address. 1122 King Road, November 22nd, 1122. I'm seeing a lot of numerology in this case. I don't think a lot of these things are coincidence. These are the games that somebody with a really high IQ likes to play just to mess with everybody else around them. They get their jollies off on doing these little number games. But there's always somebody smarter than the killer, such as the wonderful people working in law enforcement, as well as all of us, the online investigators. So this user on Reddit, Inside Looking, he created his account on November 22nd, and he obsessively posted creepy, cryptic messages on all of the 3 main subreddits for this case. He raised many red flags. He raised many eyebrows. He concerned a lot of people, and quite a few people claimed that they had reported him to the tip line because the things he was saying was really shocking. This user obsessively commented on this case, seemingly at all hours of the day and night. He was completely super obsessed, and he quite often found the need to correct others because it seemed that he knew how this crime happened. After a few weeks, he started using "in my opinion," and after a few weeks, he started using "speculation only" because he was raising so many red flags. Somebody said they were reporting him to the FBI, and he said something along the lines of, "Don't bother. I've already been cleared and they've already investigated me." After obsessively posting about this case for an entire month, even on the holidays and after, he hasn't made a single online post since Bryan was arrested. Folks, I think it's safe to say this Reddit user and the 4chan user is Bryan Kohberger, the alleged Moscow killer. I'm going to read you some posts that he wrote online. In one of the discussions on Reddit, they were talking about the 4chan post, and somebody says, yeah, it's a pretty crazy theory. I would just keep in mind that it's off of 4chan. Inside Looking says it's fake. Somebody says, are you from there?
So yeah, look, so this is a post that was sent to me multiple times. Like, I mean, you guys sent this to me 5-6 days ago. I hung their blank from a ceiling fan and shoved my knife up Kaylee's blank. Trigger warning. I'm hiding in the woods in shithole, PA. Good luck catching me. And that literally caught a lot of attention from people. And it's just, oh my God, man. Oh my God. This shit's crazy. Tiffany says long road trip. Parents sense when kids are off. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jenny says, I'm only catching up. Watching from Ireland. Love this channel. Shout out to you from Ireland. Thank you for joining us. I will be opening the line. So guys, get your phones out, get ready. The number at the bottom, you see it. It comes across the screen multiple times. So if you do want to call in and be part of the podcast, make sure you do call in and let's talk about it. But we're going to finish this video. I just want to go through some of you guys' comments and read. Inside Looking deleted all posts. Now, were they deleted posts or were they seized posts? What do you guys think about that? Let me know. Because I'm very curious. Brookie says, next to your kids, I want to be #1 fan. I appreciate your time and passion. You got a lifelong member now. Thank you, Brookie. I appreciate you. I live in Indiana right now where he got pulled over 2 times. So I mean, that's crazy. When I saw the inside looking, some of the creepiest posts on Reddit, yes, they were creepy as fuck. I'll give him that. Was him that called in, and that was him at the visual? Huh? T-REV, first time here, not my last. I appreciate you. Obsessed says, T, gonna give me an oh my God? I just hit it.
Oh my God!
There you go. Howdy, y'all. Hi, T-REV. What up, Leo? Shout out to you, Leo. Shout out to everybody in the chat, all the wonderful people in here that kept eyes on this case, because I know every single one of you did. That's a disgusting post. Absolutely.
Inside Looking says, too many people to remain silent. 4chan is not a reliable source. So you can see he was interested in making sure people know that that was a fake post on 4chan and it's unreliable. He was probably feeling a bit foolish after posting that on 4chan because it led the police directly to him. Let's check out some more messages I found. The mask, the mask, the mask. Many of us have been wondering who was wearing that mask. Well, that seems to have been put into this case, possibly by Bryan. Not that Bryan was wearing the mask, but I do believe that Bryan posted that mask on the 4chan to throw people off of his trail and bring suspicions under the wrong person. Let's check out the social media post I found.
Replay.
Here on Bree's post, it says, I got wrapped into this case twice, and it's crazy. First, this picture of me got leaked somehow, and then out of nowhere, this guy gets arrested, and I realize he was one of my previous buyers. I've been selling on Marketplace for years. This is a business account. But I hope next time something happens like this, people stop throwing others under the bus. It messed up my social life when my friends saw it. On the left, we see a person wearing a ski mask, and this poster claims to be that person in the ski mask, whose name is possibly Bree. On the other side of the screen, we see an alleged Marketplace sale for a Spyderco knife to Bryan Kohberger for $350. So what do you think about Bree's post? Is this legitimate? Has somebody finally come forward to claim that they were wearing that ski mask? It seems believable to me, but I've been fooled before, so I just don't know for sure. Let's see what else this poster has to say. It's legit. You can see my Facebook Marketplace account. I've been selling for years. He drove from PA to get this knife for $350. It's rare and discontinued knife meant for cutting skin. From what I remember, dude was nice. He was with another guy who sat in the car. Flipped open the knife. I told him that you can use a zip tie as an immersion wave for it. He paid me the money and drove off. This was in October. So if that's a legitimate post by an honest person, it would make sense because at that time, Bryan's car still had Pennsylvania plates, so the seller would assume he drove from Pennsylvania, even though he was already in Washington. Also, sadly, in late October, the poor dog was skinned. And yes, Bryan is a vegan, but you can still be a vegan and be a complete psychopath and hurt animals, even if you won't eat them. We don't know for sure if the knife purchased off Facebook Marketplace was used in these crimes. I've looked up Spyderco knives. Most of them are foldable, and most of them have really small blades.
What up, Dr.
So we don't know one way or the other. He could just have a knife collection. He might be obsessed with knives. $350 for a used knife off of Facebook Marketplace? That sounds like a lot of money, and it seems like you'd have to have a super obsession with knives to pay that much.
Who was that?
Because you can buy a really big hunting.
Okay, for everybody who does not know this other person that was in the car with Bryan Kohberger, that is Bryan Kohberger's father. Absolutely 100% Bryan Kohberger's father that's sitting in that vehicle with him. Just for the people that are asking, because I see multiple people asking, I guess you didn't know that. The person that is sitting in that vehicle with him is his dad. 100%.
Knife at Walmart for $30. Let's look at this tweet from Bryan Enton. Shortly after the arrest of Bryan, he tweeted, I am told when Idaho quadruple homicide suspect Bryan Christopher Kohberger was in custody, he asked if anyone else was arrested. I'm told he had a quiet blank stare. Bryan Enton didn't state a source. He didn't say how he has this information or who told him this information or if it's even 100% factual. If Bryan did ask that, one might wonder who was with Bryan when he was buying that knife off of Facebook Marketplace. Or he could have just been doing some higher IQ psychological games against detectives, thinking he's the smartest man in the room. We just don't know yet. Hopefully more will be revealed in the arrest affidavit if they release that shortly. It's still a mystery why nobody's released the 911 call. We're still patiently waiting for that. Anyways, it's another strange post by Inside Looking. Blood runs down from Xana and Ethan's room, not stairs. He seems to be fixated on making sure people know the exact facts in this case. Somebody wanted to know, does the killer likely live in the neighborhood? Someone said it's a 50-50 chance. Inside Looking says, you mean 0% chance. Well, that's interesting. How would he know it's a 0% chance unless he knows he doesn't live in the neighborhood? Inside Looking also says, killer didn't walk there, in my opinion. And how the heck does he know if the killer didn't walk there? 2 days before the alleged killer's arrest, Inside Looking posts this diagram on Reddit, and he says, killer enters sliding door and exits sliding door. If K/M/KM were the targets, the path doesn't cross XE. If X/E/XE were the targets, the path doesn't cross KM. E and K did not reside at the home. Therefore, X and M must have been the targets. And as you can see from that post right there, it makes perfect sense. The killer may not have even known Kaylee was in the home that evening because she didn't live there. Ethan certainly didn't live there either. Therefore, Xana and Maddie were the prime targets, according to this Reddit poster, and that makes perfect.
Hold up, guys. The producer from News Nation just messaged me. Hold on 1 second.
Perfect sense, and Xana and Maddie both worked at a restaurant downtown. And in my opinion, that's exactly where Bryan first laid eyes on Maddie and Xana, at the little restaurant downtown in Moscow. I think he became super obsessed with those two girls, and he started stalking them everywhere they went. He didn't know Ethan or Kaylee would be there that evening. Once he found out they were, it didn't matter one way or the other because he had a mission. He had an unstoppable plan that nobody was going to get in the way of. He wanted to kill, and he did it. Purely speculation, of course. Anyways, let's check out some more posts. Inside Looking on Reddit also says, K was not the target in my opinion. XM were targets. Look at killer's route inside of the home. K being target doesn't make any sense. You can see this user clearly wants the world to know exactly who the targets were. He wasn't interested in hurting Kaylee or Ethan. His targets were Xana and Maddie, period. He's also asked on Reddit why the downstairs girls weren't attacked. Seemingly there was a scream and he was startled, and also it was too dark down there, so he couldn't be for sure Dylan or Bethany didn't have a boyfriend over. So it was an unknown. It wasn't a risk that he was willing to take. He had just created 2 bloodbaths in 2 different bedrooms, and going downstairs was just too much of a risk for him to escape and get away with this. The 2nd and 3rd floor were easily visible from outside. They didn't really use blinds, and it was easy access. He didn't have a clue what was awaiting for him down on the 1st floor. And here's a picture that I received third party, so I can't verify 100% for sure if this is the picture that he was using on Reddit. However, who's ever in this profile picture looks exactly like Bryan. He's got the exact same nose bridge. You can see the same crease underneath the eye. And in my opinion, this is Bryan Kohberger, the alleged killer of these Moscow victims. So there are hundreds and hundreds of posts because he obsessively posted about this case for over a month. He was also fixated on a couple footprints that detectives found behind the house. He seemed convinced those were the killer's footprints. I wonder why. He was also convinced that the killer parked behind the house, and while he was getting away, the killer's car hopped the curb and had to correct, which is why there were skid marks in front of the house as seen here. The user Inside Looking posted about it many times, most likely because that was the highlight of his night and his adrenaline was rushing and he couldn't believe what he had just done, so he could barely even control the wheel as he fled the scene. He somehow miraculously got away for over a month, even though there were screams, even though his car peeled out, even though he almost crashed, even though police were just in that area 20 minutes prior, even though a bunch of underage drinkers were just in the area 20 minutes prior, even though Kaylee and Maddie had just called Jack Decor 20 minutes prior. He somehow made a clean getaway, for the first month anyways, but he could not contain himself. He just had to go on social media and speak about it. Here's another interesting post I found by him. In these Reddit posts right here, he makes it very clear he's telling other people that they're wrong. Somehow he knows exactly what happened. Ethan not in the hallway, in my opinion. Wrong. Killer went to Xana and Ethan's room, then Maddie and Kaylee's room, in my opinion. Wrong. Killer was in parking lot behind house and drove off from there, in my opinion. They were in their rooms, in my opinion. Well, in my opinion, these posts on Reddit are super suspicious, and I do believe we'll find out in due time that these were in fact Bryan Kohberger's posts on Reddit. Many of us wondered, was the killer monitoring our videos, our posts, and what we were discussing about this case? 100% the killer was monitoring what we were saying and discussing about him. Unlucky for him, the FBI was monitoring his online posts. Law enforcement states no essay, stick to the facts. No essay, end of story. He wants it to be known loud and clear there was no essay, because that's not the type of guy he wants the world to view him as. He just wanted to kill, and he did. End of story, according to Inside Looking. Here's a post. I'm 100% confident this is the route the killer took. Speculation, killer went to the kitchen, Ethan Exana's room, Maddie Kaylee's room. Well, that's quite the speculation. He really wants everybody to know exactly what happened. He doesn't want people with the wrong information. Inside Looking says, speculation. They'll find the car first. Suspect will be announced, and then the manhunt begins. Little fact I came across recently. Apparently, Bryan had Pennsylvania plates, and 5 days after the murder, he applied to register the car in Washington State.
That is super weird. I'm sorry. Regardless of what, so I've seen a few people saying that was debunked, right? T-REV, why doesn't my membership badge show up? That's absolutely weird, Pisces. I don't know why it doesn't. It should. It should.
To get Washington plates. He must have been feeling a little paranoid about the car being spotted with out-of-state plates. So he wanted to blend in a little more. 5 days after the murder, he registered it in Washington. Here's another dead giveaway by Inside Looking. Speculation. One is a registered SO, and the other is a violent offender. All I'm saying is that the killer is not a registered SO. I would bet all my chips on that. Well, apparently he's willing to bet all of his chips that the killer is not an SO. And Bryan's not an SO. Inside Looking was right once again. Speculation. Elantra is connected. And he puts that in all capitals. Well, Bryan had an Elantra, so he knew very well the Elantra is connected. Law enforcement knew and searched for this car since day one. Owner has not come forward. Anonymous reports of white car being perp immediately following the homicides. So this user is convinced even before we were all told about the white Elantra that law enforcement knew about the white Elantra, which would make sense why Bryan switched out the plates 5 days later. How did Inside Looking know this information? None of us were told about the white Elantra for 3 weeks, and Bryan switched out the plate before it was made public. So he must have known that he had been caught on camera or possibly seen by somebody walking. Most likely cameras, because you have to drive by a couple cameras to get back to his apartment. Anyways, there's hundreds of more posts on Reddit. I'm not going to possibly read them all. I'm trying to keep this video short and sweet for your viewing pleasure. Some of us speculated on the wrong people in this case. Some of us gave opinions, and that's okay. It's okay to have an opinion. This is a worldwide media frenzy case. This is the biggest case since O.J. Simpson. I know most of us have good intentions, and if your heart's in the right place, it's hard to do much wrong when you just want justice for the families. I've never falsely accused anybody in this case. It was always speculation and opinion only. I always said anyone I was discussing is presumed innocent, and I stand by those statements. Anybody I discussed is presumed innocent then and now. Some people have made false accusations and slandered and defamed my name. I've never falsely accused anybody of anything on this channel. I stand by innocent people, and I always actually try to get innocent people out of prison. I'm an advocate for falsely accused and falsely convicted inmates. All I've done in this case is investigate and ask important questions that I felt needed to be asked, that many of my viewers wanted me to ask. Asking a question is not a crime, and it's not illegal, civilly or criminally. Sometimes you have to ask hard questions to find answers. You have to ask hard questions to eliminate people to find the right person. Hopefully they found the right person and some sort of small justice can be served for the families. Please consider checking out my Patreon or YouTube membership to help support this show monthly. I have a lot of appreciation for my viewers, and I thank you so much. Without my supporters, this show wouldn't really be possible for me to do it on this level that I'm doing it on. We're the #1 crime show on the entire planet, and I'm super proud of that. And I have you to thank, the ones that support me. Anyways, leave me a comment down below. Let me know what you think about this case. I'd love to have a discussion with you. I want to hear your theories, opinions. Do you think Inside Looking is the killer? Do you think that anonymous post on 4chan is the killer? There's a lot more to be discussed and found out about Bryan. Authorities really haven't told us much of anything at this point. Nope. And I can't wait to see the arrest affidavit to see what they're actually arresting him on and how they came to that conclusion. I've heard rumors about DNA, but so far that's rumors only. None of that's official. This guy seems too smart to leave DNA behind at the scene, but you never know. There was apparently at least one struggle, probably two. and anything can happen during a struggle. If you want to see more investigations into this case, smash the like button. That really helps this channel. If you want to see more interrogations, smash that like button. If you want me to never make another video on the Idaho case, let me know. We've got a lot of good interrogation series coming. Soon, I'm going to be releasing a podcast.
Shout out to him. Shout out to Drip Drop. He did good on that video. And let me see. I know News Nation dropped. What they drop? Where's it at? Was it this one? Hold up. There was another one, right? But you got. Let me know if you guys want to get to the phone calls. You guys want to get the calls, or you want to watch another video? Because I got a whole list of videos. Let me see.
And again, a lot of families are mourning in Idaho.
I got a lot of videos that we could watch too. Hold on. Let me see. Creepy. What's the evidence? If you guys want to get the calls, let me know. Let me know. Crime Circus rocks. So does Crime Circus. Colt. Thanks, T-REV, for showing this. Yeah, no problem. I'm a member of his channel, so I mean, I like his work personally. You know what I mean? I'm not into the antics and shit, but I'm into the facts and the stuff that he does. And I think he does a great job, and I like I like the research he does. So you got to salute to that, because people, you know, he sits back and digs up information and gets everything that he can and combines it into one video. You know what I mean? Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you. Thank you, Drip Drop. Let me know. Callers, videos, calls, videos, calls. All right. We'll do. Hold up. There's this one video that I put in here. Where's it at? Where the heck is it? I'll find it right now.
Idaho. The accused killer of 4 Idaho college students is now back on his way to that state. 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, arrested in Pennsylvania on Friday at his parents' home. He faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. Kohberger waived his extradition hearing rights on Tuesday and left the Pennsylvania jail early this morning. I'm joined right now by News Nation contributor Elizabeth Vargas to answer some questions that we've received from some of our viewers. So, Elizabeth, let's start with this one from Silver Spring, Maryland. And I believe it's Elizabeth. This is a shout out to you. I believe we need to be clear that Kohberger is still a suspect, innocent until proven guilty. But does he have any past criminal record? And is there any hint from law enforcement that the suspect in this case may have had accomplices?
At this point, they're saying no. They think he acted alone, and he has no prior criminal record. There was no criminal database, for example. That's why the DNA match was so tricky here. And they had to go through one of these family matching DNA websites. He was not in the criminal base because he has no criminal record. And at this point, police have been pretty clear they think he acted alone.
There's another question from a viewer here. We know police ultimately making an arrest through that public DNA search that you were mentioning. And then there was the tip about the white car near the crime scene. Tina from Sebastian, Florida wants to know how police tracked him down. She asks, did the police have the license number all along? Did the police just search their ticket database and search the license plates across the nation to find the suspect?
That's a really interesting question. It's a great question because there are actually 2 tracks that could have led to police identifying Bryan Kohberger, and they both could have been working simultaneously at the same time. We know that on December 7th, they put up that alert that they're looking for a white Elantra that had been spotted near the crime scene around the time of the 4 murders. That went out on December 7th. We know that Bryan and his father were driving across the country and were stopped on December 15th twice within an hour in the state of Indiana. Indiana State Police and the Sheriff's Office have been clear that at that point, they had no license plate information. They didn't have even a state of a license plate, much less the license plate number, which is why they did not stop Bryan Kohberger and his father when they pulled him over once for speeding and once for tailgating. So we do know that obviously they must have seen there was a white Elantra seen near the murder. What I'm sure they did at that point, Adrian, was look around to see who in the area might have had and owned a white Elantra. Simultaneously, we know they gathered some sort of DNA from the crime scene. That house had a lot of kids in it. I can't imagine how much DNA might have been in that house. But we do know that they've said that at least 1 or 2 of the victims had defensive wounds, which means they fought back. which means under their fingernails might have been some DNA evidence. They took whatever DNA evidence they found either under the victim's fingernails or at the crime scene, and then they put that into data banks for people looking for family trees. The two biggest data banks refuse to cooperate with police, but the two others that do are GenMatch and Family Tree DNA. They were able to find a match. They knew they were looking for a man, so they eliminated.
Oh, by the way, DM, you DM me on Facebook, right? You said, "Is this the real T-REV?" Yes, that you had the right page.
Most likely all the females, all the women, and were able somehow through finding cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents to narrow that down. Obviously, once you start looking at a family tree, even if it's a big one, you're looking at who might have been near the murder area. Kohberger. I mean, you know, it jumps right out at that point.
Exactly.
His proximity to the murder scene, the fact that he owned a white Elantra, and the fact that the DNA data bank showed at least somebody in that family tree, if not Bryan Kohberger himself, was the match for the DNA, would have got them to him. Finally, sorry, it's such a long answer. We know that the FBI was tracking Bryan Kohberger for 4 days before they arrested him.
No, for people, you said T-REV, did you already do your interview on News Nation or Newsmax? I can't remember which one. News Nation, Inside Edition, and then a couple different like local areas. I think was it Wisconsin had reached out to me. There's a bunch of different news stations that wanted interviews, but the biggest ones was Inside Edition and News Nation. News Nation tonight, right as of right now, tonight at between 10 p.m. Eastern and 11 p.m. Eastern so far. In case anything changes, I'm in contact with one of the producers, so I will be on News Nation tonight. This will be a total mind fuck.
They could have been waiting and watching for him to throw out a coffee cup, do something, throw out a food wrapper, something that might have his DNA on it. They may have also done a final DNA test with a DNA sample from him that he unwittingly left and made the match at that point.
Okay, I know we're out of time right now, but you gave us so much, Elizabeth, to go on. We did have one question from D. Laura. She wanted to know if any tips from the public helped, but it seemed as though investigators had that DNA in that car, and it was the public who alerted them to that white vehicle. So I guess that would be the answer there.
That would be an answer there. And listen, we know that they got 19,000 tips, and we're going to know a lot more, Adrian, once he arrives in Idaho and the arrest warrant is opened. And by the way, there's speculation that one of the reasons why he might have waived his extradition so quickly is because he himself and his public defender want to know what information the police have. The police by law have to open up that arrest warrant once he arrives and is charged in Idaho. It becomes public information, not just to you, me, and everybody else who's been following this case, but to Bryan Kohberger and his defense team.
All right, Elizabeth Vargas, thank you very much for that thorough Q&A.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay, so there we go on that. I'm about to take some phone calls, actually. I'm about to take phone calls.
Straight ahead on Law and Crime.
Sick of seeing us.
College.
This is what I want to see real quick, and then we're going to take calls. Get your phones ready. After this video is phone call time. It's phone call time. Also, this is what Aaron sent me. I'll show you. Aaron sent me this, which it says significant development. Mike Mancuso of the Monroe DA's office has read the probable cause affidavit containing the evidence against Bryan Kohberger. He explains why he believes Kohberger is in a hurry to get back to Idaho. Now, you sent me that. You sent me that one. What else did you send me? Watch DA. You said watch DA, but I'm pretty sure that was in yesterday's. Aaron, that was in yesterday's. Yeah, that was in yesterday's press. We watched it live on the channel.
The norm of the states I'm familiar with, that Idaho does not release their probable cause affidavit in support of their arrest warrant until after.
Yeah, we watched that yesterday, Aaron. We watched that yesterday.
Oh, I want him to be sick of.
I actually streamed that live on my channel. I don't know if you were here or not, but I definitely streamed that live.
Seeing us and sick of knowing that these people won't let it go.
We're breaking down the science behind the investigation, as well as the impact the alleged killer's interest in criminology may have had on the crime scene.
We've taken leaps leaps and bounds, we've jumped ahead in the recovery of evidence.
And what's next for the suspect?
I'm just as anxious, and the family is just as anxious to see the probable cause affidavit as everyone else is.
Law and Crime Daily, covering court cases from coast to coast.
Welcome, everybody, to Law and Crime Daily. I'm Jesse Weber. We're bringing you the very latest on the arrest of Bryan Kohberger, the 28-year-old grad student accused of mercilessly killing 4 University of Idaho students. The Washington State University doctoral student made his first court appearance on Tuesday, walking into the courthouse hours before his afternoon extradition hearing. Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania, thousands of miles away from the Idaho 4 investigation, when his semester at Washington State ended in December. He and his father took a pre-planned cross-country road trip back to Pennsylvania. Now, that trip was done in a white Hyundai Elantra, which we told you Moscow police were looking for weeks.
That's true.
They were actually pulled over twice in Indiana, once for speeding and once for tailgating. The Moscow police chief says that the department's only interaction with Kohberger in the small town was a traffic citation for driving without a seatbelt. He now faces charges that include 4 counts of first-degree murder as well as burglary. The Pennsylvania State Police just gave a press conference with details about Kohberger's apprehension.
Those affidavits attached to those search warrants are still under seal, so I can't discuss their contents with you. But one was for the person of Mr. Kohberger, collecting DNA and photographs, that sort of thing. One was for the white Elantra vehicle, which I understand has been seized and is being processed. And one was for the address, the residence itself that he was living in with his family. I was at the scene, and I have to say that Major Paris and Captain Norm Kramer did an outstanding job in coordinating the efforts, not only of the numerous Pennsylvania State police troopers there, but officers from other jurisdictions and disciplines within those jurisdictions to make this a very smooth, highly competent professional operation. It is a quirk, apparently. It's not in the norm of the states I'm familiar with that Idaho does not release their probable cause affidavit in support of their arrest warrant until after their defendant is returned to that state. But having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents. So that's a significant development. Beyond that, looking at the scope of the situation and the ties this defendant has to my county, I would hold our office at the disposal of the Idaho authorities to help facilitate a complete background investigation into the defendant, both activities prior to the murders.
Thank you, Daniel.
Occurring within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. So we stand ready to assist with that effort on an ongoing basis.
Some interesting comments there. Well, Steve Gonsalves, who's the father of Kaylee, has been very vocal since the start of this investigation. And he told media outlets that he and the other parents plan to be there when Kohberger appears in an Idaho court. In an interview with NBC News, he said the families still want answers.
Next mission is really to find justice and make sure that we have a closing chapter that meets the expectations of all the families.
Kohberger's family released a statement through a public defender. It says in part, quote, "We care deeply for the 4 families who have lost their precious children. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel, and we pray each day for them. We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and as a family, we will love and support our son and brother." Law and crime correspondent Sierra Gillespie was in Monroe County, Pennsylvania for Kohberger's extradition hearing. She joins us now. Sierra, it's good to see you. This was a very quick hearing, but an important one.
Yeah, Jesse, this hearing was less than 30 minutes in all. But when Bryan Christopher Kohberger entered the courtroom, it was completely silent. You could have heard a pin drop. He came in wearing a red jumpsuit and handcuffs and avoided the gaze of the dozens of reporters that filled the courtroom and instead looked to the front row where 4 of his family members were seated. Kohberger's family, they were drawing a lot of attention to them because they had their hands on each other, kind of hugging each other. And one family member actually was so distraught and cried crying that a sheriff's deputy brought over a box of Kleenex to give to her to kind of calm herself down. But as far as Kohberger, he told the presiding judge here in Monroe County that he's waiving extradition. He's saying he's doing this without coercion, at his own volition, saying he believes that this is the right choice to head back to Idaho. Something to note here is that Kohberger stood for majority of this hearing. He seemed confident. He didn't quiver at all. His voice was very strong, and he responded to the judge as if he totally understood what she was saying. From here, though, we're expecting Kohberger to be taken back to Idaho within the next 10 days. And after his first initial appearance in Latah County, that's hopefully when a now sealed probable cause affidavit will be unsealed, and we'll learn more information about what led up to Kohberger's arrest and the murder investigation as a whole. Reporting live in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, Sierra Gillespie, Law and Crime Network.
Sierra, thank you. Great reporting as always. Correspondent Anjanette Levy hosted a Q&A session during the lunchtime hour today, getting expert insight from experts to answer your questions about the Idaho murder investigation. And Joseph Scott Morgan, a forensic death investigator, says that the suspect's interest in criminology likely doesn't help him as much as people might think.
We've taken leaps and bounds. We've jumped ahead in the recovery of evidence.
That on Law and Crime Daily, we check in with the DNA expert to sift through the places that the suspect could have left a trace in the home where those 4 college students were brutally.
So, I mean, and this is a question for everybody that's in here right now that's actually able to go into the comment section. Do you believe that Bryan acted alone? And this is what I'll ask people on the phone, too, when you guys call in today. Do you think that he acted alone in this case? Do you really believe that he acted alone, or do you think that he had somebody else with him? I'm just curious.
Murdered. But first, why did law enforcement arrest Bryan Kohberger? Well, we explore the requirements needed for probable cause as officials wait for the suspect's extradition back to Idaho. Welcome back, everybody. Probable cause is a phrase we hear a lot when we cover investigations, arrests, and trials. It's part of our Fourth Amendment right when it comes to searches and seizures. Now, we know that police have executed search warrants at Bryan Kohberger's apartment and office at the Washington State campus. And so far, there's been no update on the identification or location of a murder weapon. For now, the probable cause affidavit, which justifies Kohberger's arrest, will stay sealed. But once he's back in Idaho to face trial, the documents could be unsealed. So I want to bring in my co-host and public defender, Brian Buckmeyer. You've dealt a lot with this, and it can get a little difficult because so much of it is really up to interpretation, right?
Jesse, up to interpretation is putting it mildly. You could probably put 10 defense attorneys in a room and get 10 different definitions of probable cause. But no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause. That's what the Fourth.
I'm sorry, it's possible, but it's alleged that they got his DNA. So how do you explain the DNA at the crime scene? If he say he loaned his car out, like you said, Jason, I'll be looking for your answer. So if you say he loaned his car out for dope, which people do, you know, I've seen that from where I come from and where I grew up at. I've seen people lend their car out for crack, and that is an absolute fact that I've seen that. So I mean, it's not that right there. I've seen this before. I've seen exactly what Jason's mentioning. Now, do I think that? Absolutely not. I don't think that. I don't think that in this case. But in general, could it be? Is it a possible scenario in life? Yeah, but I don't think he did it.
Amendment says about probable cause, and courts have tried to define it, but it is no actual universally accepted definition. Instead, courts give this flexible totality of the circumstances approach in defining what a reasonable and prudent person would believe a crime did, is, or will happen. That means what we may find in this case could be very broad in showing why Kohberger is believed to have committed these 4 murders and this burglary charge. But based on what we know so far, I'd expect the arrest warrant and the affidavit attached to be heavily reliant on the tracking of this white Elantra, the surveillance of Kohberger across the country. We would probably learn a lot about the cause of death from the victims and the DNA collected at the scene. DNA found at the scene could be skin cells, but I would bet that it's more likely than not blood, probably of the victims or probably on the victims, or close to where they were murdered, because don't forget, this is a party house. It will be hard for the investigators to differentiate other DNA from that of the suspect. So I think
that is what I spoke on. It would be hard to differentiate, whatever the hell that word is. No, I'm saying it would be hard to separate blood, right? So in general, or no, separate like the DNA, all the separate DNA. That's a DNA cesspool at that house, right? So in general, it would be hard to just grab somebody's DNA and be like, yo, this is, that's so-and-so. So that's why I think possibly Bryan Kohberger cut himself during this stabbing. I really do. I really believe that he cut himself. I don't know why, but something, something in my inner beings tells me he cut himself during this crime. Maybe a guy in the car when he bought the knife was an accomplice. No. Yes, I think he was solo. I just have no idea. Definitely think he did, says Amy. The murderer alone, but could have had help. Millis says yes. High Priestess says nope, not alone. Damn, High Priestess. Okay. Teresa says no. Brian says yes. Maybe a driver. Wendy says no. If Freckles says if it's him, he had more. Let's get down to some stuff right now. I did, but now I'm wondering, says Callie. Jen says, I think that he did it alone. Coach Larry says, I do, but I also believe Dad knows deep inside. My man, hold up, Ty. I want to say your name right. I don't even want to butcher. I'm going to just call you Yeezy. I'm going to call you Yeezy. No, he has a little murder coat. Look at the numbers. Ooh. Alone, says Natalie. T Salas says, or what'd she say? Yes. And then we got Marina. I'm reading different answers at the same time of looking elsewhere. I don't know. Honestly, it's weird. Dare to be different says alone. Pam says my heart goes out to all of the family members. None of them asked for this, and you're absolutely right about that. Kelly says alone. Is J-Rock? I'm starting to honestly think it's not him. Damn. So we got some people out there that think it's not him. That's fair. Josie Weaver says yes. Heritage says yes. MJ says acted alone, in my opinion. The Chicante. No, I'm about to call you the Chica. How about that? Someone else, Sarah says yes. I think no one would ever help him do this. I mean, I would never say never, but Miss DC said yeah, act alone. Alicia says yes. I'm torn, to be honest, says Thunder Plumps. I'm torn. He's torn, or she's torn. I'm sorry. Leslie says, yes, he did. He's too much of a narcissist to have an accomplice.
It's going to be close by to the victims.
Well, let's bring in former trial attorney and my co-host Terry Austin as well into the discussion. So, Terry, it seems like all of the evidence so far is circumstantial. There's a lot we don't know. Is it too early to say that it's enough to secure a conviction?
Well, it sounds like there is quite a bit of that circumstantial evidence. Brian was just talking about some of that. First of all, we have that car. We have DNA. Those are two big pieces of evidence that the jury is going to take very seriously. And now we know they have traced him across the country. Where did he stop? What did he buy? What is that surveillance camera going to tell us across the country? So I think they have a lot of evidence, and I think the jury is going to think about it, even if there is no eyewitness. Remember, they're going to get a charge that says circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. And so if there's enough of that, which I think there will be, add on to all of that, his credit card receipts, his phone data. There's plenty of evidence here. We've seen convictions on circumstantial evidence, and I think we'll see something here, and the community wants it.
Yeah, of course, and there's a lot that can happen between an affidavit and ultimately a trial, and I know that the police have asked for more information about Kohberger. Coming up on Law and Crime Daily, Kohberger has only two choices for a public defender in Idaho. We speak with the attorney for a victim's family about what's next for the suspect. Plus,
that's why they were able to. Hold on, before he speaks, I want to know down in the comments also, I did an interview yesterday with one of his high school friends in my live yesterday. If you want me to clip that out and upload it to my channel so you can hear the answers that he was, giving for questions in chat, I will clip that out individually. If you want me to do that, because it was a pretty decently long live, so you would have to sit through for a while. I don't know the timestamp, but I'm going to go find it. I'm going to get the full interview that I had with his friend Chris from high school yesterday, and I'm going to put it up. I'll put it up on the channel so you guys can hear about what he knows about Bryan Kohberger. He worked out with Bryan Kohberger. We got an exclusive interview with one of his friends yesterday. And I asked him, I said, you heard that call, right? What do you think about that call? And he said, I can't be sure that he could not rule it out. So in general, I was like, man, I did look things up. So, but let me know though, I will drop it. I will drop it. I don't know how long the interview is, but it's decently long. It's decently long.
Capture this guy.
DNA helped police put a face to the crime scene back in November. We turned to an expert to discuss where it might have been collected and why it took so long to release the information. And welcome back, everybody. Moscow, Idaho officials announced the arrest of suspect Bryan Kohberger on Friday, but behind the scenes, they identified him as a suspect more than a month ago through the use of DNA evidence. Law enforcement said genetic material found at the crime scene matched Kohberger's identity. Genetic genealogy techniques were used to run the material through a public database to try to find potential family member matches. The recovered DNA, combined with other evidence, traced the genetic material back to Kohberger. The victims' families are working with law enforcement to find out how they may have known the suspect, if at all. But with no weapon in custody, what genetic material was actually recovered and from where? Well, we spoke with DNA expert Dr. Monty Miller to explore the possibilities.
They must have found some blood, a glove, a shirt, a hat. I mean, something, where they were confident that it was his DNA. Or maybe they found 3 or 4 things of interest and they ran them all through the database and they picked his out because they found somebody who lived close. I don't know. Police work, when it is something of that magnitude, a lot of people get involved and the DNA gets run real quickly and all ideas are explored almost simultaneously, which makes it nice. And that's why they were able to capture this guy. My guess is they already had a profile that they were looking for. And as soon as they got him, they stuck him into one of those machines and said, yeah, this is our guy, because they don't want to create a media storm when, they don't want to, they want to know in advance. So my guess is they've already done that. But I don't know that to be true.
Terry, it sure seems that authorities are using DNA to capture suspects a lot more now. But does a DNA match guarantee a conviction?
No, it doesn't guarantee anything. I think we will continue to see an increased use of DNA testing, but that's to use the suspects to find them. But I don't think we're going to get all these convictions. Authorities have been using DNA, remember, since the late 1980s. The first use of DNA in court was actually against a guy named Tommy Andrews. He was accused of raping a woman at knife point during a burglary. That was in Florida. His DNA was collected from the crime scene and he was sentenced to 22 years in prison. Now, of course, everybody remembers the O.J. Simpson case. Although there was clear DNA matches in the O.J. Simpson case, the defense argued that the DNA was mishandled, that it was contaminated during collection and processing, and it actually raised enough doubt that the jury ultimately found him not guilty. So DNA testing actually began only with blood samples today. As we heard from our expert, DNA testing methods have significantly improved, and DNA can be gathered from blood, skin, anything, hair, bones, saliva, semen. So, it's interesting, Jesse. One thing you have to think about is you can use DNA to convict. But
I'm with you, Connie. I want to see the evidence.
That somebody's innocent.
That's a good point. Brian, you mentioned earlier that the DNA would likely be blood and not skin cells. Why do you say
they got the right guy, though?
Yeah, it's the location that we're talking about. I've defended a lot of cases where they're in party houses or what you call a trap house where like drugs and guns are being used. And we have so many people coming in and out of a location, it's hard for an investigation to pinpoint who they're looking for. But if you have blood, especially in a brutal murder like this, where there's a high likely chance that the weapon might have slipped, nicked the suspect, his blood would have ended up there. Now you're not looking at a bottle with 4 or 5 people touching it and saying, all right, who's the person we're looking for? Now you're looking for blood in an area that's not the victim's. And that's a lot easier to pinpoint and say, all right, this is the person we need to go after. And like Dr. Miller said, they probably already had a profile. He's just someone they had to spot on and get once they got something else to compare to that DNA.
And also you have to imagine that if he didn't have a ready connection, that his DNA being in a place where he...
So if you know, guys, listen, if you listen to that presser yesterday, they staked him and got DNA. You know that, right? If you go back and listen to that presser, they staked him yesterday, or not yesterday, but they staked him. They talked about it. They staked him. They watched him. They went in and got that DNA evidence from him and was able to compare it real quick. Bing bong. There's your guy.
never been before raises different difficulties for the defense as well. Now, we told you earlier in the show that correspondent Anjanette Levy hosted a question and answer session during the lunchtime hour, and she got insight from experts to answer your questions about the Idaho murders investigation. So let's hear from Joseph Scott Morgan, forensic death investigator, because he told us while the alleged suspect was interested in criminology, that doesn't mean he's going to get away with anything.
There are people that are out there that are conflating the study of criminology with the study of forensic science, and nothing could be further from the truth. Yeah, we cross paths with behaviorists all the time. However, that doesn't make you an expert in crime scene investigation. As a matter of fact, he probably knows very little at all about the process of working a scene, and certainly processing the evidence and what we're specifically looking for when you get down into the details. And this case is all about details. And we're going to look in places that he probably thought about, but some places he didn't think about. And
all right, when we come back, there are 4 public defenders in Latah County, Idaho, and 2 of them have recused themselves. So who's left for Kohberger? An attorney for one of the victims' families has some answers.
Chris, all right, so I'm pretty sure this is Chris that we had the interview with. Chris, so the gag order is pretty much, and I'll read it to you because I have it downloaded. I'll tell you exactly what it means. You ready? Because I have the gag order right here. Let me pull it up. The gag order is right here. Let me make sure I can grab it here. I'll save it here and put it on screen for you guys. All right, so here's our gag order. I'm going to grab it right now and save it because I just sent it in Discord. Hold up. Save as, save image, gag order. And then let me save this one. Okay, so yep, documents. Here you go. I'm gonna read this to you guys, so you that way, or I'll put it up on screen. We can all read it together. I'll show you. APG, boom, and then gag order. Let me put part 2 for that, so you guys can see this. All right, boom. Let me put this here. I'll show you right here. Here it is. Where's the second one at? So right here. So it says the court, by stipulation of the parties, enters its order as follows. It is hereby ordered that the parties to the above titled action, including investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, and agents of prosecuting attorney or defense attorney, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning this case. So it says, other than a question from or conference to, without comment to public records of the case, this order specifically prohibits any statement which a reasonable person would expect to be decimated by means of public communication. My bad. That relates to the following. Says evidence regarding the occurrences or transactions involving the case, or this case, the character, credibility, or criminal record of a party, the performance or results of any examinations or test, or the refusal or failure of a party to submit to such test or examinations. So that's the first part of it. Where's the other one that I just downloaded? Let me get the second part. Gag order 2. Okay, there it is. And then it says right here, 4. It says any opinion as to the merits of the case or the claims or defense of a party. 5, any other matter reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial of this case, such as, but not limited to, the existence or contents of any confession, admission, statement given by the defendant, the possibility of a plea of guilt to the charged offense or a lesser offense, or any opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence. So that part right there. So it is further ordered that no person covered by this order shall avoid its prescriptions, hold up. Yeah, proscriptions by actions that indirectly but deliberately cause a violation of this order. It is further ordered that this case and all provisions thereof shall remain in full force and effect throughout these proceedings until such time as a verdict has been returned, unless modified by this court. So there you go. There it is right there. There's your gag. I mean, that's pretty much a gag order. There's your gag order. Thank you, Stephanie.
Surprising new information Tuesday about legal representation in Idaho. The man accused of stabbing 4 college students to death says he needs a public defender, but there are only 4 in the county. The state of Idaho doesn't have a public defender system. Instead, 4 attorneys have contracted to help out. One of those is actually the coroner. While she didn't perform the autopsies on the victims, she does have inside knowledge about the reports and other information. So she's recused herself, as did another attorney in that office who works with the police. We learned during a Tuesday afternoon news conference that the chief public defender for another Idaho county was selected to represent Kohberger. Law and Crime spoke with Shannon Gray, the attorney for the victim of the attorney for the family of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, and he broke down what's next for Kohberger.
Everyone thinks that I think that he's going to get back here and he's going to automatically be arraigned on the case, and that's just not what's going to happen. His first appearance will probably be getting an attorney. So get either a court-appointed attorney, or if someone, if the family hires an attorney, a privately retained attorney, and then that attorney's going to want a couple of days to talk with his client, and then they'll have the preliminary hearing regarding the probable cause for the arrest.
I've seen that
and
on
then
Twitter.
Obviously the Latah County will have to get a grand jury. That's for the indictment, and he can be arraigned on an information prior to the indictment and be held on that. And then, so I mean, there's a lot of moving process things that are going on that aren't going to happen immediately.
Bryan, you're a public defender, and not having court-appointed counsel.
All right, so there's a video that somebody tagged me on Twitter. I know I keep stopping this. This expert is very good. Do you guys want to see it? It's on Twitter. I'll just drag it over real quick. Let me see. All right, so this is tagged to me by the Justice team. So let's play this real quick.
Playback of air traffic above Bryan Kohberger's parents' house the night before he was arrested.
Chris K. from Pennsylvania.
An unmarked plane circled for 2 hours.
So a plane circled his house for 2 hours? What do you guys think about that? Fake news? Is that fake news? Let me know. Let me know if that's fake news. That's the first time I heard of that when I was tagged on Twitter just now. He looks like he has cuts and teeth marks on him. I think since they have...
Playback of air traffic above Bryan Kohberger.
All right, we're going to end that. There's that right there. Let me open Twitter back up. Hit play.
Counsel's a problem anywhere you look, but I think it's really compounded when there's such a small town experiences such a heinous and public crime, right?
Absolutely, Jesse. Justice, no matter how you look at it, will be delayed. Everyone in the United States has a right to counsel. If you can't afford one, a public defender will be given to you. When, how, and how well funded, though, really depends on where you're arrested. Back in 2015, Latah County, Idaho, considered getting a 4th public defender after the state was sued by the Idaho ACLU, and demands were made to make a centralized defender's office. But it doesn't seem like much has changed. That's probably why he's being represented by Ann Taylor, or reportedly so by Ann Taylor, the chief public defender of Kootenai County. That's just 30 miles east of Spokane, Washington, on the border of Washington, Idaho, and about 100 miles north of Moscow, Idaho. This patchwork of having a public defender from another county stepping in to represent Kohberger will likely help to expedite the case in some way. But having a public defender who lives and works 100 miles away will create its own hurdles in the case, both for representation and expediting the case. But with the public's eye on the case, that may help the process be more efficient, but that's still going to be a long road to hoe.
Bryan makes some great points, Terry, but here's the problem. What happens if something happens to her? What happens if she can't represent him anymore? What if none of the other public defenders can take the case? What happens then?
Well, it's a really good question. What the courts are going to do is continue to look for other public defenders. But if they can't find a public defender in any county, in any surrounding county, what they're going to do is go to their list of private practitioners. And that could be someone who's solo, that could be someone out of a law firm. And remember, these people in law firms are looking for pro bono work. Some of the states require that you have a certain number of hours of pro bono work. So we have that. One thing I will say, if in fact they have to go to these private attorneys, whether it's solo, whether it's a large firm, I think these people are going to hesitate a little bit because they may be criticized for taking the case because it's such a big public case. They could also be criticized because it's such a heinous crime. So if you have to go public or private, it's probably better to go with a public defender who is accustomed to taking the abuse when you have a case like this.
Well, Brian's laughing at that. Brian, I'm going to throw this to you real quick, 30 seconds. What's the first conversation that the attorney has with Bryan Kohberger? Did you do it? I mean, what's the conversation like?
So a lot of public defenders vary on that as to whether or not they want to know if their client had committed the crime. The first thing you want to do is create a relationship with your client. They're the best source of information. Really, you're just going over the affidavit, giving them information and telling them how you're going to represent them, and then tell them you're going to take a lot of abuse because you're a public defender, as Terry said.
Yeah. Well, and not only a public defender in such a high profile case where there are so many people who don't want to hear about Kohberger's defenses or Kohberger's rights, which we have to remind everybody here on a legal show, everybody is entitled to the same rights, and he is innocent until proven guilty. We're at the beginning stages of this investigation in this case, and we'll see where it goes. Brian, Terry, great job as always. Thanks so much. Everyone, thanks so much for joining us here on Long Crime Daily. We'll see you next time as we discuss justice in America.
Said dox the corner. All right, so I'm about to do some phone calls. Let's go ahead and let's start doing some phone calls, guys. Let's start doing some phone calls. Let's start doing some phone calls. I'm about to do some phone calls, but before I do some phone calls, let me read a couple comments. T-REV, I just tweeted you the pic of him I was talking about. All right, I'll check it out, Jay. Thank you, Downtown. I appreciate you. Let's see who we got. Oh, dog treats. Yeah, I had to get the pup some dog treats. He was over here scratching at me. All right, so look, Chris, I don't know if you're in here still. But Chris, if you're in here, I could interview you right now again. Maybe you want to, because some people weren't in here yesterday. But in general, he said, I don't mind people's opinions. I can't help that person was in my high school. I could definitely hit up Chris K. He definitely, I mean, like I said, I can clip that interview from yesterday. We did an interview yesterday. Yet there is many lawyers who will pay this man to take on his defense. Yeah, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy to think about, right? Central Idaho, you're a force for good. Mods too. Thank you. I appreciate you, Bonnie. Corner never should have told teenage sibling of Kaylee gory graphic details. Oh yeah, they will sneak around. We won't know how to get into Idaho. Feds are sneaky. Hey, T-REV, I love your channel. Mostly I just watch and not chat. Much love to you. Thank you, Chemistry Queen. I appreciate you. All right. Marlena, thank you. Thank you. I'll go to that and get it. I'm going to write that down real quick. I need to write that down right now, matter of fact, because Marlena just gave that to me. So thank you, Marlena. Let's add that in there. 21. Chris interview. Okay, so I'll upload that on my channel if you're cool with it. I think you said you were cool with that. I appreciate you being cool with that so people can hear about it. Chris says sure, call me. So should we give Chris a call before I open it up? Chris definitely went to high school with him. He knows the area very well. He went to high school with Bryan Kohberger and is baffled by his arrest. He is baffled by his arrest. So if you guys want me to give him a call, I'll give him a call. Let me know. Call him all the way across the line. All right, so with Chris, I'm gonna give you a call real quick, and yeah, we'll get to it. Hold on, let me go through and find it because it's I got tons of emails right now. All right, there you are, Chris K. I got you right here. So Chris, we're gonna give Chris K a friend. Remember, this is a friend, an old friend of Bryan Kohberger's, absolutely old friend of Bryan Kohberger's. Known him personally. I'm going to give him a call. Make sure you smash that like button. Let's ask him some questions. Let's get back to him again. For the people who missed from yesterday, let's touch up on it. Here we go, Chris. I'm giving you a call right now.
Hello.
What's going on, Chris, man? Welcome. I appreciate you taking another call again, man. I know that I know it's got to be, I know you're interested on everything that's going on in the gag order. It only concerns people that are involved in the case, witnesses, etc.
No, I guess the only reason I said that is I was in like a very small live yesterday, and they were asking me some questions, and people were saying like I can't say anything because of the gag order and stuff. So I just don't want to like get in trouble for anything. I'm a single full-time widowed father, man, so I don't have time for that. Okay, honey, let's go. Sorry, I'm getting her off the bus right now.
You're good. So I'm gonna be going on Ashley Banfield tonight.
What's that?
On News Nation on TV, like regular TV. So I'll be going on News Nation tonight, and I'm gonna bring in some. I want to ask you some questions, stuff that maybe I can let them know. So in general,
yeah, and like I said, this is all just from somebody that, like I said, I know you keep saying his friend. I wasn't his, like, we didn't hang out every day and stuff like that. It was more of an acquaintance that went to my high school, and I knew his mother, and everything Absolutely. I kind of told you yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt. So, and there's people in here that want to know. So drop some questions in chat, guys. I'll randomly pick some questions here that you got.
Okay, yeah, I got the phone out to my ear, so I can't see nothing.
Yeah, you're absolutely good, bro. I'll grab the questions from chat, and I'll ask them. You sound like a good.
Good. How are you? Have a good day.
Awesome, bro. That's awesome. Let me see. Question. Okay, question. All right. So coming in first question from Dirk Diggler, and I'm gonna do this all the community answers on the chat here. Dirk Diggler says, question, was BK a hunter? Did he have pets?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't believe he hunted, and I can't tell you if he had Leah. I can't tell you if he had pets or not. As I mentioned yesterday, I never actually went to his residence. So.
Okay. Let's see. Let me find another one. To Chris K. Is the report of heroin use true? And if there is a chance that you could be called as a witness, you may want to be careful what you say due to gag order.
Are you reading what somebody just said?
Yeah, I'm reading what somebody said.
So again, this is the reason why I said, like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything. Again, this is just recollection from what I remember back in grade school and high school. It doesn't help anything from the 10 years after high school up until this event. So I called in already. I told them everything I knew. They kind of made it seem like what I know doesn't really affect what they're trying to, collect. So again, I just wanted to do my due diligence so I didn't get in trouble.
Yeah, no doubt. So I mean, we knew, like you mentioned on yesterday. I mean, that's past shit that you've known of. Yeah, he did drugs. You knew that. You heard of that. You mentioned that. Also, did BK ever have a girlfriend in high school?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, he had, like I said, when he lost weight, and throughout high school, and you could just tell, like, he started gaining more popularity, talking to more people, more like social, and yeah, I mean, he had a girlfriend. I can't tell you if he had more than one girlfriend. I remember he walked around with a girl all the time. So, again, I wasn't in his group, in his clique, or anything like that. I knew him. And the reason why is because his mother worked at the school, and she was just, like I said, as anybody would tell you that went to school there, she was a really nice woman.
Thank you.
I don't have anything bad to say about her at all.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see. Did BK, or we just read that one? Let me go to another one. Chris was okay. So that question already came through. Question: What was BK's gamer name? I know you said you didn't. You never gamed.
Yeah, I never gamed. Like I said, I think he played more like RPG games. Yesterday, it's called. I played more like Call of Duty. I think it was like Call of Duty 4 on like Xbox 360. I remember playing. So like that's what I played. He played a completely different kind of game. But I know he played video games. I can't tell you what kind. If it was this kind of game, that kind of game. I know it wasn't the kind of games I was playing because back in that day, everybody in the school was on at nighttime playing with each other. So I never personally played with him. I'm not going to pretend that I did.
Okay, so like from what you can recollect about Bryan is like you said, there's nothing. There was ever no red flag to you that.
Like I said, to me, from somebody that's just giving you my account without, like a lot of people that went to school with him are hearing what's going on and they're kind of basing their opinion off of that. I'm just letting you know what I remember from an unbiased opinion in high school was, as I said yesterday, he was very intelligent. Like I said, the main reason why, he stuck out to me as far as like, I guess having any interaction with him, because I didn't know him that well in grade school, but as he started, coming in the gym more, obviously I played sports, so I would see him more often. Yeah, he was, like I said, he was more on like the academic side, not on like the sports side. I did hear reports that he was doing mixed martial arts and boxing. I don't know when that was, because again, what I remember in that area, there was only one gym. There was no MMA gyms, no UFC gyms, anything like that. So
you said he's not a sports guy, that he was more what? Like you said academic, right?
Yeah, no. So he was more active, and like I said yesterday, he was more active in high school with like running and being active. But as far as sports go, like again, I played baseball, so when we were working out, we had a game, we would see every other sport there. So I knew who played what, and I didn't see him play any sports in high school. Now again, whatever he did his senior year, mm-hmm. I can't talk on because I wasn't there. So
okay, you were more for ninth grade, what, 9th, 10th, 11th?
No, grade school. Like, I mean, he was in the school district forever. So just from what I can remember, it's hard to think back to 4th, 5th, 6th grade. But I just remember like 7th, 8th grade, he was bigger, and then he started slimming down. 6th, 7th, 8th grade, around there. I can't like tell you an exact time frame, but I just remember he was really big, and then started slimming down, working out. And what I saw, just from, again, somebody on the outside looking in, he started gaining confidence, getting friends. Mm-hmm. So just, like I said, completely opposite from what you would think, he went through if he just continued to get bullied throughout high school and stuff like that. But that, from my recollection, that wasn't the case.
Okay, so question: does Chris remember him having any temper, or was he ever a loner? So,
the loner aspect, I think, you had said a definition yesterday of incel. Mm-hmm. I believe the incel comments I perceive, again from my recollection, is more in the grade school times rather than high school. Because I have friends that were friends with him, so he had more friends in high school than he did grade school. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So you would say he was an incel in grade school, or no?
I again, that terminology is very new to me, so yeah, I can't say, yes, he's an incel, but as far as like, being bigger, a little more, how do you call it? Like socially awkward, stuff like that. Yeah, that was more, and that's just with anybody, you start working out, you start looking better, you gain confidence. We've all done it. So that's just what I, saw happen from grade school to high school.
So, okay. So when is the last time he saw or had that you saw or had contact with him at all?
In the gym, my senior year. Again, I can't tell you what the conversation was, but I remember seeing him in the gym with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 other people, but I think it was just a brief conversation of his workouts. Cause again, when he came in the gym, I wasn't his workout partner, but you notice people that are new to the gym, you see their progress and stuff like that. So I believe I had a brief interaction with him, in the locker room my senior year towards the end, but it wasn't like, hey bud, good luck. Let's talk. And yeah, like I said, I didn't have a friendship like that with him. I'm not gonna pretend that I did.
Okay, so Chris, do you personally think Bryan could have killed these young adults allegedly?
I mean, just like the long pause I took yesterday, I'm just, again, if they're doing all of this and it's so viral like this, I don't see how they don't have overwhelming evidence. So, like I said yesterday, even though I knew him and stuff like that, I'm in the middle or leaning towards guilty more than not guilty, just because of what's unfolding. Now, if they came out with more evidence, I could give you a more honest answer. They're not giving us anything to go off of. So to say, to pick out little chunks that people are picking out and saying, that looks weird, this looks weird, that looks weird, that doesn't make sense for me to do, because that's what everybody's doing. So just me personally, knowing the person, like if you asked me, this didn't happen, and you asked me if that person's capable of this, I would tell you no. So, just from what I remember in high school, I couldn't see that person that, again, was almost top of his class, accolades, all this kind of stuff, very intelligent, going on committing a heinous act like this. So
now, did he ever show behavior of OCD?
Like I said, it was more like OCD. So to pick up on somebody's OCD, you really have to know them. As far as like being regimented, like, he was always, how can I say, he was never sloppy or anything like that. So he could possibly had OCD, but to me, it was just, like I said, it was just a normal, smart, intelligent kid that was in high school that went through a weight transformation and gained more confidence. I mean, to say he was creepy, to say he was a bully, that's just not what I guess depicted of him. But everybody has their own opinions,
Now, my question, I know you told me yesterday he came over to a couple parties, etc. Right now,
yeah, too.
Was there ever any like that you've noticed with him? Like, did he have a problem talking to females? Was he around the guys hanging out?
So like I said, he hung out in a certain clique, and he showed up twice. It was a very brief encounter. As I mentioned yesterday, there was never like a fight or any kind of disturbance that he caused or anything like that, because that would have stood out to me. I just remember a very brief interaction, a couple times out of high school at a party. So no, like, anybody that caused trouble, was violent, any kind of something giving off those kind of vibes, I wouldn't allow that person to come to somewhere where other people are and, ruin it. So, it was, again, it was just a normal, nothing you would think. Like I said, the blank stare, the kind of feeling awkwardness, that's what he always kind of had, which anybody will tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's just one thing that, he always kind of had, was that social awkward kind of, which everybody can see now on television.
Right, no doubt. And if BK was being bullied in high school or in school, how did he respond towards the unwelcomed advances?
How did he respond to the unwelcome advances? So again, you're talking about grade school. So he didn't start beating up kids. He didn't start lashing out. Because again, he didn't ruin his education from, lashing out and doing something stupid. From what I'm assuming is the bullying, he kind of, again, just seeing how it happened, to me, he used that as fuel to kind of work on himself in the high school days and try to better himself and become more social and a better person. So I didn't see any lashing out. And I know people are saying he was a bully in high school, the people that bullied him.
Right.
And he wasn't that big. He was skinny. I mean, I know that, like I said, that suicide vest makes him look a little bigger, but he was skinny. I mean, he lost weight, but he didn't gain a lot of muscle per se.
I got you. I get what you're saying now. KC asks, BK have a high school job in Pennsylvania that
like I said, whatever he did, because that would be like 17. So he might have been 16 or 17 when I left. So I can't tell you if he worked anywhere after school or after I left. I don't know.
Okay.
I heard he was a security guard at the school, but that's just from other people telling me that I went to school with.
Okay, so Carrie says, Chris, do you know what kind of grades he received, like in high school, or not in high school, just in school in general? From what you know, do you know what kind of grades he received, if you do know that at all?
Yeah, like I said, he was very intelligent. That's just the one. That's the one thing you remember is he was really smart, and then he had a weight transformation. Those are the two things that I can kind of say what I took out of it was very intelligent, after school, academics, stuff like that. Again, he was just in that clique of, I guess, that further education after school, trying to kind of, get ahead of the game. So that's what he was a part of. I was more a part of the sports world. So we really didn't intermesh until he started working out and came into the gym.
Oh, okay. And then a question: do you talk to anyone today that was close to him in high school? Says Marlena.
I mean, like I said, you got to understand that area up there in the Poconos. Everybody knows everybody. So when this news hit, everybody's posting it. Everybody's talking about it. People in my high school are getting in arguments about it. People are making TikToks, doing interviews, all kinds of stuff. So everybody's talking about it. As far as like what they're saying, you can see people have conflictive perceptions of how he was in school. Mm-hmm. I can only talk on what I remember. But yeah, I mean, I know as far as like, am I really good friends with somebody that was really good friends with him? No. Do I know somebody that was really good friends with him? Yeah, I know a couple of people that were friends with him, but I'm assuming those are the people that were interviewed, that gave information. As you saw, Skylar Jacobson did an interview talking about he used to, jog with him and stuff. So I think those are the people that would help more on like what went wrong rather than like myself, who could just recollect how he was in school from the outside looking in.
Right. Yeah, most definitely. I get exactly what you're saying. And somebody asked, would you say, in your opinion, he was bullied so bad it could have scarred him for life? So in general, you know how like back in the day when we were in high school, you noticed the people that were being bullied or anything like that. Or was he one of those dudes that were completely bullied, or was he one of those guys that people would go to him and be like, hey man, could you help me with my homework? Like what character would you say he was in that regards?
So in grade school, he was, again, like I said, he was on the bigger side. So, but he was never like, it wasn't like something where the whole school saw him get bullied or something like that. It was just throughout grade school. I mean, I was a little overweight myself, so I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't get bullied. Mm-hmm. I can't talk about the aspect of his bullying. I just know that he was bullied, and I'm sure anybody, that's giving any kind of information will say that. But again, I just took that as he used that as fuel to better himself throughout further advancement in high school. So I didn't personally see any hazing, any kind of public shaming, anything like that would like fuel somebody to go and do something. But he didn't. He used it as fuel to lose the weight and become more social. That's what I remember.
Now, did he have many friends in school? Like, did he have a lot of friends? Would you say, like, if he was, were you walking?
I'm not going to say he had. I'm not going to say he had an overwhelming amount of friends, but as he started acquiring more interest, losing weight, working out, you start talking to different people that have different interests, that do different activities. So yeah, like I said, I could tell his friend group grew as he progressed, but he didn't have one friend. He didn't have 100 friends. He had a normal amount of friends, I guess any high schooler would have, because like I said, you knew that clique that was very into, like, I mean, it wasn't a small clique, it was a pretty big clique. But then when you start working out, being in the gym, running, stuff like that, then you start intermingling with other people. So he was just he had more friends in different cliques, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So that was that question. Let me see. I'm trying to find another one. Thank you, Randy. I see. Thank you. I'll definitely check on that. Let me see. Was he the type to hold grudges way too long? Or you just don't know that? You might not.
Yeah, like I said, I never saw him. I can't answer that, but I can answer. Like, I never saw him fight, attack, get suspended, or anything like that. Because again, that would have ruined his academics. And you gotta understand, his mother worked at the school, so if he would have lashed out or done something crazy, you know, his mother's right there. So he never did anything outlandish in high school. That's why I'm saying this is so surreal that this person did that, because again, what I'm recounting from who I remember, the person isn't capable of doing this. But again, like we talked yesterday, I don't know what happened up until, you know, when I left my senior year of high school. I don't know what occurred in his life, what occurred behind closed doors. I can just talk on from what I remember.
No, you good. Okay, so question, Chris, do you think you would recognize his voice if you heard it?
Like I said yesterday, when you remember seeing somebody when they were 16, 17 years old, and now he's a 28-year-old man, you know, I know we were going to play the thing yesterday, and I was going to say if that's his voice or not, but I think now that we have the body cam footage, you can kind of take that voice, break it down, compare it to what you have, and then see if that matches.
Exactly.
Because you're actually getting his current day, like present day voice. You know, I can remember his voice, I'm sure, was a lot lighter than it is now, because that's what happens to all of us.
Exactly. Let me see. I don't really see any more questions in here. I was just nope, no more questions there. So
yeah, like I said, sorry I can't answer, like, you know, what everybody wants to, you know, hear, but this is just what I remember.
Yeah, somebody said something about him working at a pizza joint. I don't know nothing about that.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and talk about information that I don't know.
Yeah, no, and that's why I like that you're on. You know, that you're being honest, because some people could, you know, make up some bullshit, and I'm glad you're not doing that. I'm glad you're not doing that at all. So,
like I said, I just want to see justice for all the families and
absolutely
whoever did this. As I told you yesterday. Remember, this person was not my friend. I'm not on his side because I knew him. Right in the middle, like everybody else, waiting to see what's going on. But if he did do it, he deserves a death penalty. Nothing less.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. No doubt. Well, I appreciate you taking another call again. I just wanted to catch people up. I'm gonna put that interview the interview we did yesterday. I'll put that out on my channel today or tomorrow at the latest. I appreciate you.
And I don't remember, because again, I never did anything like talking on whatever a channel or whatever. So I don't remember if I used a name or anything like that. I just don't want somebody I went to school with hear their name and be like, "Yo, why'd you use my name?" So,
you know his sister?
No, like I said yesterday, I did not know his sister personally.
Now his mom, you knew, right? You mentioned that you knew his mom, right?
Yep, she worked at the school.
Said she was very sweet.
I mean, I remember his mom very well. Like, if you asked me about other teachers and stuff in high school, I couldn't really tell you much. I just remember she was very nice, and I didn't really like a lot of teachers in high school. So for me to say she was nice, she must have been really nice.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. We appreciate your time and your honesty, brother. Seriously.
No problem, man.
You know, I mean, some people, you know, make things far-fetched, and that's not what you did. You came on here and was honest and answered as much as you could. Yesterday, I'll definitely drop, or today, later today, because I don't know if I'll drop it before I go on News Nation or after, but I'll drop that phone call that we had yesterday on the channel, so people can actually listen to it, and because there was a lot of good questions in there, and I was able to ask them to you. But I do appreciate you taking the call, brother, and I hope you have a great day. And
no problem, man.
Definitely.
God bless you all.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'll be seeing you in the comments and stuff, brother. God bless you, man. And yeah, we're praying for these victims.
All right, man. You guys have a great day.
God bless you, brother, and your daughter.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, brother. No doubt. All right, guys. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's start the podcast up. Let's get the calls coming in. 219-885-9693. 5 minutes a pop for everybody who calls in. The lines are open right now. Yeah. All the questions, I see questions in the chat that are answered on yesterday's phone call, but I did want to give a brief follow-up with them, and I'll leave it at that. If you want to call, this 219-885-9693. Here we go with the phone calls right now. Let's go ahead and take this
Call
one.
from Teresa.
Teresa, what's going on? You're on the line.
Hey, it's me again. I called a while back. I wanted to just congratulate you on your hard times, and like I was there with you watching. I from the TV. I didn't type it in and all, but you know, I spent New Year's with you, and you know, the people that are chiming in now, this, that, and the other little TikTok things and little one sentence here and whatever. You're doing your thing, and I like it because you're probably one of the most honest ones on there, and you really listen to your quote unquote fans. I guess most of us are fans of yours, and now you'll be, you know, famous, TV famous. And I will be looking forward to seeing you on News Nation and Inside Edition. And I just appreciate you letting us come and, you know, stay hours at a time. Like I said, people that don't know that you're, you know, I mean, people that know, I'm sure we all appreciate you. I'm just saying thank you on my behalf for giving me the time and the patience and the hours and hours and hours, because I'm sure it's hard on you and your family. But regardless, you really wanted justice, and I appreciate that. And this is the same one. I'm Teresa from Georgia, and I will be calling, sometime again. New Year's, I remember I called till 2:00, and then you got off because you had been on a long time. But thank you, and I will get off the phone because I might be being timed, and I ramble a lot and go over. So thank you, T-REV. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Teresa. God bless you, and I appreciate all your blessings.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate you. God bless you, Teresa. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, what's your thoughts on BK? What's your thoughts on everything going on with the case? What's your thoughts on the gag order they put on attorneys, etc.? You know, people that are definitely, you know, people that are in the case that can't speak, witnesses, etc. What's your thoughts on them? What's your thoughts on them in general?
Call from
You think inside looking with them?
Hamilton.
Hey, what's going on? You're live. What's your thoughts on BK?
Actually, I called it to thank you.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it.
My son, and I'm going to call you son because I just feel like I've connected with you, and my son is in drug rehab at the time as we speak. And so you've really been an inspiration to him. His name is Jake, and he has seen what you've done with your life. And I think that you are going to be part of the reason that he turns his life around. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, tell Jake if he ever needs somebody to talk to reach out to me, and I'll definitely talk to him.
Well, I watch you 24 hours a day. I just had open heart surgery, so I'm going to be home for a while. But I think you're one of the most honest people on YouTube, and I appreciate what you do. And thank you for being an inspiration to my son.
Absolutely, no problem whatsoever. Definitely, my blessings are with your son, and I hope that he can overcome what he's going through right now, and I'm sure he will. All it takes is the willpower. That's it.
Well, he's going through the withdrawals right now, so you know he's having it kind of rough. But yeah, you know that's just part of it. And but he said, you know, Mom, I
I see what he's done with his life, and I know that I can make it. And so you are actually helping people that you don't even know.
Yeah,
and
that's
I
awesome.
just want to thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome, man. And I appreciate you letting me know that. Tell him to reach out to me. I'll definitely talk to him if he needs somebody to talk to. And I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, and I hope your son pulls through. And I know he'll pull through.
Oh, he will. He will. And it's people like you that help people with addiction. So I sure do appreciate it, and God bless you.
Thank you,
I'm going to call you son because I love you like you are my son. And I don't even know you. So you have another mother out here in case you need one. You can call me anytime.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. God bless you, ma'am. And
God bless you.
God bless you. I just hung up on her. My bad. 219-885-9693. I cannot believe I just hung up on her. I didn't mean to hang up on her. I thought she was done. Make sure you call in 219-885-9693. Shout out to Jake. Jake, if you're listening, man, you got this. You will definitely pull through. I'd be lying. I say if it's very easy, all it takes is willpower. That's it.
Call from
T-REV 858. Greg.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
Hey, T-REV, what's up?
What's up, brother? What's going on? So, what's your thoughts on this case and everything that's going on right now?
Well, first thing I'd like to say is this guy Dave Morse.
Mm-hmm.
When he first came out a couple of days ago, I Googled his name and kind of tied it to Hollenberg. And there's a guy named William Diller Hollenbaugh.
Uh-huh.
He was a wacko from Shade Gap, Pennsylvania, back in 1966.
Mm-hmm.
He played the part. Dave Morse was an actor. Played a part in Cry in the Wild, the taking of Peggy Ann Bradnick. It was in Shade Gap, PA, not far from DeSales College. It was the largest manhunt in the United States back in 1966. It may have been something that he studied at DeSales as a case study or something, and he may have adopted that name or used it as an identity. You got to wonder where would he get the name Dave Morse? That's all I'm gonna say about that. You can look up Wikipedia. The guy's name is William Diller Hollenbaugh. The other thing I'd like to say is from the get-go, the first thing we saw was the food truck video.
Right.
And we saw the hoodie guy, Jackass.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that he was lurking in the background, so everybody thought it was Jackass. And then we saw Kaylee or Maddie, I forget which one, holding up their cell phone, taking a picture of what some believe was the stalker behind them. And then then everybody thought, oh, it's Jackass. Well, later we saw the video of them walking down the sidewalk and Jackass is walking with them. Everybody, oh, well. And then you heard in there the thing about Adam. But at the food truck, we also heard Kaylee or Maddie, I forget which one, say, "We would never fuck you." And that's what it was reported to be said. Now,
all I heard was like "fuck you" and that, but I mean that.
Yeah. So, but somebody along the way said what I just said. Okay, so let's say we also saw the picture at the corner club with Jack D, supposedly the Photoshop bullshit. But we also seen in that photo that there was Jack S, the hoodie guy, with the bar owner and Adam in the corner. I think that part was right. But we also heard that Jack S got kicked out of the bar, or 86, whatever, for being weird. Let's just assume that Blowburger there was in the bar. He was the one being weird and got 86. Went to the food truck. Said this guy might have been seen in the shadows back there, and then he's the one they said we'd never fuck you. Okay, let's say that triggered this whole thing. They went home in the cab. He went back to Pullman, got his stuff, drove back to Moscow, and waited behind the in the parking lot behind. And I agree with Drip Drop there that his scenario and those things that guy was Blowburger, and he nailed it. I mean, the guy was grading those people's papers. He was saying wrong. This is what happened. This is my theory anyway. So I think that whole scenario with him coming back through the sliding door and doing what he did in there and then leaving, and then he went back, I think, and then all of a sudden Jack S disappears. He goes to Africa. What the fuck? Who's going to let that guy go to Africa? Certainly not the police. I think that Jack S went into witness protection. I think he is going to be a key witness in all this. I think they have videos. I think they knew who Bober from the very beginning, and they just had to gather the information that they needed to make the arrest, and that's where we're at.
Hell yeah.
So I heard the timer.
Yes,
that's
sir.
what I got to say.
Where are you calling in from, brother?
I'm calling in from Idaho. I have a small ranch out here, about an hour away from Moscow. And I never locked my doors before, but we lock them now.
Well, God bless you, brother, and I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts and whatever theory you have. I appreciate it and having a voice in this community. Hopefully I hear from you again, brother. God bless you.
All
and
right,
take
man.
care of that ranch.
Take care.
Take care of that ranch.
Yeah, I will.
My man, you be easy, brother. God bless you. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. 219-885-9693. Let's hear it. What's your thoughts? What's your theory? He said he thinks Jack is in witness protection. In my opinion, I disrespectfully listen to me. I respectfully disagree, just for the fact that this dude is not tied into no gang or anything like that, so he wouldn't have no reason to be in witness protection, if you understand what I'm saying on that part.
Marilyn,
what's going on? You're live.
Oh my God, I can't believe I got through. I just wanted to say congratulations on all your success. You deserve it. It's a great channel, my favorite channel on YouTube.
Thank you so much.
What I think of this killer who's heartless and soulless.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question. If you could ask Detective John, do the parents have a say whether he gets the death penalty? Because I know in some states they do that. Because to drag this out for the next 20 years, that's going to be like torture for the parents, with all his appeals and stuff.
Right. Which everybody's going to, every person who gets locked up is, they have that right. And it kind of sucks for, especially if someone did it. Like if there's open and shut evidence, and what I mean by open and shut is like an open and shut case, yet there's blood, they're able to say he cut his hand during this crime. If you got an open and shut case, because we know that house, there was a lot of people partying there. We've seen body cam footage there. We've heard a lot of rumors about all the parties that go on at that house. They had to have a substantial amount of evidence to be able to pinpoint one guy tied out of Washington, or that went to Washington to WSU, I think there's something there. I personally think it's blood evidence. I could be wrong. And this is me speculating, and it's all allegedly. And if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. But I think when it comes out, we're gonna hear that there was blood there.
Right. But my whole thing is like if the family settles for life, like we just throw away the key, no more, no more, he could have an appeal, but that's it. With the death penalty, that just goes on for like ever, regardless of, I think, the evidence. That he just goes on and on and on, trying to appeal this, trying to appeal that. I don't know. But if you could ask Detective John, that would be great.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely ask him. So I'll write it down right now. What question do you exactly want me to ask Detective John for you?
Do the parents have a say in whether this person gets the death penalty or life?
I could probably answer that for you. No.
No.
I'm just saying that. I'll ask him, but I can answer that for you. No. Hell no. The parents don't get to say whether he gets the death penalty or life.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Oh, you mean the parents of the victims?
Yeah. No, not his parents. No, the parents of the victims.
I mean, no, I thought you were talking about his parents. I was like, hold up. Now that?
Right.
No. I still don't think they do.
Really?
Now, they're going to be pushing for that death penalty. Most people would, but not everybody does. Some people don't even believe in the death penalty, and that is a thing.
Yeah, that's true.
That is a thing.
It might be divided among the families, But if the prosecutor has all the say, then I guess, it's a moot point.
I wrote it down. I'll ask him. I appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling from?
Thank you for New York.
Well, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you coming on the podcast and talking. God bless you, ma'am, and stay safe. Lock your doors.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. God bless her. 219-885-9693. I think they got blood evidence. I personally think they got blood evidence. I don't. That's just something that I think. I could be wrong, but I think they got blood evidence. You know what I mean? They're not just going to single out Blowburger, allegedly.
Call from
Vicky.
Vicky, what's going on? You're live.
Okay, how are you today?
I'm hanging in there. So what's your thoughts on with everything that's going on right now?
Well, I think he wants to get back to Idaho quick, just to see if he can find out where he screwed up at. Not just the charges, but where did I screw up at? I had everything worked out, is his thought. And for the lady that just asked about it, the families have a say. I think that, I don't know for sure, this is probably a question for Detective John, but the victim's impact statement. The judge listens to that. He may take, this guy needs to be put to death or blah, 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 He may take that into account because they have the right to speak out in their victim impact statement.
Right.
So also, I read on Fox59.com news that they're not going to release the whole video of that first stop because it's going to be used into the trial as evidence somehow. I don't know if it's because he was crossing states or what. But that's why we only got a little bit of it. I think we got the end of it.
Well, now they got a gag order on the case in Idaho.
Well, that could be. Well, this was yesterday before they put the gag order on.
Right.
So I don't know, but I hope when they touch down and he gets his papers, and then we'll know what they've got and go on from there. And
yeah, I mean, the jury is going to be the one to say, like Shar just said in chat. I believe that it's in the jury's hands now. I'm pretty sure they consider it. Take consideration.
He wants a jury trial.
Right.
He's to show off what he thinks he knows.
Right.
And as soon as he finds out, oh, they found my blood, where did I screw up at is where I think he wants to know.
Where did he screw up at?
Yeah, at the murder scene.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he's wanting to know why do they think he did it? Like you said, there's probably blood evidence, but he doesn't understand that there might be, or he doesn't think there is, but there is. So he's trying to, because he's so narcissistic, he thought he didn't screw up anywhere.
Yeah, this dude, he definitely thinks that he thought he was ahead of the game. I mean, 47 days, he got smacked up quick.
Yeah, and I think they had him a long time before that, and all this evidence was coming in to make the case. And they may have him tied up, hog-tied, where he moves, he's going to kill himself. So, because that's what hog tie is, they tie you around the throat and hands and everywhere. And I think they've got him where he needs to be, but he's going to pull something out of his sleeve on that.
They wouldn't have went all the way to Pennsylvania. They would not have tracked somebody out of Pennsylvania if they thought that they didn't have him.
No. And I think it was the county sheriff that stopped him the first time and probably radioed and said, this might be the guy, even though they hadn't put it out on the TV or anything. This is the guy we're looking for. But it may have been in the law enforcement clique. We're looking for this guy with these Washington plates. So could the, sheriff have radioed and said, hey, I think this is the guy. We need to do a second stop for confirmation.
I wonder if, that was on the 15th,
Right. And they didn't arrest him till the Friday after Christmas.
Exactly.
So
the first Friday.
Well, they may have, I think they had him under surveillance all the way there just to see if he threw the knife out or whatever.
I wonder where the knife. I wonder if he's going to use the knife as a pawn in his trial to try to.
I think so.
To try to get life in prison. It's just a taken, and I wonder
think
if
so.
he's going to.
I think you're right. I think. Well, I called last week, I think, and I said, somebody touched that knife and got their fingerprints on it, and he wore gloves. And he's going to try to use that to say, hey, I know where the knife is. It wasn't me. And whoever he got, like, say, told him to, hey, look at this new knife I got or something.
Right. Well, I appreciate
and try to pin it on somebody else.
I appreciate you calling in. It's been 5. I'm going to try to, I just want to get a lot of people in because a lot of people haven't been able to get in. So before I have to get off and do the News Nation interview tonight, I want to make sure.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Thank you so much,
and
Vicky.
You have a great evening.
Thank you, Vicky. God bless you. Shout out to Vicky. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. She is very nice. Vicky's a sweet soul. She's been here a long time.
This is Lolly.
Lolly, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I enjoy your program. You've become my favorite. Just with your character and, dealing with it straight, being honest and open-minded about it all.
Yes, ma'am.
But I also have opinions. I know there's some speculation that he was there that night. The young girl, Kaylee, on the guy FU. I think this was something that he's been planning it out. I believe he more than likely went and ate at that restaurant. That's why he had a problem with them. And I figured that from the insider, or what was on Reddit, his comments, I felt like he gave it all away, don't you?
Almost definitely.
Saying that it was Kaylee and Zena were the target.
Now you're talking about from inside looking?
Yeah, inside looking.
Yep.
I mean, what's inside looking out? I mean, what kind of name is that? He already, that's so Don't you think that gives it away?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different. I don't know. It was like that account was correcting people, but I know nothing about that account in general. But I did think it was him on that account. But am I positive it was? No, I'm not positive. I'm just speculating. But I mean, I seen some people saying it was debunked. I don't know. Some people in chat, actually a decent amount of people in chat were saying that was debunked. That's not him.
Well, it could be, but that would be really stupid if it was.
Right.
It'd be very stupid if it was. But then again, I think he's narcissistic.
Right.
I think he's like everybody else. I also heard on the lawyer, he had got stopped at a toll bridge and he didn't have enough change on him. So he walked to the car behind him and got I think it was $1.25. It was an FBI agent that was following him that gave him the $1.25 to put in the toll booth. I know nobody else has brought that up. I thought that was kind of funny.
Really?
They were following him. Yes.
Where'd you hear that at? I didn't hear that.
On the lawyer,
Okay. So the FBI agent was following him and gave him
he
$1?
was behind him. Because he didn't have the cash to pay the toll booth. So he went to the car behind him, and it was the FBI. Because this guy was saying that sounds like something you'd see on a movie,
Now, somebody is saying that it was debunked. A Reddit mod came out and said that it's not him, the inside looking account.
Oh, they did say that wasn't him. All right. Well, how did he have all that information?
Now, this is just, I don't know. Like, that's the first person I've seen say that exact right there, that exact comment that they made. So I'm not 100% sure. But I mean, I would like to say that they're not lying to me. I wouldn't say they're liars. I believe that.
Right.
I believe that's what they heard.
Right. Well, I believe the credibility that it was a FBI agent that gave him the money to cross the toll. I think there was blood at the scene, and
a lot of people said that's not true. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't seen that.
I know. I don't know. Well, nobody has seen that.
Right.
But
yeah,
I
haven't seen that.
Followed him all the way to Pennsylvania. Then, what day did he leave? Wasn't it like 5 days after the murder? Or?
It had to be December, but like December 11th, maybe because it takes 4 days from Washington to Pennsylvania. So you would think if it was the 15th and he was in Indiana, I mean, you're damn near 8 to 12 hours out from Pennsylvania. And I know that for a fact because I got family in Pennsylvania that I visit. So,
right. Well, if they were following him at that point, then they already knew. They already knew.
Lawyer was given an example. People are saying in the chat.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Lawyer, was given an example. They said.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was an
like
example.
It was something that he had said. Okay. Well, then I misunderstood him.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It happens. I mean, it's not a big deal. It happens. Misunderstandings happen all the time, and I'm glad you called in so we could clear up that misunderstanding and it doesn't leak out information.
Yeah, well, that would have been cool.
Well, at least we got people in here that are look. I haven't seen that video. I was busy all night talking to different producers.
For sure, you got your own stuff going on too, and congratulations on that. I'll be looking for it tonight to watch.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And God bless you, ma'am. And I appreciate you calling in and being a voice in the community, in the true crime community, and true crime family, should we call it? Because that's what it is. We're all a family. We're out here trying to get justice for people that were, their lives were taken in horrific manner, and that's what we're here for. And I appreciate you so much, man, for calling in and using your voice to speak instead of being in the comments all the time. Even though we love our commenters, but I love when people call and they give their opinions and thoughts on a case and discuss it. So thank you for being here, and look forward to the new cases I'll be covering. I appreciate it.
Thank you, babe. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, thank you, chat, for correcting her on that so we don't have misinformation flowing out here. Thank you, chat. The Dance Factory.
Call from
The Dance Factory.
The Dance Factory. Are you dancing right now?
Hi, I'm Melody.
How you doing, Melody? How's it going? You got 5 minutes. I'm started. The floor is yours. What do you want to? What's on your mind about BK, or what are your thoughts?
In my opinion, he definitely, being a criminologist, I believe that this is his thesis. Like it's a social experiment that he had to know what it was like to actually commit the crime, possibly to try to get away with it based on evidence showing already the people that entered the home, the EMTs that entered the home right when the crime happened. They contaminated the scene. This is all what he wanted to happen. You know, he's an honor student. He made Dean's List. He's not very intelligent. Let me correct that. He thinks he's really intelligent. He is actually just a studious person. You could tell that he's a very smart guy. And most people, when they go to college, obviously they're smart. But there's a difference between smart and genius. You know, there's a difference between actually being able to figure things out like Einstein, you know, the top tier genius of the world. And then there's people who are smart who think they can outsmart people. And I think that's who he is. He panicked in that first scene. I have been kind of open-minded about what happened. I had my theories back when, you know, my husband and I sit here every evening and watch your show. But I feel that first stop that he had in Indiana, he had this reaction and started panicking in his words. He started stumbling over his words, talking about things that didn't even make any sense. Talking about, I'm from Washington State. I actually live about 100 miles from Pullman. And so, you know, just know that something can happen at Pullman, like that shooting or whatever. Maybe he was panicky about that because he had just gotten an alert on his phone. But I honestly believe when he got pulled over, he was caught. And even his dad was stumbling over his words. You know, they couldn't get, you could tell there was a nervousness about them. And I hadn't felt that before, you know, when looking at the evidence. I haven't seen all the evidence. None of us have. Also, back going to the crime scene's original photos, our videos that were put out, not him, but there were videos of like the rooms that showed, because you had said that, that you hadn't seen a lot of blood or know that there was a lot of blood, but they were blurred. The windows were blurred like if there was something on the wall. My theory is that maybe he's trying to copycat different serial killers or mass murderers of all time and take a little bit of peace, because obviously his mind has, you know, demented thoughts, and he had created this monster in his head of what it would be like to unalive, to torment, to hurt, to harm, to commit femicide. Like he needed to know all these things, and nobody in those surveys was giving him what he wanted. Nobody.
Right.
And he didn't get that emotion from just the surveys. Obviously, he's a premeditated killer. He has a killer instinct inside of him, and that's why he had to commit this crime, because he had to know the outcome of that feeling of, you know, like when you have a feeling of going on a roller coaster and you're preparing yourself for that drop. Like this was his drop. He needed that adrenaline to feel what it was like to get him through. And that's why when witnesses say his personality changed or whatever, he was on a high. He was craving that high. He's an addict. And as you know, I grew up in an addict home, and they crave, it doesn't have to be just drugs. It could be anything, you know, right, from coffee to shopping to eating or whatever. He is an addict and he craved something. So he went into working out. He went into schooling and focused just everything on schooling. He became an addict on whatever he did. And this was the one thing he could not suppress, that he had to find out the outcome, in my opinion. Sorry, I've been talking a lot, but
no, you're fine.
I just got to get it all out.
30 seconds. You got 30 seconds.
Okay. Oh yeah. So anyway, so that's my theory. I originally had thought that it was cartel related just because of the family's connection with the drug trafficking, but I think that he is definitely on the hook for this, and I think he's going to try to get away with it and make a spectacle. He wants to be infamous. He wants to be notorious and get all the attention that he's getting. He is craving it right now. Sorry. My dog is.
Well, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it. God bless you, ma'am. And I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. What was your theory the whole time? Were you wrong? Were you wrong on your theory about who you may have thought, or did you nail it on the head? And what are your thoughts on BK? I mean, he's already on his way to Idaho, and the process is going to get started. Folks, if you think if there's going to be a resolution within 2 months, again, add years to that.
Call from
Steve.
Steve, what's going on? Steve, my man, you were on the line. You got 5 minutes. The floor is yours. What was your theory, and what do you think about BK, and where are you sitting at with this right now?
All right, man. I'm from that Philadelphia area, Bucks County. That's
Yes,
like an hour away from where he's from. So I was involved with a U-Turn for Christ. So I helped out a lot of like junkies and stuff.
Yes, sir.
And I was in it myself.
God bless you for doing what you do out there and helping people that are in need, because there's a lot of people that struggle from addiction.
No doubt, man. Well, I've been listening to your show and stuff, and people call in and they're like, no, he wouldn't have never done this, like with the heroin stuff. But I have a little small story I want to show. Kensington is a mecca for the East Coast. We have it in Philadelphia. Like, people come from all over, like many states. Some people don't even leave for years,
Yes, sir.
I took a dude up in there and parked up on the block one time, and he went up and cut the whole hole up and come back on, run up into my car, and was covered from head to toe with blood, and he stole the whole package. He's like, go, go, go. And so I know when you get ill and stuff, like, you do crazy things. You go into psychosis and stuff. Like, their brain just don't work right. Now, I know he was just, studying to be a lawyer and all, lawyer and all that. But my little theory is I agree with Detective John, because I was watching your show, and that woman come in there, called in and said, there's a body on the floor. Right. And I believe that was Ethan's body, is who I believe that is.
Okay. What
if he was let in the door? Now, I don't want to tarnish these beautiful young children's image or anything, but they're college kids, they party, maybe they had a little hustle or something, but maybe he was let in the door and he says, give me your shit. And then he goes upstairs and robs Kaylee and Madison. But I could be wrong, but I mean, that's how it works in the street, so maybe it isn't a serial killer shit. It could be, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe he called up and says, give me 100. Goes in there, don't have no money, but because I believe he's on heroin. I look at his eyes. I've been saying this the whole time. This dude's on drugs, man. He's on drugs. And being around these people, they are strong, man. And when they don't have their fix, they do some crazy shit. I mean, what do you think?
I've seen it, brother. I've seen it. Do I think that is the case on this case? Absolutely not. I respectfully disagree. But you know what? You have the right to your theory and your thoughts and what you think. I mean, who am I to say, man, you fucking crazy for thinking that? You know what I mean? Because I've thought things myself that I was super wrong on. So in general, who am I to tell you what you can think and what you cannot think? And that's what this platform is for people like you to come up here and speak what you feel. And that's why I give it.
He said, but I do go back to with the with the information that we do have, like with the Madison and Xana, maybe he got on the radar with like that. And that's how he might be an incel. He might be that. But what Detective Dave was saying about, there was a brawl or something that might have happened. I can agree with that. I agree with that 100%. Something happened up in there. Why would they throw on that felony burglary? You know what I mean? Think about that, too. And I know that's just a blanket charge, just in case it tries to pull some slick stuff. But why would they give him that felony burglary just to go in the house? I think about that. I mean, I don't know. It's just a theory, But that woman that picked up that technician that you're running it right now on your show. They're going over a body. You know what I mean? That is exactly what they're doing. She stepped over that body. I know that for sure. I mean, that's what I believe. You know what I mean? Because originally when I first called you back a few weeks back, it was like, I thought the rumor was going around that they were killed in the bedroom and that Xena was like at the door in the bedroom.
Yeah, Xana.
Yeah,
Yes,
Xana. And now I think that what happened was that they went upstairs and saw Ethan lay, and they ran out and called his brother, and that's why his brother was there that morning. If you remember, and you said, yeah, that does happen sometimes. Like a brother would get into a fight and kill or something. You know, this was many weeks back before we had this kind of information. But you know, that's all. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying from like what happens in the street, like it could be something as simple as that. Like they might have let him in there. Hey man, I'm in bed, but man, I need it. Come on. All right, come on. And then, you know, and then that's not taking away from these children that they're bad people or anything. Cause I look at them too. I don't think that these young four,
yeah.
I don't think that, cause they're too beautiful looking and they got beautiful teeth. Their eyes ain't all strung out and stuff. And, you know, I don't want to put that out there like that's what that is, but
yeah, most definitely
people do hustle and do their little thing for money. So
absolutely, brother, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and thank you for coming on and having the audacity to call up and share your opinion, brother. It's much appreciated in the community, and hopefully I hear from you again. And God bless you, man. I hope you stay safe out there and keep helping.
You too.
Keep giving back to the world.
on your opportunities to go mainstream.
Yeah, we're independent over here, so this is where I'll be. This is my main platform, and this is where I stand at, and I stand with my whole entire Rev Gang family community out there, and that'll never change. So
now you're making a difference, though. If you're getting calls from the big people,
yeah,
I mean, congratulations.
It's time to yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's time to clear up misinformation. God bless you, my man.
Absolutely.
Keep helping the world.
Absolutely.
Keep shining light on the world, brother, and keep putting good in the world, and you will get good back. God bless you.
You know it. Thank you.
Shout out to him. And if you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in.
Call from
Ray.
Ray, what's going on, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Not a lot's going on, but I noticed a couple new things. I haven't called in a while. I like your message when you got it off. It's actually your voice instead of the lady before. And I've been said my name before and been kicked before. And then what else was new? Something else was new. Oh, I got a busy signal. I never got a busy signal before.
Oh, wow.
A couple new things, all new things. But yeah, I think about how he could have a good defense unless they have blood evidence. If it's a hair evidence and he drove somebody called him, pick him up, and that's why they had that white vehicle, because they were asking for any type of information from that person. But I think maybe he is guilty because he never came forward that we know of. He may have came forward and said, hey, I got a 2015. And they're like, well, we're not looking for that. We're looking 11 through 13. I mean, if we add all the way up to 15, we're looking for 50,000 vehicles instead of 22.
Yeah, that's wild, man. It's wild. There's a lot of vehicles for sure that they had. When they mentioned that, I was like, good grief. That's a lot of vehicles to go through.
And then a lot of people are saying about that they've been following them since whenever, when LE's put out that they started following them like 4 or 5 days before.
Mm-hmm.
And they were probably as when that one clip you played that was about, I had the same idea a long time ago that they followed them to grab some DNA evidence to test against what they already had.
Right. Yeah. They were. I think that there was blood on the scene, in my opinion, but I could be absolutely wrong, and it's just me speculating. It's my opinion, but I think when you do that to 4 people and with a knife, etc. I mean, your chances of cutting yourself are very high. And I don't care what knife you're using, because you're using a lot of force, and people, when they start grabbing at you and stuff like that, there's no telling what you're gonna do to yourself.
Exactly. No, if it's skin or blood, it's him. If it's hair, I can fight hair, and I'm not even an attorney. You know, I drove my friend, and it got transferred, or I partied there, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it seems like they partied all the time. You watch the memorial pictures, and it seems like the girls are always doing like beer bongs and stuff like that. So, I mean, you could put out a probable, you know, a defense where, you know, that there's, you know, some sort of something that says that you can't say for sure he did it.
Right. When's the last time you called in? When did I talk to you?
It's been a while because it's so hard to call in. I decide, hey, I'd rather just listen to somebody else yammer on than myself. Well, I don't hear myself because I always just watch you on the phone. And when you call, it turns you off instead. And then I like that you're getting more popular though. When I first called in, you had less than 1,000 people. Oh, now I go every stream I go on, it's 3,000.
Right.
So it's a little harder to get in. So I just don't call that often. I just sit and listen. I hate typing, so I'd rather call or be on a panel myself. I like talking it out with somebody else, bounce ideas off them.
Yeah,
but I think he's involved at minimum.
You think he's involved?
At minimum.
Oh, at minimum. So you absolutely think he's involved at minimum. He didn't commit this.
If there was I'm not saying he didn't commit it. I'm just saying at minimum he's involved. Either he picked up whoever, dropped off, picked up whoever did it, or because they showed him coming one way. If that picture is him from the mobile, if that is him, and then they never showed him going back. Because, and then another thing people say, another speculation is that his phone pinged around them, so he was stalking them everywhere. That place is only 9 miles away. Where's the tower at?
Right.
The only way if he stalked them in that way is through triangulation, and I don't think the towers are that close in that type of rural area.
Right, man. I appreciate you calling in, man, and having a voice and rocking it. You said you haven't been able to get in, man. The phones are ringing like crazy. I'm telling you that much right now. There's a lot of phone calls, and I enjoyed you guys calling in, and I appreciate you having a voice in the community, brother. And I can't wait. We'll find out if that's true. I'm gonna think of this phone call. I'm gonna think of this phone call. God bless you, brother, and thank you, man.
Talk to you later.
And stay safe, my brother.
For sure.
Shout out to him, man. God bless him. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? What do you feel like? Said he is very nervous. Yeah, man. Come on, get that. Shout out to that man.
Call from Kathy.
Kathy, what's going on? You're live.
Oh, T-REV. You know
yes,
what?
ma'am.
My daughter got me addicted to your show. I really like your platform. I think you. Okay. I think he did it. I go up to Spokane all the time, and my brother-in-law lives in Idaho, so the people are kind of different up there. But I think he's going to try to use one of those OJs, you know, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. Try to debunk all of the evidence that they have. And yeah, in my opinion, I think he did it. It's a sad situation, but there was a psychic who said he ate an apple after he did it. So there should be an apple or something, and that he buried the knife by one of those hunting, either an old abandoned cabin or one of those things they sit in when they hunt. And that's where he left it for his trophy.
That'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah, so if they kind of follow his like hunting pattern, I think they would be able to find it. And she made sense. I don't usually listen to psychics, but she made sense. And she said that he stated he hates these little bitches running around like that. So he didn't like the young kids being able to do all that, and he didn't get none. And that Yeah, he likes blood all over him, and that he buried that weapon, and on his way out, he ate an apple.
That's good. So on his way out, he ate it. And this is coming from who?
This psychic lady. I forget who she is, but I just happened because I'm new to this. So I was looking at different people.
Tree stand. This guy ain't even a hunter.
Never hunts?
Nope. From what I've heard, from what I was able to look up and read on him, like dude is a criminology and psychology nerd. From everything that I've looked up on him, I've never seen anything come up about hunting, and I see a lot of people asking those questions. When I talked to one of his, somebody who went to school with him, I mean,
right?
I've never heard anybody.
Maybe on his runs. Maybe on his runs he comes through. He found a place like that on his runs.
Hey, do I know if he ever hunted? Honestly, no, I don't know that. I don't. Yeah. He could he have hunted? Absolutely, I have zero idea. But from what I was able to look up on him and find on him from my researches, I found nothing about hunting with him at all.
Well, maybe he knew how to use a knife. That isn't a trick,
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. They'll come out during the trial.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested to see, but I can't believe I'm talking to you, and you've got my full attention. Sometimes I have hashtags still in my pajamas and not getting out of them because I'm watching T-REV.
Well, I appreciate you. So I appreciate you tuning in, and actually I appreciate you calling up and having an opinion and sharing your theory and thoughts and what you think. So what you thought from what you gathered and what your theory was, were you right or were you way off?
No, I was way off. But once they got him, I pretty much thought it was him, and that they do have evidence, but he's going to try to debunk all of it like OJ did. Like he could have gotten a fight in that house, and that could explain blood.
Absolutely. I mean, that Ethan could have punched him in his face. Yeah. Anybody could have scratched him. I mean, I've seen pictures with scars that he has on his neck that look like scratches, kind of, but they look like they're healed scratches or healed something. You definitely got scratched or something. I mean, I got scratches on my arm that are healed, and they look just like that. So
yeah. Well, he doesn't get them fixed because his nose never got fixed. But I just wanted to say that, and that psychic saying he, if he's a vegetarian, he would have loved an apple after all that. I don't know if they had any, but interesting. But I will stay with this until it plays out to the end, and I will watch you. I get all my chores done. I gotta go. Even my swim class, I gotta leave. I gotta go watch T-REV.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate you calling in.
All right. Well, keep up the good work, guy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I appreciate you.
You too, Rev.
Be safe and lock your doors, please.
Oh, I'm safe. Yeah. My mind even gets a little weirded out, so I'm safer than safe.
Well, God bless you, man. And then thank you for calling in. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Voice your opinion. Voice your thoughts. T-Ranch, stop hating. That even sounds like a troll name, to be honest. T-Branch. Somebody check the date on that one.
Call from
John, what's going on, my brother? You were live. What you from Ireland?
Oh, yeah.
That's my buddy from Ireland, John. Nice to hear from you, brother. It's good to have you on. 5 minutes, man. The floor is yours, brother. How you doing? How you been?
Good man. Fair bet you. Yeah, sure. I was talking to you a couple of weeks ago. It's great to have the fucker. You know what I mean? In chains there and see him walking there, fucking centimeter to centimeter. But I think as smart as he is in his head or on a book and all that crap, he's a complete fool when it comes to the streets or common sense he's going to be a criminal, but he's no idea like the car and driving it home and completely mental. Like But he's obviously not right in the head, obviously, and to sick what he's done and pray for the families and everything. It's fucking, but it's great to actually get him. So, and like, because I remember watching the Brian Laundrie thing there, and the poor old one of the, it was terrible, the blondie haired girl, fuck, can't think of her name there now. But like, to actually get him properly, I think the FBI must have been onto them quick enough and been like, right, okay, come on now. Or, well, Moscow must have given it over to him and be like, right, come on now, let's fucking get this thing fucking right. But he hasn't a fucking chance, this fella.
Yeah, this dude's I don't know. This guy right here, I mean, they definitely have a substantial amount of evidence to be able to go all the way to Pennsylvania and track this guy down.
Yeah, and Detective John, I was watching it last night and early, or the other day as well. This morning I woke up and he's bang on there. Like, they were just stopping him just to be like, oh, how's it going? Yeah, like the first stop was just okay, how are you? And the second one then was just no citation. The second one, you know, it's just a pure, just checking up and seeing kind of what's going on. But very good, yeah. Yeah, he's a pure psycho. Like, you can just see in the head and even the walk of the fucker. He's
right.
a narcissist.
The eyes,
yeah.
like you said, man. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of fuckers in my life now as well, like all sorts of shit between fighting and everything. You know what I mean? But his walk and his eyes, he's super confident. Like, he's never wrong. He's one of them fuckers, never wrong, even though he's fucked. You know that kind of way?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And do you see those eyes, man? It's like, woo, what are you? You can see the back of his brain.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. 100%, yeah. But yeah, thankfully enough anyway, he's fucking, and hopefully it's definitely blood. They have him on blood and loads of other stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, this guy, man, I just don't understand the mindset of how you could set up and plan something in your mind to go kill 4 innocent people, let alone kill it all.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand it, man. That's why I've always been fascinated with true crime, because I want to understand why people make these friggin' plans to kill people. I want to understand that.
Yeah, mental. But for me, as Detective John was saying there the other day, he must have been just, I don't know, jonesing or something, or flying around obviously he was watching him, but going around the place, and he just panicked and was like, right, tonight, there's not the party on or something, and he just, like, switch flicked to him, and he was like, right, I'll go. Like, but, I mean, in fairness, where's he going with the car if he's going to fucking commit a crime? Do you mind robbing the house? The fucking car's out the back. You can't do that. Sorry about the swearing as well.
Nah, you're fine, man.
Yeah.
All things allowed on my channel.
Cool. But it's like, so that's completely off the wall. Like, you can't just, okay, hold on. If you're thinking of robbing something, your car is down there. No. You know? But,
you can't. And my thing, I always go with this: like, you're never gonna be able to I don't care how many books you read, how many classes you take. Yeah. You could never outsmart science. Never. Good luck.
No. Yeah, exactly. You can read the book as much as you want. If you've not been on the street, you haven't seen fuckers coming up to guys or seen lads. Oh, this guy done this, or that thing done. This guy done that. No, you have no idea. You can read the book from the. You can even read the fucking encyclopedia, and it doesn't fucking judge it. Get out there and see, and you know what I mean. He hasn't a clue that. He might have a clue academically, but really, he hasn't a clue, and only good from, and hopefully he'll get fucking the death penalty, and only right. Scumbag.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in from Ireland. What time is it in Ireland right now?
She 11:15.
My fiance wants to move to Ireland, and she's trying to convince me let's move to Ireland. She wants me to because it's her nationality. You know, that's what she is. She's Irish, and she's like, let's move to Ireland. She did last night. I promise you, I'm in the room hanging out with my fiance last night, and she's like, well, let's move to Ireland. Come on, baby, let's move to Ireland. And I'm like, man, what is it like in Ireland?
Oh, it's good, yeah. No, it's a good country, yeah. Yeah, no, pretty good.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna check it out. I may have to take her up on it.
Like, go for a pint anyway if you come over.
Yeah, I may have to take her up on it, man. You don't have to go check it out.
T-REV, fair play to you. Your channel is very good, man. Love it.
God bless you, John. I didn't mean to cut you off. God bless you, John, and I appreciate hearing from you. Good.
Yeah.
I really do, man. I appreciate hearing from you, brother, and I hope that all is well over there with you, and my prayers are with you. And I hope you stay tuned into the show, and it's good to hear from the family members from out the country, man, because I appreciate all of you guys.
Yeah, sound out. Be good.
God bless you, brother.
Yeah, God bless.
Later. Shout out to John, man. Shout out to John. Hold up 1 second. Let me go to here. What was I just at? I'm about to do a callback right now. Let's see. I just had it right here, but now it's disappeared. Why the hell did it disappear on me? Is that many emails coming through that it just disappeared on me? Wow. That is so rude. Yeah, T-Ranch. I was kidding with you. I've been seeing T-Ranch in here for the last 3 weeks or longer, maybe. Let's see. I was about to do a callback, but now it disappeared on me, so now I can't even find it. All right. So email me your number. I'm doing callbacks now. I'm gonna do a couple callbacks for people who can't get through. Here's one. Matter of fact, I got it right here. Let's call back who we were just talking about, huh? Got it right here. Boom. T-Ranch, what's going on, man?
Hey, hang on just a second.
All right. Go ahead. You good?
Go ahead, T-REV.
What's up, my brother? How you doing, T-Ranch? Can I get some ranch, man?
Can you get what?
I'm just kidding. I said, can I get some ranch? But man, how you doing, brother? I've been seeing you for the last damn near month.
Oh yeah, I found you when this all started, and been listening to you every day for hours on hours on hours. But yeah.
How you doing, Greg, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's what's up, man. So what's your thoughts on the case? I know you've been following it for a while, and like I'm wondering where you're at with it now, man.
I think that we've been speculating for 4 weeks, and I've heard all kinds of theories, and I'm sure you've heard more than me, but it's all going to come out here in due time, and I think they got their guy. Idaho police around here, they're pretty thorough. They're not going to screw this up. And they waited. I think they waited a week to make the arrest. They were following him. They watched his every. I mean, think about it. If you know who the guy is, you're looking for a murder weapon. You're looking for evidence. You're going to sit on him. It's just like I'm a hunter. You go out in the woods and you sit there and you wait. You watch, and you pick out. You just wait until you got what you need, and then you make the kill, and that's what the police did.
So what do you like? Where you are you close to Moscow?
I am. I'm probably about I think it's 50, 60 miles. I'm in a little town. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. Actually, it's very rural. We're adjacent to Lake Coeur d'Alene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's That's crazy that you live out there. I mean, not crazy that you live out there, because I mean, I heard Moscow was like one or the two best school districts in Idaho.
You know, I've actually never been there. It's southwest of me, and most of my travels are up toward Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls, Spokane. You know, that's where we go. St. Mary's isn't far away.
So you would say you live like in a very rural area, all woods.
Yeah, very, very. I'm surrounded by Hayburn State Park. It's 860,000 acres or so. It's pretty big.
Damn, that's huge.
Yeah,
that's huge, man.
Yeah, I look out my window and I got deer, elk. We've seen moose. We got bears, cougars. We got all kinds of stuff out here.
Somebody said, "Go to the crime scene, dude."
I don't need to do that. See it all on your channel.
Exactly. I mean, if you're looking at it right here, this is the closest you're going to get to the crime scene, which I'm actually amazed that somebody was able to get so close to the crime scene on November 17th at night and be able to put video on it like this.
Yeah, I hear you.
That blows my mind.
I know it. It's, well, you know, they have the crime scene taped off and anybody can go wherever they want. Free country.
I'm surprised the police around that scene didn't tell them to back up a little bit more, because usually they wouldn't let somebody, you know, the windows are wide open. They should have covered them up or something.
Oh yeah, Detective John was saying that a long time ago. Is they should have. I think they should have done a better job of that. But I've also heard somebody on here come on and say that that's not part of their protocol anymore. And I'm certain if there's any cross contamination, they can take these people's DNA and separate that from whatever they got. I don't know what they can do nowadays, but I'm sure it's a lot more than what we know. You're not gonna fool the FBI, the state police, and they got their guy, and they've got the evidence they need to make a case. So
yeah, they wouldn't have went to Pennsylvania to get his ass if they didn't. I'll tell you that much.
No, I think they followed him from Pullman all the way to wherever, Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. They followed him the whole way.
They were on his.
They were waiting for DNA to come back, or they were waiting for him to make the mistake of dropping that murder weapon somewhere. Who knows what they were waiting for, but they knew who he was, where he was going, and they were tracking him the whole way. My opinion. Allegedly.
I think so too. I think they were on his ass. I mean, they pulled him over twice. Maybe they started to get tipped off, and maybe that's why he rushed out of state. And I have no idea, but we'll see.
I think that could be real close to what happened. Is the switching of the license plates. He probably had that car hidden somewhere, maybe. Who knows? But I think Jack S. was at that bar. I think he heard and saw things that happened. I think they have video from that bar. I think that he was at the food truck. He heard things. And I think the next day when he heard what happened, he went straight to the police. I think they tucked him away somewhere because Kohberger was still on the loose, and they didn't want him talking to anybody. And I'm thinking, I know, he probably did it voluntarily just to, get off the scene. And I think you're going to find that he's going to be a key witness in all this. As well as some other people from that bar. I think, like Detective John was saying, that this wasn't a planned thing, that he had fantasized about doing this, but this happened on the spur of the moment that night. We've heard things from PA where after a couple of drinks, the guy got got too comfortable. He got abusive towards some of the women type thing. And I think that might have happened that night, and that triggered him to go do what he thought he can get away with. And he, you know, you look at those questionnaires that he put out, you know, how did you feel? What led you up? You know, what were your feelings that led up to it? What was it during? What was it after? Now, the caller you just had a little while ago, you know, she pretty much hit it right on the head there, nail on the head. She was saying that he wanted to live that. He wanted to feel that. He needed that to complete his thesis or whatever you want to call it. You know, he needed to have that, and he got it that night.
He sure did, dude. He did.
And then he's gonna get what's got coming to him.
Ain't no doubt about that, bro. Ain't no doubt. Well, I appreciate you picking up the call, brother, and I appreciate you sending me the number to call you.
Yeah, I'm surprised you called.
Yeah, no, I seen it. It was I had your email open, so I was just waiting, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was sitting. I was waiting.
Somebody on there called me a troll. I don't even know what a troll is, to be honest with you.
I pulled up your name on the thing, and I was like, man, somebody needs to check T-Ranch. I was just talking shit, just playing around.
Oh, okay.
No, I've seen you in chat. I've seen you in chat since friggin' damn near day one. I've been on this case, so I mean, I already know.
All right, bro. Hey, take care. Keep up the good work.
God bless you, brother.
You know, your platform keeps people, you know, awake to what's going on, and you know, hopefully, I still think there's more to be found, more to be learned. People need to if they're listening out there, they need to, if they've had contact with this guy, if they know anything about this guy, they need to step up. This ain't over.
God bless you, brother. I appreciate you calling in, or me calling you back, but I appreciate you sending me your number to call you so you could talk, man. Thank you. God bless you. And hopefully I'll hear from you again, man.
All right, brother.
God bless you. Shout out to him, man. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's see. What time is it now? 4:56. I do got to get off in a little bit because I will be on News Nation. So I have to get off and get set for everything. I don't know why. StreamYard is acting up on chats right now for some reason. I have no idea why, but it won't let me. It just keeps scrolling all the way back up to the top, which is weird. Somebody needs to hashtag StreamYard and tell them to fix their shit. It's pissing me off. It's actually making me mad. All right, 219-885-9693. StreamYard is broken. I got to literally do this again. Chat people in the chat saying body cam footage out. The first pullover. I bet at Cali, I uploaded that to my channel. It's on my channel right now. That is on my channel right now. The first body cam footage is on my channel right now. Lisa, what's going on? You're live.
How are you, T-REV?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm calling. I've called you before. I just want to say a few things. First off, my dad was a state trooper, and he had a partner, and they were a great team. And my dad's partner got into narcotics. He went into, motorcycle gang. And so they put him in there in narcotics, and he went too far in. They couldn't bring him out. Saying all that to say this is that, yes, I believe that he's gone, into this, the serial killers and forensics, and he has his degrees. The thing that really I feel is, number one, I think the childhood bullying, because I was too, because my dad was a trooper, but I had parental support and I had friend support and all that stuff. I was a cheerleader involved in, sports and stuff. We don't know whether now a schizoid personality has to do with genetic and environmental. So if there's a propensity for someone to have that in their genealogy, that could be part of it. Second thing is that him being heavier when he was little, being, bullied, we don't know how much. And then go into high school and then finally saying, you know what, I'm going to make myself clean. I'm going to eat healthy, or, whenever he started being a vegan, but, straightened out his life and all that. I'm wondering if there was a trigger of some sort in his classes. And I'm thinking, environmentally, growing up so young and getting bullied because he was heavy. I was bullied too. Now the difference is that I had, that parental support, support and friends. But maybe he didn't. I think there's, I could have taken my bullying and not used it, so to speak. I could have not been a strong person enough to actually endure it, but maybe he wasn't. Maybe he didn't have the friend support. Maybe he didn't have the parental support. And them unknowingly thinking, it's just bullying, no big deal. I have a friend that I went to elementary school with, and I met up and talked to. I'm going to be 56. So when we started talking, we're the same age, and he is still wanting to go after people, a teacher and kids, when we were younger. Now we're 50. He just turned 55. I'm going to be 56. He still remembers a teacher who was rude to him and disrespectful, and other kids who were. He was diagnosed with homicidal ideation, which in turn, he has those homicidal tendencies. So, it's kind of like, part of the schooling, and he's got all these degrees and stuff. I mean, could he have snapped and just said, maybe something touched on something, and then he just went, psychotic? What do you think? Do you think that's possible?
Anything's possible. There's some stuff that's impossible, but I mean, there's a lot of different things that are possible in this case. I'm waiting for the facts to come out so I can see what the facts are and what they actually do have against them. Now they're saying that DNA tied him back to the scene in general. So I want to see what they talk about or what evidence they have after that fact, because they got something. They got something. They got enough DNA to get this guy. If you watch the presser, they literally had 3 warrants and they were able to get his DNA. They mentioned one was for DNA. They were able to get that DNA and match it back to a hit at the scene. So, that right there just shows me they have something.
Real quick, I know I'm out of time. How do you think that we can't say about him, but being exonerated, he's not right in the head right now, but what would you think? What do you think the defense is actually going to use as far as, let's say we know things, and the public defender?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I have no idea what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to use that footage that I was just playing before of how they went into the scene, the investigators. I do think they'll use that, but other than that, I really don't know, because they can't use insanity. So
I know, and I was thinking to myself, if you're not going to use insanity, and he is, what happened? That's my question. So, but no, I just wanted to call in and just say that, because I'm thinking they have a whole mess load of things that they can actually prosecute him on. But I hope he doesn't get off and try to, you know what I mean? Because he can't be retried.
Right, exactly. Well, I appreciate you calling in, and I'm gonna get to a couple more callers before I get off here with the interview tonight with News Nation. So I want to take as many as I can. God bless you, man, and keep your doors locked. Shout out to her. Hold up, I see a bunch of people spamming. Call back for what? What's up? Who called back? Who? I don't see nobody's number in here. The only person's number I see at the top of my thing is Jason's number. Jason actually is up here right now. Jason's got his number right here. I see Jason's number. I'm not going to say his last name, obviously, but I have a couple interesting theories. Also, an FB friend contact of mine had BK and his dad in their hotel on December 13th and 14th. Feds dropped in right after they checked out. Hope you call me. So this is an email that I just got coming in here. Thank you, Rebecca. I see. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, 9 p.m. Central so far right now. I mean, I have hold up. Okay. I had to read something that I just got in. Let me see. All right. So we got more time to take in, or we got more time to take in. Let me see. Let's see. Due to breaking news tonight. Segment. Sorry. Hold up. We think. Let me see. All right. I'm waiting for a response on that. Rebecca, you are a news reporter? So Rebecca, you are a news reporter. All right. So I'll have time to call. I'm calling back now. Let's go ahead and start on this one. Danny, I'll call you. Mike, I'll call you. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Like, made my night. I've been trying to get a hold of you. I apologize if I'm being an annoying pest. I love you, brother. Thanks for calling. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Cool. So, dude, I mean, I don't know. I'm like a lot of us. I'm obsessed with this shit. I've been obsessed with true crime for like decades, and my brain's just going off. And so I got a couple things. And here's the first thing I'm just going to shoot at you. I emailed you too. But I was watching on the Law and Crime Network, one of their channels, I was watching an interview with Catherine Ramsland, the professor from DeSales University that taught BK. And she, of course, as a lot of people know, interviewed over a 5-year period BTK, otherwise known as Dennis Rader, the serial killer out of Wichita, Kansas. And this was just 8 months ago. And there's a moment in the interview where they talk about how, quote unquote, nobody really talks about serial killers. I shouldn't say quote unquote, but it's something to the effect of, we don't talk about serial killers nearly as much as we used to, like in the 70s and the 80s. And, you know, we don't hear about serial killers. It's not really that interesting to people anymore, et cetera, so on and so forth. And I'm listening to this and I'm going, here we are 8 months later, and one of her students is the prime suspect in one of the most horrific murders in a very long time. And all of a sudden it kind of dawned on me, because I saw another interview with Dennis Rader's daughter. She thinks it's possible, if not, it could even be likely, that somewhere along the line there's been communication between Bryan Kohberger and Dennis Rader. And if in fact there was, I know it sounds crazy, but crazier things have happened. BTK is a serial killer. His compulsion to kill has not gone just because he's in jail. I wouldn't put it past Dennis Rader to have maybe taken advantage of and or just the sheer intersecting with with someone like BK, who's clearly socially awkward. We know enough about his history to know that clearly the dude's got some pretty severe shit going on mentally, that he coached him to a certain extent. Maybe not fully, but these types of people plant seeds. And what would be the next best thing to committing a murder if you're a serial killer and you can't do it because you're in jail is use someone else to do it. So that then you could indirectly sort of get the satisfaction of knowing that you still stake a claim in the criminal landscape. That's the kind of person BTK was. He didn't kill TV one day and there was a broadcast that nobody knows who BTK is. The new generation of kids, they don't know who he is. We've all forgotten about BTK. And it pissed him off. And he came out of hiding, and he immediately started communicating with the media again, which ultimately it was his hubris, his narcissism, his arrogance is what got him caught. So I know it's kind of crazy, but it's an open platform, and we're all kind of thinking about crazy stuff. And I just was like, how crazy would it be if after all of this comes around full circle, allegedly BK is the killer, he's found guilty, and he ends up getting interviewed by Catherine Ramsland.
Interesting.
I mean, we have no way of knowing. I mean, obviously, a lot of this is just my fantastical brain, but crazier things have happened. And there are not just BTK's daughter, but I've heard other forensic experts on the Law and Crime Network talking about they would not be surprised if there's been communication between Dennis Rader and Bryan Kohberger. It's also interesting that BTK's first killing involved a dog that he did not kill, 4 people in the house, and one of them was an unexpected male, the first killing. Now, that could just be a coincidence, but I almost have a theory that this might have even was intended to be a different type of killing. And because Ethan was there, because there were 2 people that weren't supposed to be in the house, that this ended up being just a quick in and out. Could it be possible that they'll find other stuff as they continue the investigation, like bind, torture, kill type shit? I mean, I don't. None of this could all be complete fantastical bullshit, my crazy imagination. And I apologize for being long-winded, but I just think it's crazy. I've studied these killers and all this shit for so long in different areas of interest, and it's like I don't recall a killer having a connection to a forensic psychology professor who wrote a best-selling book about another serial killer. It's just
Yeah, that's wild, bro. Yeah, that's why I watched and to finish up on that and to get to another caller. But in general, I've watched that interview with his daughter, BTK's daughter, speaking about it. Yeah, I actually cried during that at the end of that interview when she got super emotional. I was like, damn, I dropped a few tears on that.
Yeah,
it was super. It's interesting to see what all the facts are going to come out to be, man. I appreciate you hitting me up and having me call you, brother. Thank you so much. God bless you, and thank you for having a voice in the community, man.
You got it. You're the best. Thank you.
God bless you, brother. Shout out to him. All right, let's check this again. Indiana, not aware of that. All right, come on. I see Danny Van Sickle right here. You guys been spamming chat with Danny Van Sickle. This got to be breaking news right here. It's got to be breaking news. Let's hear it. This is breaking news, Danny Van Sickle. What's going on, man? Breaking news?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, I wanted to clear it all up about Indiana. Listen, they had no idea. There's news reports. I sent you one of them. Indiana had no idea about Bryan.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you think back to when Moscow, the day that they arrested him, Moscow did the press conference. One of the reporters said, "When did he come on your radar?" And they said, "A little over a week ago." But we did not put him under surveillance till 4 days ago. That all lines up with when Kayla said she called in the car. I done the math. I went to the screenshot I sent you of Kayla that she posted on Facebook, which now her Facebook is gone, just like they do most witnesses. But they had no idea Bryan even was the guy when he was on his way to Pennsylvania. They said they had just became aware that Bryan was their guy a little over a week before they arrested him. Then they located and they surveilled him for 4 days. Then they arrested him. So there's no way Indiana had any idea, and there was no one following him because they didn't even know at that time. Because he went through, because his car, I pay attention to details, man. I got bad OCD. His car was serviced on the 16th in Indiana. So he was in Indiana on the 16th. He was pulled over on the 15th. Well, they said a little over a week before the 30th is when they became aware he was their guy. So that would have been around 21st, something like that. He was already in Pennsylvania. Well, they didn't know where he was until Kayla called in and talked to you and said, hey, I've got the picture of the Washington license plate and the Elantra. And you said, yes, call it in. And she called it in, then boom. Then they were able to locate. I'm telling you, that's why her Facebook is not up, is because they got to protect her because she's a witness. Because you've got the screenshot I sent you. And, you know, Kayla T, I mean, I'll say it's Thompson. Kayla Thompson's the girl's name. They done axed her Facebook. You cannot find her. And that's because, I'm telling you, she is a witness. And she would not have been a witness if you had not convinced her to send that to the FBI. And that's what I would tell. If I was you, yeah, I would tell them what you want to tell them about Dave and the caller and all. But I would tell them that. So listen.
Dave and the caller is unconfirmed. That's
right.
What that is.
But
Unconfirmed
this
news.
stuff here, everything lines up. I did the math, everything, you know, because her post that I sent you said, I called in the car about 2 weeks ago. So that would have put it around the 18th, 19th, 20th is when she called it in. You know, so he was already in Pennsylvania. She seen the car. She took the picture. She called in on your live and said, hey, I've got a picture of this Elantra down the road from me in the Poconos. And I've got this, you know, I've got the tag and everything. You said, call it in. Well, by then they probably got the DNA back. Then all of a sudden they get a report that, hey, there's an Elantra in Pennsylvania. They put 2 and 2 together. His family's from Pennsylvania in the Poconos. Here's a girl saying, I've got a picture of the car in the Poconos. She's the one that called it in. Because why would her Facebook just disappear hours after I screenshotted that comment? I screenshotted that, sent it to you within 2 hours of them doing the update and the press release. Her Facebook is gone. You can't find it. Because I went through every Kayla Thompson in Pennsylvania. She is gone. And the only time they do that is when they're protecting somebody's identity. And and she's a witness, I'm telling you. If that girl had not called in, you had not convinced her, they may still be looking for his car. I'm sure genealogy, eventually they would have figured it out. You know, that's his dad, mom, that's where he lives. But that sped up the process because the timing of her calling it in lines right up with, they had him in the radar about a week or so before the arrest, because she said it was about 2 weeks ago. So it's all within a few days. Everything, man. But yeah, they didn't know. No one was following him because they had no idea. Moscow said he came on our radar a little over a week ago. Well, that was on the 30th when they said that. So a week would be the 21st. Well, he was already in Pennsylvania the 16th. So there was no way they had him on the radar and followed him. There was no way. Because if you think about it, DNA, it takes a little while, especially doing genealogy. I mean, they had to go through and find somebody that actually did genealogy and all that and trace it down and everything.
People are like, well, people are saying you just doxed her, but in reality, I seen her whole Facebook on Twitter earlier with over 5,000 likes on the picture. So
right.
I don't know what people are saying that you doxed her, but in reality, like I just said, I seen it on Twitter myself. Yeah. Kayla's full name.
Everybody, I have too. And it says her name right there, but you can go on Facebook and search her name and the town and everything, and that Facebook is gone.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I was never able to find that Facebook, so.
But yeah, I sent you the news release where Indiana said they had no idea when they stopped him.
Mm-hmm.
They had no idea because none of his information had been released yet. Nothing about Bryan Kohberger had been released.
Right. Well, yeah, I appreciate you calling that in, Danny. God bless you, brother. I'm gonna get some more calls.
You too, brother.
Thank you, my man.
Absolutely,
I appreciate
man.
it.
Good luck tonight, man. I'll be watching.
God bless you, brother. Shout out to Danny. Shout out to Danny, man. Yeah, I've seen her name all over. I'm not gonna put it up, but I've seen it earlier on Twitter. This is the girl. This is the girl. Not talking about from here in general. They were just talking about this is the girl that called in, and it's all over. I don't know why, but yeah, it's all over Twitter. All right, let me see. Who else emailed me? Okay, we got that. I'm not going to her channel because she's hit me with a warning, so I'll pass on her channel. Let's see who else we got here. You know what? 219-885-9693. I don't see any more numbers at the top. All I see is like pictures and stuff like that of a lot of that stuff that you guys are sending in. I've seen already. Let me see. Let me look at this. I haven't seen this though. Image. Yeah, I did. I've seen that too. I had that up.
Call from
Mike.
Mike, what's going on? You're live.
Oh, hey, what's up? Hey, so I was listening to the last caller saying how it was that lady from Pennsylvania that called in the car.
Mm-hmm.
But what I heard was, and I saw this today, and it was one of the official TV channels. They said that what happened was they traced him by the DNA to like his family, and then they kind of just started to narrow down like which of the family members owned the Hyundai, and they saw that he was the one that owned the Hyundai. That's how they found him.
Mm.
Like, so I think they already knew like that he was the Hyundai driver before he even got to Pennsylvania.
Hmm. So where'd you see that at?
Say that again?
Where'd you see that at?
Oh, I was listening. It was some official place. I don't know if it was Fox News or somebody else. It was pretty much, she was talking about like the family genealogy and how they use the ancestry websites. They pretty much, they took his DNA they found, they put it into, they went to like one of the DNA places, and two of them said no. And then the two of the smaller ones they're not as popular, they said sure or whatever. They ran his DNA and they got a hit, not on him or anything, but like it was like a family tree or whatever, like his type of a family. And they pretty much kind of started narrowing down, like to see, which one of these people, is either close to, the place of, the murder and stuff. So they found out that he was the one that owned the Hyundai, and that's when they went and they kind of like, got something off of him, and they compared his DNA, and they saw that, that he's probably the guy.
Mm.
I can find it. I can just go through my YouTube history and see the videos that I saw.
I've seen the same thing being said. I mean, I've seen
in
different ways. Like I've seen that they, I mean, if you watched the presser yesterday, then that they staked out on him for 4 days. They got his they had 3 search warrants, one to get his DNA. You know that was one of the biggest things was they got his DNA. So a search warrant to get his DNA, they got his DNA, and then I'm sure they did whatever they had to do to go find out and match it up, and that's when they moved in on the search warrant to go and grab his ass.
Yeah, plus people are saying, everybody's saying that they were already kind of like onto him when he was driving to Pennsylvania. So if they were already onto him, they already knew that was the car. They didn't need to wait for him to get to Pennsylvania and be like, oh yeah, here's the lady calling in, this is the car. They already knew that. So it makes no sense that, like it would be awesome if that was the lady that, kind of got it, but I don't think it was her.
Yeah, no doubt. I have no idea. There's no way I could even say that because I don't know what's inside of anything. The evidence is sealed. Everything is sealed in that case right now. It's got a gag order, so we won't be hearing much. I'll tell you that.
I want to make a point about 4chan because I know there's a lot of new people who found out about it during this case. I just want to say that I don't really go on 4chan or anything, but I do know that 4chan they're famous for pretty much doing hoaxes and just trolling people. So most of the stuff on 4chan is just trolling. That's what they're known for. They come up with these elaborate trolling things or hoaxes, and then they kind of try to do and see if they can have people believe them. So when they made the whole thing about the whole the gay thing with the the loach or whatever, I knew right away that was BS because that's kind of what they do. They're bored guys who send 4chan the boards and they just come up with some bullshit theories and stuff. Just for people in the future.
I figure. I mean, I know a lot of shit on there is bullshit. Come on now. Even a lot of shit on Reddit's bullshit.
Yeah.
There's some facts. There's some facts that are maybe dropped here and there, but I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Like theory wise, you could never take it and be like, yeah, it's just 100% this because it's never accurate, fully accurate, never.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was big into the Gabby Petito case, and I was on the Facebook, whatever groups and whatever. And what I learned was a lot of people. I don't know why they just put out misinformation. I don't know why they get out of it, but I think the best way with knowing if something's crap or not, they have to put their face out. They have to put a video and just put their face out so we can kind of we're able to see, who is this person? Are they really friends with this person? If they're just writing something at 4chan or Reddit even, and it's some crazy, I know this inside information, either put up your face, make a video of you saying it, your background, or else I don't believe it. I kind of just skip it.
Nah, I hear you on that, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, brother, and God bless you, man, and thank you for being a part of the community.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for everything you do.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. God bless you. Shout out to him, man. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. What's going on, everybody in chat? I see you. MSM is fake, says Steven. Steven M. Math, December 3rd.
Call from.
This is Josh. I want to talk about how we should all be.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
This is Josh. I want to talk about what?
Hey, Rev. I want to talk about how we all need to be a bit objective about this case.
Yeah,
Are we on right now?
Yeah, we're on, brother. We're on live. 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Let them know.
Hey, thank you. Well, first, I want to thank you for everything you do and for keeping this case alive. So, Bryan Kohberger is our suspect. And I want to emphasize that word suspect. In the United States of America, you are innocent until proven guilty. And I think in the last, 5 or 10 years, we've immediately started, executioning people without actually them going to trial. So where we are right now is that everyone thinks it's Bryan Kohberger, and it could be. Okay. The reason for my call is to say it could be, but we don't know that. There's a lot about this case that's going to come out. Just with murder trials and things, so many details come out in time. Years later, Ted Bundy wasn't even executed until 1989, even though he committed the bulk of his crimes in the 70s. So I know I'm kind of rambling here, but I hear a lot of people calling in saying this guy is disgusting, that this and that. They may have nabbed the wrong guy, he may be a patsy for someone who actually did commit the murders. So these are my thoughts. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, you're right about what you said as far as you're innocent till proven guilty, right? And in America, so that's something that a lot of people need to really realize, and we need to. That's why you hear me over here saying I need to see. Let me see the facts. I mean, I do think they got their guy, and that's just my opinion because of why would they single out Bryan Kohberger out of the maybe 500 to thousands of people that maybe been to that house to party, or maybe even less than that, maybe say 300, but that's a lot of DNA that's been inside of that house, inside and out back, in front, in the rooms in general. So why would they single out, Kohberger in general? So that's where I stand at with it, but I want to see the facts. I want to see the facts. I do want to see what they got as far as evidence when it does come to trial, because we're not going to hear anything on it no more. Gag order, plate.
No, exactly.
You're not hearing shit.
We don't know anything, man. We don't even know what a possible motive would be. People speculate, but we know nothing yet. That presser they had, yesterday? Insulting. They didn't actually give us any information. So meanwhile, I am on 4chan. I heard your last caller. It's an interesting place. If you're going to find anything that could be the truth, it's going to be on 4chan. You got to weed through all the BS. But we just don't know anything. So to me, this reeks of Lee Harvey Oswald, and I'll explain what I mean. Since 1963, everyone's wondered, okay, who killed, they pinned it on Lee Harvey Oswald, but since then, everyone's been like, there's probably a second shooter, okay? Lee Harvey Oswald might have just been put in there as a patsy, and we don't know who did the shooting. A similar thing may be going on here, right? I do not trust the government or the media at all. After the coronavirus stuff, just my own personal. So when I see a story on the TV that goes, this is the guy that did it, I go, well, that's what the TV's saying. It doesn't mean it's the truth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
We could all be massively manipulated. So if I have anything to say to the viewers and your callers, it's like, don't believe everything that you read and see, because these images are manipulated by the media, the government. Just because they tell you Bryan Kohberger killed these students does not mean he killed the students. And I hope it is him. I hope we have our suspect. But there's just a lot of people saying, kill him. Oh, he looks evil. It's all, Tuesday quarterbacking. It's so obvious to you now, but, just reserve your judgment. Don't get emotional, and let's see what comes out.
I mean, in your opinion, do you think they got the right guy? Just speculating wise.
My opinion is I think there were 2 other people involved. So I've seen comments about how there were 3 people in that Elantra. I think there are 2 other people involved that have yet to be caught. That is my opinion.
I appreciate you calling up and sharing your opinion, brother. It's much appreciated, and God bless you, my man. And like you said, man, innocent till proven guilty, right? Don't believe everything you see and read, right? 100% spot on, brother. God bless you, and I appreciate you bringing that to everybody's attention, because some people need to hear that.
T-REV. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, God bless you, my brother. Shout out to him, and if you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. I personally think they got the right guy. Allegedly speculating wise, I do think they have the right guy. T-REV thinks that they got the right guy, but does that mean that they got the right guy? I don't know. We have to wait for those facts to drop, right? So, I mean, he was spot on with everything that he said. I mean, they are facts in the USA. Innocent till proven guilty, right? But I think they got him. Hey, what's going on? You're live.
All right. I wanted to ask about, they said they were watching him for like 4 days. I'm wondering if they were looking for DNA during that time.
Yeah, no. Did you see the presser yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so in the presser, they said that they served a search warrant for DNA. That was There was one of the 3 search warrants. So they did get a DNA search warrant, got it, and I'm pretty sure that they made that comparison. It came back a match. Bam, went and nabbed him.
Okay, I just thought about how they followed him for 4 days to make sure. They said he was wearing gloves and this and that. And I thought, well, they might have been waiting for him to throw something away to get the exact DNA. So that was why I was calling. I didn't know. Haven't got to watch the whole live. So,
Yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate you calling in and asking. Yeah, most definitely. Yesterday, when we watched the presser on my channel together, they did confirm that one of those search warrants was for DNA.
I knew they did that, but I wondered if that when they said they were following him for 4 days. I thought they wanted to be like do an exact thing, wait to see if he threw a cup away or a cigarette butt, or because they said he was wearing gloves in the grocery store. So
Could have been from any of those things.
Yeah, I thought maybe they were
Could have been. It's something from a door. It could have been from his door handle on his Elantra, for all we know.
That's true. That's true.
We would
I don't
not know.
understand why they didn't pull him over twice in Indiana. Why did they not know that was the Elantra? That everybody knew they were looking for that.
Oh, I bet you I could almost at least one of those cops. I would bet that one of them were like, when they either whether it was after or then they thought about the bolo on this Elantra.
Yeah. And how about the people where his apartment where he lived in? Didn't people think, wait, this guy's got an Elantra out here? You know, I mean, he lived there 15 minutes away, so everybody was looking for that Elantra. So
exactly.
I just thought it's kind of odd, but that's why I was calling. I didn't know that they had discussed the fact that they had been watching him for 4 days, and thought maybe they were waiting for him to throw some kind of DNA thing away to prove it was him.
Right. And you know how they do out here. They'll get it. They'll swab your door handle. They'll swab a cup or a cigarette. They'll swab whatever you throw that has your DNA on it. They will grab it.
Yeah. When they said they were watching him for 4 days, I thought that's why they were watching him, not because they thought he was going to do it. So, yeah. Anyway, that was why I was calling in.
Well, thank you so much for calling in. God bless you, and I appreciate you calling in and talking with me.
Appreciate you talking with me because, it's not easy to do in these channels because I don't text and do all that chat thing. So.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, ma'am, and lock your doors, please.
Oh, yes. And, by the way, I finally watched, I didn't know you did rap. So I was checking out your channel. I was like, that's pretty cool. And I'm 65, and I like, I like stuff like that. But thank you so much.
God bless you, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye.
Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Make sure you call in. They told him about where they were going to hold him at. His father should be interrogated. I like this caller. The hackers from Russia and said others are involved. Do you really think so? The hackers from Russia.
Call from
Heather.
Heather, what's going on? You live.
Hey, what's up, T-REV? How you doing?
I'm great. How about yourself?
On my way to work, listening to you. I was just calling because I do believe they have the right person, and I do believe that there is definitely some type of DNA, hopefully blood, and hopefully the process will go a little quicker once they get him back to Idaho and we can find out more. And exactly. Well, I know we're not going to get all the details, but
gag order.
More. Yeah, that's what But and another thing I wanted to say is like the girl that did call in about the tag and the Poconos. I think that could have helped. They probably already maybe knew about the car since they already had pulled up all the Elantras, like in the Washington area and also the Moscow area, or in that area in general. I'm assuming. They probably already knew about the car. I don't know if they knew it was him at that point, and I do believe one other thing I wanted to say is like when he was pulled over in Indiana. I know like just from shows and stuff like I've watched, like when police officers pull someone over, they they have computers and all this in their vehicles, and I just noticed I only seen the one video of where he was speeding, but when that officer got back in the vehicle, I didn't see I didn't see like any computer or anything like that in that vehicle. So I don't know if it could have possibly been like an undercover type car. I don't know, but it's just something I was thinking, and that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
So what was your theory on it the whole time? Like, did you end up were you wrong about who you thought it was?
Yeah, most definitely. I thought in the beginning I was leaning towards Jack D. Well, actually, Jack S. and Jack D. I was kind of going back and forth between the two of them, and I wasn't sure, but I truthfully I was not expecting it to be anyone like who it ended up being. Like I thought it could have been somebody that the girls didn't know.
Yes,
Or,
ma'am.
like he knew of them or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? But I just figured it was somebody closer because of the type, the manner of death, is just so horrific.
Mm-hmm.
I just assumed it was something more, somebody that knew them or something more personal. But I mean, apparently this guy has some serious issues, so allegedly, I believe it's him. I think they got the guy, but that's just my opinion on it. But yeah, I was going back and forth between Jack D and Jack S in the beginning.
Yeah, we were all at that point. I mean, for the last 4 or 5 days, I said it's somebody that we never heard of, and I was on that train that you were on before. I was on that train that you were on before, but I hopped off that train and I started thinking logically. I'm like, you know what? This is somebody we haven't heard of. We have not heard of this person whatsoever.
I started thinking, because I literally listen to you every night. I work night shift and I listen to you. I go in at 4:30 p.m. I don't get off. 6 p.m. I don't get off till 4:30 a.m. I listen to you all night, even if it's something I didn't catch up on the day because I was asleep. I listen to you all night. So I listen to what everybody says, like when they call in and this and that. And I was kind of like, I wonder if this is somebody like that they totally didn't even know or we haven't heard of. I mean, they may have knew him, but I don't think they knew him. I think he knew who they were, but I don't think like they knew him. I don't think any of the girls were dating him. I don't think any of that stuff. I mean, that's just my opinion. I know other people have other opinions on it, but that's just the way I feel about it. But I think he knew of them, but I don't think they necessarily knew of him. Like, not on, maybe more of like seeing him here or there type thing, but not like not even as an acquaintance, I don't believe. But I mean, that's just the way I feel about it. I mean, we may find out something different, Could be totally wrong on that. I don't know. But also I want to congratulate you on everything. And thank you for doing what you do. And I appreciate you. And I love your show.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in and speaking your thoughts and your opinions. And we appreciate it. God bless you, ma'am. And have a good day at work. And always lock your doors.
Oh, I stay packing, believe me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Keep it loaded. Keep a hollow tip in there.
There's 13 hollows in there.
we'll stay protected, and God bless you, ma'am. And I hope to hear from you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Shout out to her. I don't answer unknown calls no more. Nope. Sorry, guys. Can't do it. I will not answer an unknown phone call. Never again. Thank the person who came on the line yelling the N word with the hard ER at the end for that. I'll never answer unknown calls ever again. 219-885-9693. Not happening.
Call from
Bill.
Bill, what's going on, brother? You're on the line.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, brother.
I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I've been watching it ever since this happened, and everything. Your callers are cool and right on. But I got a point to make.
Okay.
Everybody keeps talking about the DNA.
Yes, sir.
And when I saw the video of the state trooper pulling him over in Indiana, he wasn't wearing any gloves or anything, and he had two bottles of water on the middle console. That if they wanted to, and they keep talking about he was wearing gloves at the grocery store in Pennsylvania, where I really feel that if the DNA would have been right there visible, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure.
And then let's see, talking about the murders in the house, I really feel that they were at different times. They all four didn't happen like at a continuous time frame. I think 2 were earlier, and then 2 happened later in the evening or early morning hours. So I just wanted to make my points, and that's pretty much it.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, boss. What'd you say your name was again? Bill, thank you for calling in, man, and thank you for having a voice in the community. That's why I do this, and hopefully I'll hear from you again, because we're going to be moving on to a new case soon, bro. And we'll keep coverage on the Idaho 4 case. Obviously, we've been in this from the start. The Red family's been in this from the start, and we're going to be following it. But now that there's a gag order on it, we're not going to be hearing much information on this case. I will report on any little bit of leaked information that comes out, but we will be moving on to other cases. And
one last point I was going to make. Yesterday, a caller, I believe you called in or sent a message, and they said, why did the state trooper touch the back of the vehicle, the trunk area? They do that now. Said their DNA is on the vehicle also, in case some tragedy of them getting shot or stabbed or something else, so that they have a way to trace the vehicle also, so you know.
Absolutely.
All right. Listen, I enjoy your show, and God bless.
Thank you, Bill. Stay safe, brother. God bless you and your whole entire family, man. I wish you nothing but success and love and light.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you. Yeah, thank you, brother. Shout out to Bill, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Kayla, oh yeah, I do need to call you, Kayla. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. I can get caught up. So you know what? Kayla's been asking me to call her for days. I'll call you right after this. I got you, Kayla.
Call from
Ken.
Hey, what's going on, man? You live.
Hi, this is Ken.
Ken, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
Not much. I watched True Crime Time. And the guy tied in 3 other murders to this guy. And I think you should watch it. It's really interesting.
I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
It's about the Oregon. Okay. It's about the Oregon one, right? It's like a 40-something minute video, right? Or maybe 52-minute video, actually.
Well, he ties in all the vegan stuff and all that.
I've seen it all. I've seen it.
Okay. What do you think of that?
It's very interesting, and it's something that I talked about days ago on here about me, how I think possibly there's a connection, but people were telling me how wrong I was, but I still think it needs to be investigated.
Yes, I was just thinking of the families that you could help out if that was the case. So
seriously, no, and I'm glad you re-brought that up, because it's something that we do need to touch on. Because is there a connection? And that's what I want to know. And I've been saying it for days, and I don't know if you were in here when I said it, but I said,
no,
is this connected? Is this connected? And it's been brought up throughout the whole entire time that they were looking for this fella. It's been brought up the whole, or this douchebag, should I say? I'm sorry.
Right.
It's
I remember
the whole time.
They were saying the 13 or whatever. 13, and I thought, well, I'm good you heard about it. I just wanted to make sure people heard about it so that we could do something about it. So
we'll chat. We could watch the video on here. I mean, it's 52 minutes long, but it's a good video. It's exactly what I wanted to touch on. So it is something that it'll pique your antenna when you watch it.
Yeah, I liked it. I think the guy's right on. So
no, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that.
If you've seen it, then that's all I wanted to know, so everybody could. Because I think those other families need some help too. So.
Oh, absolutely. Those families need justice. Absolutely. 1000%. And that piqued my interest, but people told me you're wrong, Trev. You're absolutely out your mind. Why am I out my mind for thinking that he possibly could have hit 1 and then went for 2 and then now graduated to 4? It was just something that I thought of in my mind, but hey. Who am I, right?
Well, I mean, the way they were killed, the way you found them in vegan restaurants. I mean, it just the brutal way that he killed them, and I don't know. I just think it's tied together. So
absolutely. Well, a lot of
that's all I got. You're doing a great job, man, and stick with it.
Absolutely. Never let your foot off the gas. Never.
All right,
I appreciate you
talk.
calling in, boss man. God bless your family. I hope you had a good New Year's and a Christmas, the whole entire holiday, brother.
You too, man. God bless you too, brother.
Love and light all day, brother. Love you, man.
Right
love
on.
you. Love you. Clap your head, man. Love you. So I love all y'all, man. Y'all are wonderful people, dude. Do you guys really want to watch that video? It's 52 minutes long. It is 52 minutes long, but it is got some good facts in there, and it may well be tied to this case. It is a rabbit hole. It'll have you going crazy. I'm telling you right now. It'll make your mind go crazy. Hold up one second. Whoever's calling. You guys want to watch it? Because it'll make you go crazy. I'm telling you. Stephanie says, let's watch it. It's really good. No, I know. Oh, I know. I know it is because I watched it. But it's, you know what it is though, Dean? I know you sent me the video on Facebook. Dean was the first one to send it to me, right? But I've already contemplated about this. I've talked about it. How there may be a connection there. And it will blow your mind. So hold up. Let's get to it. 1 second. So we'll do it right now. Here's the video right here.
Everybody, thanks for watching. This next video is going to blow your mind. I think I have evidence that connects Bryan Kohberger to the 2 Oregon murders, and I may have uncovered a 3rd murder in another state that he's connected to. I'll tell you what state that is later in the video, but first I have to cover some details on these 3 cases so I can lay the groundwork on how I arrived at that conclusion. Please be sure to subscribe if you like the video. So looking at our victims here, Sandra Ladd on the left would have been our first victim. She was attacked on June 13th, 2020. Her date of death is noted as June 14th of 2020, but we don't know if she was attacked late on the 13th or in the early morning hours of the 14th.
I'll call Kayla.
Travis and Jamie Lynn were attacked on August 13th, and the Idaho students were attacked on November 13th of 2022. So we're looking at about 14 months in between each of these crimes. So looking at the location of these crimes, we can see here at marker A is where Bryan lived in Pullman, Washington. The white dot here is Musco, Idaho. Near Portland at marker B would be where Sandra lived. And then down here at marker C near Salem is where Travis and Jamie Lynn lived. So I think the key thing here is the fact that these crimes occurred outside of the state that Bryan lived in. I don't think there's really a significance in the fact that Portland is 6 hours away from where Bryan lives. I don't think he was trying to create distance between himself and the crime. He was comfortable with committing this crime right in his backyard. The key here is it was across the state line. This one was across the state line. And Bryan, being a criminology student, is very aware that when you commit crimes across state lines, it makes it much harder to figure out who committed them and if they're connected. So here's a close-up view of where Sandra lived up on the top right in Camas, just outside of Portland. And then down here is where Travis and Jamie Lynn lived in Silverton. We're looking at about an hour and 15-minute drive between these 2 locations. So one could realistically get from Portland to Salem, I believe, in roughly an hour going down the highway. So this isn't necessarily a great distance to travel. So just keep that in mind later on when I talk about some of the reasons why I believe Bryan is connected to this. So I want to lay down some groundwork from the Idaho case that we know about. There's some key details here that are critical for connecting these together that I want to share. So let me just take a look at the victims first. So we have Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana, the 3 girls, and then Ethan, the 1 male that was attacked. I want to point out here that Ethan is not a small guy. He's a pretty good sized person. He's pretty athletic. I've seen videos of him wakeboarding. I don't know if he played any sports in college, but if Ethan were in a hallway with somebody and he were fighting for his life, I do think Ethan would be a somewhat formidable person to deal with. Now, I do believe that Kaylee was the main target of the attack. I'm going to explain why in just a second. Let's look at how these crimes occurred. So the person snuck into the home between 3 and 4 in the morning while the students were asleep. They ambushed the students in their beds. 2 other young women who were at the bottom level of the home were unharmed and were not aware of the crime. So if we look at the house here, I do believe that Bryan was comfortable committing the crime in this location because of the privacy that it provided. When I was looking at the other cases, that is one of the connections that I made. All of the locations that these crimes occur.
But a lot of you said that I was crazy. I see a lot of you are like, oh my God, what the hell? Oh my God. But I brought this up multiple times of how those 2 people were murdered in Oregon, and people told me not connected, already debunked, already this, already that. And I've gotten that multiple times when I played this, or not when I played this video, because I've seen it way before this video. I've seen it. I was mentioning this in November. People were like, no, man, nah, possibly, no, not connected.
Occurred were in secluded private places to some extent, at least enough to where somebody couldn't just easily see Bryan lurking nearby or even entering the home or committing the crimes. Now, I do believe Bryan was watching the home when the students came in. I think he waited and until he was comfortable that everybody had gone to sleep. I do think
so. Let's jump to that right now, chat. Was Bryan in Pennsylvania during the time? Let's hear it. Was Bryan in Pennsylvania during that time? Let's hear it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find when I called in. I remember you saying it was a pattern. Yeah, I mean it's super weird for sure. So a lot of you say yes. Yes, yes, yes. What time? Don't listen to us. We dumb. Supposedly, no. Supposedly, no. He was at the university. He could have been on a visit. Yes, yes. You can make it. You can make it fit if you want. My intuition was right on when I said yes. He was supposedly at university in Pennsylvania.
He entered into the back door here and went upstairs where the girls were. It's my belief that he attacked Maddie first, and I think that she was dispatched very quickly. And I think in that process, Kaylee would have been stirred and potentially woken up. Now,
they don't let.
This is where I think I'm going to share some information that has not been released yet. So just hang in there with me. So Kaylee's dad had made a statement early on in the news.
Hold on, you said when were the other murders, but you just said before he was in Pennsylvania. I'm confused. Yo, I'm getting confused. I'm getting super confused. Chris says he may have been living in PA, but visiting Oregon.
That the attack on these girls was, he used the words, a brutal attack. And he also mentioned that the girls had different injuries. And a lot of us thought at the time, before we knew who Bryan was, that maybe it was a different weapon or it was more than one attacker. Now, what I believe Kaylee's dad was telling us is, in my opinion, I think after Maddie was dealt with, I believe that Bryan beat Kaylee. I don't think that he just stabbed her. Now, if we look at Bryan's profile, we know that when he was in high school, based off of people that knew him, he was always trying to fight people. He was into boxing. He was into kickboxing.
Appreciate you, Tony.
Bryan was a person who was holding inside a lot of rage and anger towards specific types of people. So when Kaylee's dad made that statement that this was a brutal attack on these girls and that these injuries were so horrible and that they were attacked, or I'm sorry, that they had different injuries, that really stuck with me. And I really do believe that Kaylee was also beaten in addition to being stabbed. Now, I think from here, Bryan intended to exit the home and come down to the 2nd floor and attack Xana. Now, Ethan being in the home, I do think that Bryan was aware Ethan was in the home, but he still went through with his plan. Now, I think as he was coming down the stairs, Ethan may have even been coming out to kind of investigate. And I believe that there was a confrontation that happened in the hallway there. Now, keep in mind, I did mention that Ethan is a bigger person. He is somewhat athletic. He would be a formidable person to just dispatch the way he was. Now, I do think there was a struggle. And I do think that that struggle did not last long at all. I think this was a very quick struggle. And I think Xana was awake and heard the struggle happening. I think she was petrified with fear. She may not have had her phone nearby. And I think she may have tried to hide during the struggle, just kind of as her reaction to what was happening, possibly between the bed and the wall. And I think that after the fight with Ethan, Bryan entered her room and attacked her. Now, the fact that that fight with Ethan was so quick and quiet enough to where it didn't wake the other girls really stood out to me. When I kind of played this crime through in my head, initially I kind of thought of, maybe the killer attacked him from behind or something like that. But I'm going to show you something that I uncovered that's a really interesting clue here that I think supports my theory. And I think this helps develop a little more of a picture of Bryan and what his MO is. And again, this is really key with connecting these other crimes. We have to understand what Bryan's method of operation is so that we can see if there is a connection between what's happening. So I do think Bryan was spooked after the crimes and he escaped as quickly as he could. And I do think that that video footage is him fleeing the scene. Okay, everybody, so here's where this gets really interesting. So you may recall in my past videos, I did some deep dives on Bryan's Instagram account and some of the accounts that he was following. So I circled back and I just did a little more research. And the reason I did that is because every single account that I've looked into that Bryan was following through that Instagram had some sort of logical connection to Bryan. You'll recall in that first video I released where we followed one of those accounts and it led us to this playlist that said beats that you plan your crimes to. So that lined up perfectly with who Bryan would be. It then took us further in and we found something called Goon Tape. Well, that Goon Tape was connected to another video that Bryan had posted way back in October. So to me, that was a valid video that was uncovered that he posted in October. And then here we find one of these accounts leading us right to that exact promo video and that exact product. I don't think that's a coincidence. I do believe that some of these accounts are connected to Bryan in one way or another. And I'm going to reveal later on what that connection is. So I looked into this account here, and this is really what kind of made everything click for me. I'm going to show you what happened. Now, I hope everybody can see my screen okay. I think the best way to do this is just to share my screen and let you kind of follow along with the investigating that I was doing. So,
yeah, I need to calm my chat. Well, it seems like maybe you can calm him because, I mean, I have no clue. Maybe you can calm him. Thank you. I appreciate you. She said calm your chat. I can't calm nobody down. The only people that I can calm down is myself. Everybody in here is, as far as I know, is adults. Now you know what I mean? Thank you, though. I appreciate you. I can't calm no chat. I mean, I can only tell him I have no idea if Bryan was there or not. Who knows? Nobody in here knows if Bryan was there.
So again, this account is an account that Bryan Kohberger's account was following. So my curiosity here is, what is Bryan interested in? Why would he be following this account? Where is this going to lead us? And then looking at the other accounts, I was starting to kind of see a pattern of things. And so, looking at each one as I went through, they just continued to be connected. So we just talked a little bit about Bryan and his fighting ability, right? His interest in boxing, his interest in kickboxing when he was in high school. So sure enough, we come to this account and what I'm doing, I'm looking for a connection to Bryan. What could connect this account to Bryan? So I click on this first little post and listen to this video and let me know what you think. And while you listen to this video, I want you to think of that encounter with Ethan at the same time.
You have to see training for what it is. Training is about skill development, not about winning or losing. You've got to understand that you don't need to win every battle. You only need to win the battles that count.
So what do you all think? That statement, you don't have to win every battle. You only have to win the battles that count. Do you think that could be something that Bryan might like or, follow or watch that video for some reason? So I'm sure, a lot of people still don't believe me. So let's
So Peyton says Oregon murders 2021. Bryan moved to Washington 2022. This guy claims he can put together why Bryan may be involved.
Let's look a little bit further into this. So there's one post. So in my opinion, this account is somewhat of a burner account. I think that it's very easy to create accounts if you were maybe wanting to follow something or somebody, or maybe just look into a product or something that you're interested in, and maybe you created an account so that you could have more access into looking into something. So, this account was created and there's really just one post here, so I was kind of curious. I'm like, okay, what's the post? And you can see here, this post was November 11th, 2022, 2 days before the Idaho murders. And it says, and so it begins. Now, again, I'm not saying any of these accounts are Bryan's, are involved in the crime or are responsible for the crime. This is just what I found when I followed the account that Bryan's account was following. And what I'm looking for here, again, are connections to Bryan to validate this stuff and validate what his interests are.
Who gifted what? I ain't seen.
So
no
not a
gift
big deal,
from
right? Just
across
one
my
post,
screen.
but
My
I did
YouTube
find
is
that date a
broken,
little
guys.
bit curious along with that statement. Again, not saying that's Bryan writing that. I'm just saying, just odd. Now you tie that with the fighting video. Now I think that fighting video really lines up with what I've been learning about Bryan and his interests. So I'm sure, this isn't enough evidence yet for you. So I'm going to show you more evidence here. So the followers here are just kind of spam followers. There aren't any real people here for the followers of this account. These are all just kind of spam. So that just kind of supports the idea that this is some sort of just kind of extra account or side account that somebody may have created. Who created it? Who knows? I've reached out to this person. They did not respond. So I'll let you know if they do. Now let's look at who this account's following. So again, Bryan's following this account. Why, we don't know, but let's see who this account's following. So we go here and right away, once again, we have a direct connection to Bryan's personality, to Bryan's interests. So once again, in my opinion, that supports the validity of some of these things that we're uncovering that Bryan would be interested in. And that's all I'm saying about these accounts. All these accounts are things that Bryan was interested in. Bryan was following them in one way or another for one reason or another. And I believe he had multiple accounts that he would kind of create when he wanted to remain anonymous in things that he was looking at online. And I think all of those anonymous type of accounts have kind of come together, and that's why we're seeing all these little pieces of what his interests were that connect to his actual account. You know how algorithms work, right? Now, I'm also not saying that Bryan likes fighting because he's following these accounts. I think Bryan likes fighting, and that's why he's following these accounts. So once again, just looking for connections to Bryan, I'm kind of scrolling through these names and seeing what these accounts are. And you'll notice that theme once again. A lot of these are combat accounts. We have Libre fighting. We have my white belt. We see some of these other accounts that we connected in my other videos also connected to this account. So once again, I mentioned the algorithm and the fact that Bryan could have had multiple accounts that he was using, but we do continue to see kind of some themes between them. We see down here jiu-jitsu accounts. And then at the top, we have this knife account here, Kramer Custom Knives. So all of these things are once again just kind of lining up with Bryan's personality, right? So if we scroll down a little further, I want to show you one in particular that really supports my theory that one, Bryan would be looking at this, and two, my theory about what happened with Ethan. Okay, so here it is. This one, Blade Craft Method.
Theory.
Okay. So here we have an Instagram page, and this person here is a martial artist, and he trains other people on fighting concepts, specifically on fighting concepts using knives and other weapons. For the skeptics out there who are saying, oh, this is still nothing, I just have to ask. This is just one other thing that ties directly in with Bryan's personality. Now, I want to show you what I believe Bryan was following this account for. So there's a specific video here that I want to share. And while I share this video, I want everybody to kind of just keep that encounter that I mentioned that with Ethan. And when you watch this video, just kind of keep that in mind. Okay, everybody. So I wanted to share that because I believe that that does support my theory of Bryan's MO and Bryan's ability to dispatch a person very quickly and very effectively using a knife. I think that Ethan didn't see the attack coming. He probably wasn't even aware that he was about to be attacked. I think Ethan was probably just curious about maybe what he heard, and Bryan just unleashed this flurry on him. And Bryan knew exactly where to target to end the fight very quickly. That also ties into Bryan's MO of ambushing his targets, and something that I also just thought was interesting that, in my opinion, ties into the coward that Bryan really is this statement here. Let me know what you all think about that. And finally, just to clarify, I'm not, this Instagram stuff is not a critical piece of my theory. This is just something that supports what we know about Bryan, what his personality is. So I'm sharing this because all of these things tie together. We have this theme of Bryan who has this interest in tactical gear. He's worked as a security guard. He's interested in law enforcement. It would make sense that he has an interest in tactical gear, which we saw a lot of those accounts were related to. Okay. He likes knives. We see a lot of knife related accounts. He used a knife in the murder. So we know that's a fact. So he's following all these accounts that are related to knives. He's following these accounts that are related to fighting and weapons. And just in general, he's following accounts that kind of center around crime and violence. Now, I'm going to tell you, we haven't even gotten into this evidence that I've uncovered. This is just a piece of it. There's a lot more to come. Stick with me. This is where it gets really, really good. Okay, so what do we know about Bryan? Well, Bryan has an interest in tactical gear, weapons. He wants to be a law enforcement officer. He's not afraid of confrontation. He likes fighting. He wants to fight. He follows a lot of fighting online, fighting tactics, looks for tips and videos. In my opinion, Bryan trains for his crimes. Bryan looks at his crimes and he's getting ready, and I think he conditions himself, and he that's why he has this obsession with these videos and looking for the fighting tips and things like that. And there was something really interesting. A neighbor mentioned, who lived next door to him in Pullman, that she would often hear loud noises coming from his apartment, like somebody working on something, or really loud bangs and things like that. I believe it was Bryan training. I think Bryan was watching these videos, picking up tips, and trying to become this efficient killer. And he was obsessed with winning fights. He wanted to fight people. A lot of anger in Bryan. Now look at that picture. Bryan's a big guy. He's not a small person. These are law enforcement officers standing next to him. So again, that attack on Ethan in the hallway, I believe, ended very quickly. I think in general, his attacks were extremely violent, extremely rage-filled attacks. But one of these key pieces, or these key clues that I think ties.
We keep hearing about hallway, but we don't know. We don't know. We don't know if it was hallway, right? I mean, from everything that I've looked at, I've seen people try to, there's people out there that are running with, oh, Ethan was dropped in the hallway. Show me where he was in the hallway. Give me a picture where Ethan was in the hallway, please, and I'll believe that. I just don't think Ethan was in the hallway.
These crimes together is, I really believe that he beat his victims in addition to the stabbings. So let's talk about Sandra Ladd. So Sandra was 71 years old. She lived in Portland, and she was murdered in the middle of the night while she slept in her bed. We don't know what time for sure. I'm going to say roughly 1 a.m. So looking at the details here, she was found deceased in her home with stab.
All right, so here we go. This is what we need to talk about. 2020. I think that Bryan was in Pennsylvania. We'll leave it at that.
Wounds to her torso. She was presumably sleeping in the late hours of the 13th when somebody snuck into her home and stabbed her to death. Her crime is still unsolved. So again, she would have lived right here just outside of Portland. Now, I mentioned earlier, what was the connection between Bryan and Portland? Well, what do we know about Bryan again? Well, Bryan is a vegan, right? And he's a hardcore vegan. He's not just normal vegan. He's very OCD about his veganism. Okay. So the reason I believe Bryan was in Portland, well, Portland is the vegan capital of the country. Portland is hands down the most vegan-friendly mid-sized city in the United States, with unbelievable food, various all-vegan carts around the city, scattered around the city. Okay. I think Bryan was visiting Portland because Portland is the vegan capital of the country. I think Bryan was there when he was off of work or school, when he had some free time. Bryan might have even potentially been considering moving to Portland. Maybe he wanted to go check the city out. He had heard it's very vegan friendly. Okay. There's some belief that Bryan may have encountered Xana and Maddie at the Mad Greek, which also serves a vegan menu. But I really was looking for this connection of Bryan and Portland, and found this, and to me, this makes perfect sense that Bryan would visit a place like Portland, Oregon. Okay, so that's just one piece here. There's more. So how would that connect to Sandra? Just the fact that he's in Portland, right, doesn't necessarily connect him to Sandra. Well, I believe Sandra was his first victim, and I think Bryan, with his first victim, would have been a little more nervous and would have potentially targeted somebody who was weaker. Now, I don't know for sure. There could be another trait that triggers Bryan regarding who he targets. There's one other thing here that I did uncover, but I don't know if there's maybe something that they have a certain appearance, or maybe they say something, but not quite sure there. But I do believe that Sandra could have been targeted because she is vulnerable. Keep in mind, Bryan likes to fight, but he likes to have the advantage when he fights. He likes to have the upper hand, and he likes to ambush. Now, after I made the connection between Bryan and Portland, and why would Bryan be interested in Portland? And again, it's the most vegan-friendly place that you can go. A lot of vegans have a hard time finding places where they have options, right? So it would not surprise me if Bryan might have been considering a move to another location. Maybe he was even considering attending school there.
All right, this was a lady that was killed in her home at night in Oregon. Just letting you know. But I don't know. 2020 is a long time. I mean, I from what I know, I think Bryan was in Pennsylvania. I think and know are two different things.
But that still didn't really bring me to Sandra, right? So how does that connect us to Sandra? Well, I want to ask everybody if you notice anything in this picture about Sandra. Well, I see here that she's wearing this fanny pack, and we have the wire coming out. Now, I think that Sandra may have been going through dialysis. And I think Sandra, living in Portland, the most vegan-friendly place in the country, could very well have been vegan herself. And at the very least, if she was going through dialysis, I think that she could have potentially been eating at a vegan restaurant, keeping her health in mind. What do y'all think about that? Still not enough? Still not enough evidence for you?
Is this heavy reaching? Let me know, chat. Light it up. If you think that this is complete reaching, let me know. If you think that this is complete reaching, you got to let me know. Light the chat up.
Don't think Sandra could be vegan? Let's look a little bit closer. So, do dialysis patients have to control their diets? Yes, you may be on a special diet. You may not be able to eat everything you like. You may need to limit how much you drink, and your diet may vary according to the type of dialysis. So it's very feasible that she was keeping her health and her diet in mind while going through what I believe to be dialysis. Still not enough for you? So let's look a little bit further. Look at what she's holding in her hand. So I had to zoom in here. I was trying to figure out what she might have been drinking. I'm looking for something that supports her being a vegan, because I think there's a connection here. And sure enough, what did I find? I found she's drinking a Teton Cider Works Bourbon Barrel Peach Cider. Okay, you can see here in the picture, it's very clear that's what she's drinking. You can see the letters, the bottom of the can there, you can see the branches in the logo, and you can even see the flavor that she's drinking based off the color of the can. Okay, so what is Teton Cider Works?
This was the part that I thought was a reach too. I thought this was a reach when I watched it originally. I was like, this part's a reach, because you know what I mean? Like, you can't tell nobody's vegan off a drink.
Teton Cider Works is a vegan-friendly drink. They do not use any animal products in any part of their production or bottling process. What do y'all think about that? Could Sandra have been vegan? Could Sandra have encountered Bryan at a vegan restaurant, and then that's how she was chosen as a target? Still not enough evidence for you? How about I show some more? So let's learn a little bit about Sandra. So Sandra was a Washougal resident for many years. She was born in 1949 in Portland, Oregon. She attended the University of Washington. So here we have yet another connection to Bryan. Sandra loved to travel. She was very dedicated to her family. She was so excited about them. She loved people and children. And I think that there were also some comments saying that she was very outgoing, a very personable type personality. Could Sandra have gone out to get some food at a vegan restaurant? Was Bryan there? Maybe Sandra looked over and noticed his Washington license plate. Maybe Sandra started up a conversation and mentioned that she went to WSU. And maybe Bryan zeroed in on her as a target. Maybe Bryan followed her from the restaurant back to her house to kind of scope out and see if she would be a good target. And when Bryan got to Sandra's house,
he said he's got to be stolen.
That it was a good target. You know why? Because it had the perfect layout that appeals to him. It had a private backyard, nobody can see in, surrounded by brush. Even has a sliding door that you can easily get in and out of. You can see the view there. Nobody could see. So this would be very easy for him to get into this house, and he would be private and protected, just like I mentioned earlier. What does everybody think? Could this be a connection to Sandra? I have more evidence, though, for the skeptics. And I'm not just the only one that thinks that's a private backyard. You can see here in the description, enjoy your privacy on your covered deck looking out to the green space behind you. If you look at Google Maps, it's an open space behind the home. So the Idaho house was very private with a lot of brush and trees in the back protecting his entry and exit. And so does Sandra's house. Still not enough evidence for some of you, I know. So we're going to talk a little bit about the Travis Juten and the Jamie Lynn Juten case. And stick around because this is where it gets even more interesting. So here we have a description of the crime. It was the night of August 13th. The couple was sleeping in their home and they were attacked at 3 a.m. by an intruder with a knife. The intruder was never caught. Okay, just a reminder up at the top here, 19.
So now we're at the point of the video. Should we take the video off or should we finish it?
141st Street would have been Sandra's address. Down here near Salem is Travis and Jamie Lynn's address. Now, looking at this crime, the husband, Travis, was pronounced dead at his home, and his wife, thankfully, Jamie Lynn, survived after being stabbed 19 times. Okay, so here, once again, we have a crime of rage and passion. She survived with 19 stab wounds. Okay. The intruder is said to have entered the Juten residence at 3 a.m. and began stabbing the couple as they were in bed. This is exactly what my theory is that happened to Maddie and Kaylee. Still not enough evidence, everyone? Let me show you some more. So here we have Travis's...
All right. So a lot of people are saying... Stop the cap! That's what a lot of people are saying right now. So I see a lot of turn it off, turn it off. He did get Washington plates just recently. Just said take it off. He's full of it. Oh, she survived. Now finish it. Stop the cat. He's making sense to me, says Fees Mass. He was in school in PA at this time. Let's see. Some people want to finish it. All right.
Obituary. Let's see if we can find out a little bit about Travis. So anyone who played at the same table in games as Travis knew that he was a dominant presence, very good board game player, but was very humble and would offer to help. Travis loved all living things, so much so that he was completely...
One for turn it off.
I'm telling you, everybody, this is the connection here. Bryan was visiting Portland because he was either considering moving there or he was visiting the location just on his free time to check it out because it's the most vegan-friendly place you can go. It's my belief that he encountered Sandra at a vegan restaurant. He may have had a conversation with her, followed her, decided that she...
Yeah, turn it off. We'll pass on that. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. If you want to go watch that video, go watch it. 219-885-9693. Matter of fact, hold up. We got to call Kayla. Kayla is in Pennsylvania. We're going to give Kayla a call. Let's give Kayla this call that she's been wanting for the last couple days. I meant to get back to her. I got you, Kayla. Here we go.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, is this T-REV?
Yes, Kayla, I've been meaning to call you back. I'm sorry I didn't call you back, but here we are now.
No, you're fine.
What's
Hold
going
on, give me 1 second. One second.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to, I don't know, not really give a theory so much as just like put a little bit of information out there. Because I've worked in psych in like the medical field for, well, like I guess like 5 or 6 years now. And once they produced the suspect, the first thing that came to mind when they started like talking about him, there was like a few different disorders. Like they said he had OCD and everybody's like, oh, he's narcissistic, but there's like actual narcissistic personality disorder. He also reminds me a lot of somebody that has intermittent explosive disorder. And what was the other one? Oh, antisocial personality disorder, because all of these disorders have a lot of common, like, a lot of common characteristics. But if you look back towards his past, especially after hearing from Chris, like it all kind of lines up. So basically, like, you know, they said he was bullied as a kid. That was likely probably like a motivation for him to get in shape. Like he said, he started being more social and all of that. And then, you know, they mentioned the heroin use. So basically with the one that I really see in him a lot, obviously, is the narcissistic personality disorder. And that would really give him, like, you know, the increased self-importance and the attention-seeking behaviors. He can't really communicate with others very well, but he has a lot of intelligence, that type of thing. And they all also pretty much, obviously, I guess everybody knows that, have like really, really poor interactions with people around them. They're not really like received very well. So like that's what I thought of immediately. And his age, like given his age, he's late 20s, like this likely developed over the last few years. So that could explain why everybody's like, you know, this is not him at all, because literally all of the disorders really that I mentioned, if you look at the American Psychiatry Association definitions of them, like a lot of them start showing in men around, you know, early mid 20s. So that kind of lines up. But the other thing that I really think kind of makes it all make sense is that he suffers from delusions of grandeur or grandiosity. And that's like really what I think is like his core issue, is that he has this like self-belief that he's more important than everybody else and more powerful than everybody else. And he chose criminology as his major, but he can't help but to look at things like that and make it a point to prove that he's the best. And that probably applied to a lot of things in his life. So like, it's kind of, that's more like a symptom than an actual diagnosis in itself. But he, you know, that would make him the guy that's always trying to get one up on somebody or lash out on somebody if he doesn't get the reaction he wanted from them. He'd have very poor judgment. You know, he would, you know, his reactions would basically be very overdramatic and inappropriate given the circumstances. And I feel like that all of these things, like whether it's, you know, one of the 4 diagnoses that instantly came to my mind, or, you know, something else, I really think that he's intelligent enough that even his mistakes were calculated. I believe like wholeheartedly that everything down to like taking his own car and, you know, driving it across the country, I feel like every piece of this was like intentional on his part. And I think it's ultimately because he's got a plan. Like he didn't just do this and then not have a plan for when he got caught. I think I really believe he wanted to get caught so that he could go to court and like prove his intelligence, because that's like the core of a narcissist. That's the core of somebody who has that grandiosity complex. So I really think that to even get him, like he's not the guy that's going to go into a interrogation and confess. Like he's one of those guys you need to like stroke his ego, make him feel smart, make him feel like, you know, wow, I could never be as good as you. Like, you know, they need to really like kind of hype him up to get him to even begin to open up a little bit. So I think that he's very, like everybody's saying we're giving him too much credit and whatnot. And yeah, he's like a piece of shit and we all hate him. And that's still true, but he is unfortunately very intelligent. And I think that, you know, oh, stupid, he took his own car. Like, no, I think that was absolutely planned on his end. Like, I think that he has a bigger, like everybody's just kind of looking at him like a normal person making dumb decisions, when in reality, he is a very intelligent, socially inept person that's doing things that don't make sense to us as normal people. And ultimately he's got a plan. So we're looking at it like, wow, what is he going to do? He's a nut. But this is like exactly how he wanted things to play out. And I really believe that just because of like everybody that knows him speaking on his intelligence and how weird this is for him. Like, I just really think that that's kind of where this is going. Like, I don't think it's going to be like as open and shut as everybody believes. And I also just read that he has an attorney now, and she already in the past like got a murder sentence overturned for somebody based off of like, I think she said it was like like cops lying or something like that. But she was able to get it was a guy named Jonathan. She was able to get his case overturned because he was convicted of murder, and I don't know what she did, but she got his sentence overturned, and that was that. So she's obviously good at what she does. So between the two of them, and I don't know. And also the last thing I wanted to say just really quick was everybody was saying how you can't use like the insanity defense in Idaho, which is true, but they can do the mental competence to stand trial. Like he can go to his evaluation, act incompetent, and then they have to usually go with that. 9 times out of 10, the judge is going to go with whatever the evaluation says. But he can do that, and then instead of going to trial, they'll just put him in like a psych facility and lock him down that way, and then they'll retry him again, reevaluate him again in a certain time frame. And the goal is obviously for him to eventually be competent. But he's somebody who knows the game. He knows what he's doing, so he could also play it that way. Because there's a lady, I don't know, I can't remember her name, but she killed her children, and there's like no doubt about it. But every time she gets evaluated, she pretends that she's dumb, basically, and then she just gets sent back to where she was.
So Kayla, you said you worked with what now? Because I remember reading everything that you said, but I've read a lot of things afterwards. But I want you to tell everybody in chat.
So I work in the medical field. I work at a drug and alcohol and mental health facility treatment center, inpatient. And I've also got I'm 5 years sober from an opiate addiction too. So I've got a lot of perspective. I had to do like the drug court thing, and that, I don't know, I'm one of those people, once I experience something, I have to like look into everything. So like when I completed the drug court program, of course, I was like interested in how my alternative options would have played out. And like, I don't know, I like to gather information that's relevant to my life. So I kind of learned a lot from that too.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Stay on that sober path, because it will destroy your life inside out.
It did.
I've been through it.
Yep.
I've walked that path. I lived that path, and I've overcame that path. And I hope, and we got to fight daily for that. So God bless you on that, and stay on track with it, because things can change in a second, and the only people that can stop it is us.
Yep.
People.
Congratulations to you too.
Thank you.
Because it's not easy.
Absolutely not whatsoever. Well, I appreciate you calling in, or me calling you back. If you ever want to call in, or if you're not getting through or anything, email me your number and I'll always call.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you, Kayla. I'm sorry it took so long.
Oh, I don't mind. You're fine. You're busy. And thank you, honestly, for doing everything you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Kayla. God bless you, and I appreciate you calling in, and lock your doors.
Will do.
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's hear it. But why would he want to get called? Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. One day we can dial in opiate. Yeah, no doubt, bro. Make a video on my story.
Call from
Larissa.
Larissa, what's going on? You're live.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Doing great. I'm just wondering if anybody's watching the flight tracker of the Pennsylvania State Police flight.
Well, I mean, I'm not really paying attention to it because, I can see it here on Twitter when I take a glance here and there because people are posting about it left and right. But in reality, what am I going to get out of it?
Well,
I'm not going to get no information.
Yeah, I just thought it's worthy of note. This is a volunteer website, this tracker. So commercialflighttracker.com, they won't show this. But when he landed in Champaign, they had a Black Hawk circling around and I took screenshots, and same thing for South Dakota. So if he's landing in Pullman, which is probably going to be Pullman, you will probably see a Black Hawk there because they know people are tracking this. So I think it's worthy of note. And just know there's a lot of vigilante people that, open carry in Idaho, and they're pissed. So I think it's interesting, and I think it's worthy of note. So I just wanted to call.
Oh, thank you for calling in. Yeah, like a lot of people keep hitting me up about this tracking this plane, and I'm like, man, what am I going to get out of tracking this plane? Like, we're not going to really get no answers for a while on this case. So I was like, well, I can see it. Like I literally been looking, taking a glance at it on Twitter, but it's like, yeah. He's on his way there to go in a fucking jail cell and eat food while we wait around for answers. So that's why I just started paying attention.
So my friend's a police officer up in Washington State, and he said, "Hey, you got to check this out. They've got Black Hawk circling." And we were talking today, and he absolutely believes that, you know, this guy took out that Salem couple, that he thinks he's responsible. He could have been out there looking at schools the year before.
Right.
It's in the area. So I think there's something to that. I thought so from day one, because they debunked it almost immediately, same day. And how could they possibly know? So I think there's more to come. And I'm going to be, and he thinks there's also probably going to be an armored car waiting to get him on the plane, because people are probably going to be out there with their AR-15. So that's why I'm interested, because this could end up being another news story. So anyway, I just wanted to give everybody a shout out.
It's going to be a news story. It's going to be a news story.
Well, anyway, have a great day. Thanks. And hi to everybody in the chat. Love you guys. Love the Irish caller today. He was great.
Yeah, there's a lot of international callers that call in. Australia, New Zealand, Ireland. I've had like 3 from Ireland.
That's so cool.
1 from Africa.
Do good. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. Wasn't it from South Africa?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, listen, you do good on Ashley Banfield, and I cannot wait for your hero, Nancy Grace, to come calling for you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe she will one day, you know. I'll talk to her one day. God bless you. Thank you so much. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-85-9693. If you are having trouble getting through, I will do callbacks also. So make sure you email right there. So the email's on your screen right now. Somebody said Brian Enton is live. Let's see where. Let's check on Brian Enton.
Call from
Rebecca.
Rebecca, what's going on? You're live.
Oh my goodness. Well, I just want to say congratulations to you. I'm very proud of you. What time are you going to be on News Nation tonight?
It's 10, but right now I just got a message from the producer saying they were rescheduling for tomorrow.
Oh, well,
because they're tracking this plane that is going to be, I guess, that, you know, they got to get, it's breaking news tracking plane to throw this guy in a jail cell so he sits there. So I just got a message from the producer. I won't put her name out there, but
yeah, well, thank you for listening to everyone, and I think your channel's great. And I feel so bad for both families, the families that lost their children, and the parents and the sister for this guy. I mean, I can't even imagine. Supposedly they're like really nice people, and having this is just insane. I can't even imagine if this was my monster of a son. So anyways, just wanted to say thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, they're tracking the plane. All right, I'm gonna read. It says,
yeah, I'm hooked on all
due to
this
breaking news tonight. Due to breaking news tonight, we'll reschedule. We think he'll land soon, and waiting to see affidavit.
Yeah, 10 to Life gave like this allegedly text by the FBI, all this news. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but anyways, thank you. Hope you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, man.
Bye.
Bye. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Well spoken caller. Thank you, Sandy, for keeping it respectful. F the plane. Departure to the arrival does nothing for this case. Absolutely what I've been saying. I mean, it is what it is, though. You know, people are going to report on it, and we got to respect that aspect. But personally, do I care where he's landing? No. But what I do want to see is that affidavit, and I want to see all the other details. But personally, I couldn't give a fucking. I mean, I wish they would put robots in there and land his ass in the ocean, and
Call from
Salvatore.
Salvatore, what's on, my man? What's going on, brother? Nice to see you. Nice to hear. Nice to hear you. You know what I mean? Nice to hear from you, from West Virginia, man. God bless you. I hope your family's been doing well, and it's good to hear you again today, my man. What's going on? What's going through your mind?
I'm trying to catch up, pal, but I want to congratulate you on the interview with News Nation.
One with News Nation and another one with Inside Edition. So I'm the other one with Inside Edition. We're lining up right now. I'm talking to the other producer from there.
Great. You deserve it, pal. You
deserve
it. Unbelievable. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to catch up. I was at the doctor all day today, and I came in and I'm trying to rewind. And listen, there's something about that Crime Circus guy. What's his name? Teardrop?
Yeah, Drip Drop.
Let me tell you, he makes some interesting points.
Yeah.
Now, I know everybody doesn't want to believe that the guy that sent those messages is the guy. But there's certain comments, whoever posted those comments, there's certain comments that, like, he said he was going to be in PA. Or he was going to be in the, what did he say, the shit part of PA or something like that. Try to catch me if you can.
Yeah, shithole. Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
Shithole Woods.
That was before he even went to PA.
Exactly.
So posted that knew he was going to PA. And with the way the girls or the kids were killed, unbelievable. I'm gonna believe, or I think that he went in, he killed Ethan and Johnny first, and then he went upstairs. And the reason I say that is because I keep thinking about what the father said. The father said he didn't have to go upstairs. No matter what we're hearing, no matter what's going on the internet, the dad himself said he didn't have to go upstairs. And that says a lot to me. So everybody could have their, their thing about how it happened and who got it first. But, and even that guy on the Reddit, the comment thing, he was saying that the blood came from the bedroom, not the kitchen. I mean, there were so many things that this guy, only the killer would know. I'm sure Crime Circus does its research.
Oh yeah, I've been talking to him recently, like from last night to today. I've been in contact with him.
He is the shit. You are the king, but he is the shit. You know what I mean? You are the king. Oh my God! I love that.
He said, "I love that."
What was I gonna say? Well, I forgot what I was going. Oh, well, I'm so computer illiterate. I want to be in the chat, and I don't know how to do it. What is a mod?
Oh, a mod is somebody with a blue wrench. They could get rid of like ignorant people that are talking shit or saying trolly stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm finding out. I just found out what a troll was, so now I'm mod. And then what's that other one? Dio something? The DOS or what's it called?
What is it?
DOS or Docs or.
Yeah, docs. Docs is when you give out somebody's information, like full information and address, stuff like that. That's what's doxing.
Okay.
In a bad intent. Let me add that to it. If you look up the definition, doxing is giving out someone's information with bad intent.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. To seize it at a small definition for you.
Yeah. Well, brother, I don't know. I just wanted to bring up that Crime Circus guy. He really got me kind of I don't know. There's something about him, and there's something about the research he does and the comments posted. You know, it's like, wow, only the killer would know that. You know.
Yeah,
So no
that's
matter
crazy
who
shit.
did it, even if Bryan didn't, I don't even want to say his name, even if the prick didn't write it, whoever wrote it wrote things that only the killer would know.
Absolutely.
Because it all happened before it all happened. You know what I mean? This guy posted, I think it was November 22. He even made the comment about numerology 11/22.
Yeah.
Oh, the address.
Absolutely.
November 22. He really, I don't know, man. He really got me going. You know, only certain people can get me going. You know, and you're one of them, pal. I love you.
I appreciate you, Salvatore. We love you back, man.
I love you, callers, your people, and I'm glad that you take the time to take my call.
Absolutely, Salvatore. I appreciate you calling in, man, and definitely we got to keep our foot on this prick's neck, as you would say.
That's right. Don't let up. That's right.
Don't ever let up. Thank you for calling in, Salvatore. It's good to hear from you, man. I hope things are going good for you up there in West Virginia. God bless you, brother.
One more thing, pal.
Go ahead. Fit it in.
The reporter that asked the cop, the chief, how certain are you guys with the evidence you have?
Right.
And he sounded pretty certain. He said it. I am certain that we have this guy. So as many people want to say, well, he's innocent until proven guilty, the chief said we have enough evidence we're confident in. And I was like, wow. All right, so I guess we're all on.
And you know what would make me think, and to touch up on what you just said before I let you go, you know what would make me think the same? I mean, what you just said is that's why I think they got blood evidence for that factory. You know, when you say something to that magnitude, it's like,
yeah,
you got to have blood evidence. When you're speaking out that confidently, it's like,
yeah, he sounded very confident. Yep. Oh well, go ahead, brother. You have a good night. I want to say hi to all the callers and everybody. Have a good night.
You have a good night too, Salvatore. You be easy, brother. God bless you. We love you back, my brother.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Salvatore, man. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts on this case? What's blowing your mind about this case? Hold on, let's see, my man. That blank stare on this dude's face, man. Good grief.
Call from
Donna.
Katie.
Katie, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, how's it going?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Hey, I'm doing good. So I wanted to bring this up. I was listening to Bryan's friend's interview yesterday, which I got to say I thought was very interesting. I definitely believe that he knew him. He was not looking to be in the limelight. He was just looking to, be straight about everything he knew about Bryan. But one of the questions that he asked was, hey, how come nobody knew that he, the day that he returned back to class, why didn't he have any markings or why didn't anybody say anything? And I was thinking about it. And for starters, he probably wore like a long sleeve collared shirt and pants. He probably, like what the students said, kept to himself, didn't want to be exposing himself or saying or mentioning anything. So he could probably keep his hands hidden. And I don't know about his face, if there were any markings on his face or not. But, I think that as a student too, when you first hear this, I feel like things really didn't start to get going about this murder case until a few days after the fact. I could be wrong about that, but the last thing that you're going to think is, hey, my teacher did this murder. You know, that's totally off your radar. So I think that even if he had like a mark or something, he may have used makeup to cover it up. But I don't think those students would have had that, you know, in their radar at all. I really don't.
Hmm.
And yeah.
So what train were you on before they captured this guy? I like to ask.
You know, I'll be honest, I really was on was it Jack D? I was on the Jack D train for a while. It made sense, you know, based off of what we know. But as things started to really come about, it's like, nice. I really think truly the police, the FBI, they're smarter than that. Like they would look and they would know if Jack D really was in it or not. And I didn't think that was Jack D in the picture at the corner club, but I really just did not. There was a period where I was like, yes, absolutely, that's him. And then as things started to really come out, it's like, you know, when you really think about it, I did not think that he could have done it. But, you know, one thing that's interesting too about with the boyfriend, I was thinking about this. So when those girls were calling him, you know, it makes you wonder, number one, were they calling him because they heard something and they were calling him either for help or just to call him to see if it was him?
It blows my mind to even think about that shit. It breaks your heart when you go to think about that. Were they calling, you know, JD for some help? And that right there fucking just it'll mess with you.
It will. And, you know, then you got to think too, like, man, like now that we know, like, he's cleared, most likely, allegedly, you know, the guilt he probably carries in his heart, like he didn't answer the call. Like, what if I answered that phone call? You know, could I have made a difference? And then if he did answer the call and went over there, would he have been killed? You know? So I'm sure he struggles with that, and I really do feel for him with that.
I feel like this pre-planning or whatever, you know, and I do feel like he pre-planned this, and I'm just speculating, and it's alleged. If you haven't heard from law enforcement, it's not true. But in general, I feel like he pulled the trigger on his plans quick and fucked up. He just fucked, like he drove his vehicle there. You're like, okay,
yeah,
all right, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, why would you drive your vehicle there? I mean, I would think it would be more smart to like not roll right up to the property, you know. And I mean, I remember watching that one detective, like they went through Moscow and they went through and went to the actual house. And I mean, it's quite an ordeal to get there. And I mean, by foot for sure, but I would think you would maybe plan that out and walk to the property, leave the property, park your car somewhere far. I just think, I think he really, I think there was something that made him do it on the quickness, like, and impulsive. I really do. And I think this is an impulsive kill. I think, you know, there was a reason behind why he chose that day. If the weather had anything to do with it, you know, I don't know, but I think it was definitely impulsive. I think he planned it out, but then do it now. Today's the day, you know?
Exactly. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling in from?
I'm the one from 757. So
757. Oh, I got a bunch that call from the 757. Believe it or not.
Yeah, we're all here to support. Yeah, that's awesome. And you know what? I've got family up in South Bend, Indiana, and in Granger, Indiana. So I don't know if you're a Notre Dame fan or if you're a Hoosier.
I could walk right into Chicago.
Oh, very cool. That's a great,
I could walk
great
into
city.
Chicago. Yeah, I can literally, but I mean, it's
Very nice.
bad out here.
Yeah.
It's super bad.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, you got to be super careful out there.
I appreciate you
Absolutely.
calling
Thank you for having me. You have a wonderful day or wonderful night, and congratulations with all your success.
Thank you so much. God bless you, man. And thank you for being a part of the show. I appreciate you. God bless you. God bless you. If you want to call in 219-885-9692, make sure you call in. Dinner time. You know what? Hold up. There we go.
Call from Wesley from Indiana.
Hey, what's going on? You're on the line.
Hi.
How you doing? From Indiana. What's going on?
Yes, I am from Indiana, and I just wanted to say, I kind of do think it's kind of smart that he went this route. Allegedly, there's less tolls, less to be on camera. Who knows? But if the Indiana police didn't know anything about this car, they're savages. Because how do you get pulled over twice in one day?
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's. I don't know. I'm not even gonna use that word, but it's outrageous.
Yes. You must have really be a bad driver, and I'm a bad driver, and I haven't got pulled over twice in one day. Knock on wood. So.
I mean, I've drove all in through Indiana, never got pulled over. So.
Well, good for you.
Actually. One time.
Well, good. All right. Well, thank you for all you do. I'm new to your channel, and I think you're awesome, and I love the Indiana folk. So.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, man. God bless you.
All right. You too.
Thank you. Bye. Shout out to her. Hold up. I got a call we need to make here. This is a call that a lot of people don't like, but we'll make it anyways.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? What's going on? Detective John on the line. What's going on, man? What's your thoughts on everything that you've been that you've caught up to?
Am I speaking to prime time?
Prime time. You lie.
That video you played, that guy's reaching. I mean, he's writing a book or something. He's way off, in my opinion. But there's a lot of interesting things that you're hearing. It's confirming the trolling on your show here. Everybody is saying things that you've said, I've said. They even use the word that prudent. Any prudent person. I mean, I've used that numerous times. I'm not taking credit for it, but he said verbatim what we said. So I'm just kind of giving you props because you're being trolled big time, and it's evident. But what I wanted to bring up is there's can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
There's something I've been holding. There's something I've been holding back on, and that's the copycat theory. And there's been a reason for it. And back in the early 90s, many people are they're infatuated with Ted Bundy and all these other serial killers, but there's a major serial killer that they're not talking about, and that's Danny Rawlings. Do you know who Danny Rawlings is?
Oh my God!
Mm-hmm.
Danny Rawlings, and I've been holding back on this for a reason because no one's really talking about Danny Rawlings. When I was, back in the early 90s, it was 1990, if I recall, there was another suspect. His name was Ed Humphreys, and he was rumored to be in the Daytona area. So we had a bunch of intel that he was there. He was actually at the Volusia Mall and all this stuff. So we're following up on these leads on this Ed Humphreys guy. And it turned out he was innocent. And, they captured Danny Rawlings, who actually came from Louisiana, and he did, I think, a triple homicide, I believe, before the Gainesville murders. But everybody listening should go on and research Danny Rawlings. And it's eerily similar to this case thus far. I'm going to be very, very, very interested to see what they articulate. Everyone needs to get off of the affidavits that we're waiting to hear on. Those are going to be very, very vague. They're basically going to say the charges and the elements of the crime that necessitate the charge. So, suspect allegedly murdered Kaylee by stabbing, violation of whatever the statute is for murder in Idaho. He entered the dwelling, whatever the burglary statute is there, and that's the elements. The the meat of all this is going to be in the incident report that we're not going to see for some time, and that's going to have all the details in it. The charging affidavits are going to be vague. They're just going to hit the elements of the crime. So everyone being infatuated with they want to see, you know, the affidavits. You're going to be let down because they're not going to be very descriptive.
Somebody had a question for you that I did write down. They said, Detective John, they called me earlier. I wrote it down. They said, do the parents have a say whether a person gets the death penalty or life in prison? The parents of the victims.
Well, they're gonna be, everyone's gonna have that's directly related to the victims are gonna have the opportunity to speak. They're called impact statements, and they're often, they're given an opportunity to speak. It's just like Daryl Brooks. You know, you heard family members talk for hours, and inevitably, if you've got somebody that's against the death penalty, you know, a family member, and that just wants him to rot in jail and thinks that's going to be enough pain for him, which I think is unlikely, because Kaylee's fathers when they interviewed this last interview with her parents, the mother said, and I quote, "We're very fortunate to live in Idaho, which has the death penalty." So, you know, those two are 100% wanting the death penalty. I'll be very surprised if anyone tries to deviate from the death penalty that's involved in a relationship with these victims. So to answer your question, the judge will listen, but inevitably it's up to the judge and the jury. You know, they'll have a sentencing phase and a recommendation, and they'll look at the mitigating factors, and, you know, they'll decide what the proper punishment is. And I'm 100% certain it's going to be the death penalty. I believe it's lethal injection in Idaho. I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up, but I believe it is. Most states are now. So to answer the question, unlikely. I think they can say, we don't believe in the death penalty, and we'd rather him just spend the rest of it rot in prison. But inevitably, it comes down to the judge and the jury.
Yeah, that was a question the caller had earlier. They told me to write it down. I wrote it down.
But I've been pondering bringing up the whole copycat thing. But based on what we know now, we know who the alleged perpetrator is and his background. If anybody gets online and starts looking up Danny Rawlings, and they start looking at the Gainesville murder, where there's 4 girls and one guy, eerily similar to Ethan's situation. He wasn't normally there. He was visiting his girlfriend. He was a victim of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. 4 of the students were University of Florida students, and one was a Santa Fe Community College student, which is kind of like a stepping stone to get into U.S. But the thing about Danny Rawlings is, I mean, his modus operandi was, usually through the slider, a knife, and he even, this is the crazy thing about it, I believe it was the first victim, he panicked and was in such a rush to get out of there, and he was actually living transient, and he realized he lost his wallet. So he actually went back to the crime scene in search of his wallet, and that's when he decided this is the only one that he decapitated. Mm-hmm. But he decapitated her when he went back in search of his wallet, and then he placed her head on a bookshelf facing her body, so she's looking at her body. Now, whether we find out, and this is something to think about, this may come out in the wash. whether we find out that he did something like that. If he did something like that, he 100%.
Why are people so fascinated? Oh, my bad. I ain't mean to cut you, but I'm like, why are people so satisfied with or fascinated with watching Bryan Kohberger's flight?
I don't know. That you know, that's all.
Across the screen now. I just don't know why people are fascinated.
It's all just part of the process, man. It's like confirmation for everybody. You know, I'm gonna go out on the limb. People can criticize me all they want, but I don't believe that there was a second perpetrator. I believe he did this on his own. I mean, you look at him in this traffic stop. He's so strung out, man. He is like he looks like he hasn't slept in weeks. And he's with his daddy because he wants that windshield time because he knows he's about to go down. He knows what's going on. And somebody said earlier, and I'm respectfully, would disagree. I don't think he wanted to get caught. It's like we talked before. I believe he had an itch that had to be scratched on that night. I believe he was certainly planning to do something.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe that he planned to do it that night. I believe that something set him off, and he was ready to go for whatever reason that night. He just decided to do it, and he put a lot of thought into it, and he made drastic mistakes. And it could have been the fact if Kaylee was the target or one of the targets, that she's getting ready to go to Texas. In fact, as I recall, there was a tweet that went out that said this is her last night here, or something to that effect. Do you recall that?
No.
Something that went out that was her last night here, and she was packed up, ready to go. I may be wrong, but I know that was said at some point from a major network. But this guy and Danny Rawlings was a split personality. And you heard me say earlier, that I believe that he has a split personality. I believe he's two different people. I believe he's Mr. Intellect and Mr. I'm going to strive for success. And then I believe he's got a dark side and he's somebody else. Like Danny, his split personality was say Danny backwards, that whatever that is, I can't remember how you pronounce it. Just say Danny backwards, and that was his alternate personality. There was Danny normal, and then whatever backwards is. And I think if we look at this serial killer and knowing that what we know about Bryan and his infatuation with serial killers, we can get off the BTK stuff. We can get off of the Bundy stuff. Out of all the serial killers that I know about, the closest one, I believe, and I've heard no one talk about this, is Danny Rawlings. And people will get online and read about him. And I haven't read about him in years. This is based on me actually being involved in investigation. And I actually attended schools with some of the investigators that were part of that investigation that actually spoke on it. There's a lot of things that aren't out in the media about that case that I don't even want to talk about. I mean, this guy was sadistic. He was absolutely 100% a nut job, and he did other homicides. He was a serial killer. There's speculation, that Bryan has done these other homicides in Portland and stuff. Well, the guy in that video that people wanted to see, I mean, he's like, oh, and the Washington tag. And even somebody came up on here and said he didn't get the Washington tag till a few weeks ago. So that theory's blown out of the water. That guy's fishing like he's, I don't know what he's doing. He's got a lot of time on his hands. But, I'm not disrespecting him. He did good work. He's very articulate, but some of that stuff seems a little far fetched to me. But we got to look at this from a psychological standpoint, like, perspective, like that lady that called that's into psych that used to be, and has had a drug addiction, so she can relate to some of these feelings people have. She was very articulate, and she said some very interesting things. I liked her as a caller. But if we look at it and people actually go and visit Danny Rawlings, you guys are all going to freak out.
So
just on what we've heard.
So we were talking last night off the cuff, I would say.
Yeah.
We were talking last night off the cuff, and would you think with you? So you and I asked you, I was like, man, do you think they got the right guy? Do you think they got the right guy? And you said, I think they got the right guy, 100%, allegedly.
No, you said. So tell me, just between me and you, do you think there's any chance that they've got the wrong guy?
Mm-hmm.
And what percentage do you think? And I said 0.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
0. Now for the audience, T-REV called me last night. I don't know. It was like 2:30 in the morning my time.
Yeah, it was. It was late.
We talked for about an hour, and he was bouncing things off of me, and he asked me that point blank what I thought, and there's 0 chance, people. I know some people are saying he's innocent. I don't know if you're joking or what, but this guy is a done deal. He's a done deal. He made some mistakes. I don't believe he wanted to be caught. I believe in my theory, and I talked to T-REV about this last night. I think I mentioned it in chat, but I believe that his primary goal was to actually get away with these murders, and then as a professor, actually having a discussion in class about the psychology surrounding these murders and having people do psychological profiles on an open case on who they think the murderer is and write maybe a thesis on it or something. And what better rush to have than to have an open case of 4 homicides and you're the actual perpetrator and you have multiple students, every semester where you give multiple students the opportunity to guess what happened and profile the killer, which is him, and then he can actually assess, what they should be. Okay, you guys got pretty close, man. I'm going to give you a 90, or you got an F because you're not even close. And I think that was his goal. I think this guy was so insane and so enthralled that's what his goal was ultimately. And language of horses, you don't agree. Articulate why you don't agree. You think he wanted to be caught? I don't think he wanted to be caught.
Yeah, no, he definitely didn't want to be caught. In my opinion, I don't think he wanted to be caught at all. I mean, who wants to be caught, right?
No, he didn't want to be caught. He scratched that itch prematurely, and I think he might have very well. This whole time he might have been abusing heroin. He looks like he's strung out. He may just be tired, but he looks like he's strung out. If he's abusing heroin and he's doing something equivalent to like speedballing or something like that, and he's hitting meth too. I mean, there's all kinds of, your impulses are not easily controlled, and you're very impulsive. So if he had that itch, he had to scratch, and he decided, I'm doing it right now. And I believe that's what he did. I believe if he had taken his time, which is, in my opinion, what he initially had planned to do, and execute a murder or murderers, he would have been difficult to catch based on what he has to know. I mean, he's been through crime scene investigation courses. He knows how it works. He made some bonehead mistakes, and I think it's based on the fact that he for whatever reason decided to do it right then. So we can all, again, we're all speculating. It's going to come out, in trial. And from what I heard, he's actually got an attorney, and I'll bet you you're going to find out that she's pro bono. I'm telling you right now.
Detective John, what are your thoughts on BK committing the murders to impress his hold on. What, Detective John, what are your thoughts on BK committing the murders to impress his professor, allegedly?
Well, I mean, he's not gonna impress his professor by the professor. How's he gonna do that unless the professor knows it's him? I mean, that would make no sense. But I believe that he may very well come up with his own profile and come up with his own theories, like this potential caller that called in, Dave, that we think might be him. That's nailing, and he's arguing with people's theories and telling them they're 100% wrong. I mean, that could very well be him. I'm on the fence, man. I'm 50-50 on that. And the reason why I'm 50-50 is I believe when you contacted the FBI, have they sent anything back? Have they responded to the fact that they received your tip?
No.
So you've got absolutely zero back.
Zero.
Yeah, that's odd to me, man. I mean, you've got the case is, still an ongoing investigation, and there's a lot of stuff, being kicked around as far as, what really happened. And, this has gotten a lot of media attention. The fact that this potential caller called you, or potential, Bryan potentially called you, purporting to be someone else. I would have expected them to contact you. I'm not saying that they don't intend on it, and they very well may just send you a subpoena, because everything that you put on your show is enough for them right now. They're just going to subpoena you, and you'll get a freaking subpoena one day, and you're like, what the hell? They never even contacted me. That often happens, because now you're a witness. So, I mean, that could very well be the case. I don't know, but I find it odd that they didn't even respond to confirm that you sent in the tip.
Yeah,
that's all smoke
I
and
ain't hear
mirrors.
nothing back. They got my phone number. They have everything. So
yeah. So I mean, I can't say either way. A lot of people think it's him. I mean, there's a lot of indicators that would confirm that it could be him, but there's a few that aren't as well. I mean, there's two different scenarios we can go with there. But I mean, there's a lot that we don't know about this case. Like I said all along, people, I kept kind of protecting yourself and myself when we were everybody's on the bandwagon of the Jacks and the Davids and, the Enans next door. I always said, look, everyone, all we know is what we know. So when people are asking, okay, why would Jack D do it? Well, I'm providing a motive, which Jack D, out of all of them, and I'm, I hate to even mention them now, but it's going to be a topic for a long time. Jack D was the most viable suspect based on what we knew. But I also continually said, we don't know what they know, and they're not telling us much. I said, that car, everything is on that car. That car is important. They know something. And when that wrecked car, I'll reiterate that too, when everybody's on that wrecked car in Oregon, I immediately said, that is not the car. And you were even like, are you sure, man? That's just crazy. That Elantra, I mean, Elantra's like the Honda Civic almost. They're everywhere. I passed probably 10 of them today, on my way to Orlando and back. But they're white Elantras too. And every time I passed one, I actually thought about this case. So, I mean, the car, I believe the car was key here, and the DNA is secondary. But I believe the car is what wound up being his demise. Now, eventually, if we know they probably have DNA, and that would have caught him eventually, because it's very easy now. Everybody's doing this family tree DNA, and it goes into a database, and the FBI has access to that. And from what I understand, two of your major companies that do that refuse to cooperate, which I think is they need to be exposed for that. Whoever those two companies are need to be exposed, people.
Sherlock Holmes said, I think Ethan is what ruined it for him. He did not think he was going to be there.
Well, I said that also multiple times. Did I not? Ethan was not supposed to be there. Again, go to the Danny Rawlings case. It's so crazy how similar it is. There was 4 girls murdered and 1 guy, and the 1 guy wasn't supposed to be there. Was not supposed to be there. He was.
Is the affidavit being released? Well, I got a message from Banfield's producer saying, what she said. Let me go back to it. Due to breaking news tonight, we won't time in your segment. We think he will land soon, and waiting to see affidavit. Waiting to see if affidavit becomes public.
You want to hear something funny? I lived in Champaign, Illinois for 3 years, where he's probably on a layover there, switching planes, or I don't know what they're doing, but he's probably on a private jet. They had to refuel or something. I don't know. But if he landed in Champaign, I lived in Champaign. That's kind of funny. That's the University of Illinois. It's Champaign.
So a lot of people are waiting on the affidavit, so they're trying to grab that affidavit.
They're putting their eggs in a basket that is not going to be very eventful. I'm telling you guys, it's not going to be this, earth-shattering, a bunch of information. It's just an affidavit putting the elements of the crime.
Oh, they're almost to Moscow right now. I'm looking at I got the flight right here. They're not too far from Moscow right now in the air.
Yeah, so the whole affidavit thing, it's the meat of what happened is going to be in the incident report with all the supplementals from all the investigators.
Detective John, his plane is over Idaho right now.
There you go.
That's what the people in the chat were pointed out.
So everybody wants a photo op. But the affidavit is not going to.
Can you explain to the people why? I didn't mean to cut you, but can you explain to the people why this plane is so important? Because I certainly don't understand. So I'd be one of those people that'd be listening. Why is this plane landing? Breaking news.
Well, because it shows the end of the extradition. I mean, he's from point A where he's arrested to now he's at point B. Point C is going to be he's going to wherever they're going to hold him, whatever corrections institution he goes to. So they're going to be staked out at multiple locations that are close by because you don't know where he's going to go unless somebody leaks something. But it's just news, everybody. It's just news. I mean, this happens with every homicide. It's a high profile. The reporters are there to see him. They were there to see him take him out of the paddy wagon. Like running on empty just said, because it's the only news. Yeah, I mean, this is news. It's all news. Every step moving forward with this case is going to be news. This is going to be, this is, somebody mentioned the other day, and I agree 100%, and I said it before as well. I mean, this is as big as the OJ case. I think it's that because OJ was a superstar. He was a figure that everybody knew. He was a movie star. He was an athlete, and he was African American. Which you're talking about a time where you had Watts and LA, going on. That happened previous to that, but there's a lot of racial tension, and of course, everybody said that this was all racially motivated because he's a popular African American athlete. We all know that's not true, but people want to believe that. We can get off that, but this is just news, and the reason why this case is so people are so infatuated and enthralled with it is because of the method the modus operandi, what he did to kill these people. So we're all sitting and we're spinning. We're trying to put ourselves inside that 3-story building that these horrible crimes took place. I mean, I've actually fell asleep and actually dreamt of some stuff. I'm sure many people have, because the last thing we were thinking about or talking about was this case. So there's some crazy thoughts that goes through everybody's head. But this is just news. This is nothing that we should not expect or say why are they so enthralled with the flight from PA to Moscow. Well, because
say
we're
you're
gonna
acting mad. Mad would be me punching monitors off and raging out. That's mad.
Who's mad?
They're saying I'm acting mad. I'm over here laughing. Like, what?
You're acting mad?
Yeah, I don't know. People in the chat are like, you're acting mad.
I don't even see your face right
now. I was talking about the plane landing. I was like, why is it breaking news? I said, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I guess
because
people think I'm mad. I'm not. I'm nowhere near mad.
It's the reality of where we are today. I mean, it's just everything. It's like let's talk about crime in general. Do you think that child molestation has not always gone on? It's always gone on. Children have been being molested for eons, thousands of years, but we haven't always had the media, to let the entire world know that a child was molested. So all this stuff now is out there, and there, departments and entities are doing stings now. They can use the internet to set people up, and that's big news. But this stuff has always happened. Crime has always happened, but we just happen to know about it now because of the media and because of social media. We have Amber Alerts now. I mean, come on. If a child was kidnapped in Florida, 25, 30 years ago, I mean, now there's an Amber Alert that goes out, almost nationwide, but definitely the surrounding areas, and everyone knows what car to look for. I mean, these are just, I
mean, it is. I get where people. I do get where people are coming from with the plane landing. They'll release the affidavit, so it does make sense on that part. I will say that, because when he touches down, you'll be able to get your hands on that affidavit. So
I don't think
that's about the only. That's about the only thing. I now I understand where people are coming from on that. That's why I asked for an explanation. I got my answer out of chat. Damn, I thought I got it from you.
But if you look up what the, I don't know what the state statute is for homicide in Idaho. I know what it is here, in burglary in Idaho. You have to, the affidavit is a very short, Cliff Note version of what happened to validate the charge. So the probable cause, the PCA affidavit, is just showing the probable cause to take this man in custody is based on the fact that he violated this law, and his method to do it was stabbing. He committed a homicide. He stabbed them or whatever. They may come up. There might be something else aggravating that they might put in there. I doubt it. That's all going to come later. But everybody putting their eggs in the basket of, oh my God, I can't wait to see the affidavit. It's not going to be this earth-shattering, plethora of information that everyone thinks. It's just not.
It's just and I see where everybody's coming from in the chat, and I'm glad that people have put that down there. It's just it's a step in the case, and you'll get the affidavit, etc. Like you said, there's not a plethora of information in there, but it's something to go off of.
But now we're going to be kept even more in the dark because of the gag order. See, when the chief was asked how confident he was in the charges and that they got their man, he now cannot comment at all on any questions asked like that. He got that in before the gag order, but you're never going to hear anything like that come from any representative of this case moving forward, whether it be the defense whether it be the prosecution, whether it be an investigator, we will not know any of that stuff. If they do, if somebody does speak to the media or in any forum about this case, they're in contempt of court. They will be hooked up. So, you know, that's just the reality. So, I mean, I don't want to put a damper on, you know, the fact that we're still going to be speculating, which is great. I mean, that's fine. But
well, right here, I read this. It says the gag order is not expected to impact the release of the probable cause affidavit. Right now, I just read that on a few different news stations.
Read that again. I'm sorry.
The gag order is not expected to impact the release of the probable cause affidavit.
No, it won't. The PC affidavit is the PC affidavit. That's everything on there will be read, because that's all that's doing is that's just putting together the charging affidavit for each one of these first-degree murders and the burglary. And it's going to say, to wit, burglary was committed to gain entry, you know, violating statute so-and-so, you know, and then it'll go into the fact that, you know, the homicides took place by this motive or by this method using a knife, you know, and it'll be very short. It's not going to be, you know, there's not going to be details on, you know, they may know how he entered, you know, if they've determined how he entered, they may actually put how he gained entry. But you're not going to get a whole lot more than that. Everything that we're going to get, we're going to be on pins and needles until this thing starts to go to trial.
See, and a lot of people don't understand that Kohberger didn't have a Washington plate until 2022, which is recently. He got it after the murders. Right.
And that's, you know, we can bounce that off of many different, you know, we can have a theory for that reason too. If he was pulled over, like they said he was, for a seatbelt violation, and then the officer asked him, you know, you're from PA, do you live? And he says, well, I live here now. And the officer would have informed him, you have 30 days. If you reside here now, you have 30 days to get your DL changed and get your tag changed. That's how it is here anyway. And you know, it may be as simple as that as a reason why he did it, but it also may be the fact that he wanted to, you know, change his tag, because a PA tag over there may throw up more flags. I don't think it would. I think any white Elantra in that area, period, I don't care what tag is on it, would have drawn attention.
Yeah, he did. A lot of people don't. I seen a video earlier, and I should have caught it right there. I don't know why they said that he had a Washington plate, but he just got a Washington plate literally after the murder. So that was fake news.
You are fake news. Exactly. Under review said a PCA, which is a probable cause affidavit, is a public document. It came off. I can't read the rest of it, but that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, that type of stuff is going to be released, but the details of the crime, the things that we want to know about, will not be released unless they're leaked somehow by, you know, maybe an investigator goes home and has diarrhea of the mouth and to his wife, and then his wife tells one of her friends, and, you know, things get out that way. It happens all the time. The good thing about Moscow PD is it's a very small PD. So, you know, I'm guessing that they have 39 sworn employees for the PD. Those are not all police officers, or 36. They're not all police officers. There's going to be admin. There's going to be property and evidence tax. There's going to be, you know, all kinds of different, you know, employees within the department that aren't, you know, police officers.
I wonder, I wonder what plane they stuck them on. Like, did they stick them on a regular plane, or how would they do it? Let's hear it. If you were sending and I want to ask you this to be specific. So you're in Daytona. You guys got somebody. You're fitting to send them to, let me just say, California. How are you going to do it? What plane do you guys stick them on?
The U.S. Marshals are tasked to do that. You know, that's not something that the local police department will do. The U.S. Marshals are highly trained, and that's what they do. They execute, cross-state warrants. They do all kinds of things, but one of their main tasks is to transport prisoners. Whether it be to transport from one corrections institution from one state to the other, or something like this, where you're flying across state. Whether they're using a private plane, which I assume they probably are today, they're not going to put them on a commercial flight. Unlikely. They may, if a commercial flight is available and it's empty, they may use a commercial flight, but I don't see that happening. I'd say it's probably a Cessna or something. I mean, a Learjet or something, not a Cessna. Let's see, but how is that possible? With the car in his parents' name, one would have to fly down and change the tags. Well, not necessarily. I mean, we don't know if the car is still in the parents' name. We don't know that. He changed the tags. I mean, because he may be a co-owner on it. His parents may be on the title as well, and he's secondary or what have you. You can get that done very easily.
So, let me see. Somebody had a question, but I couldn't track it. This thing, Detective John, have you read about the email sent to another creator this morning, allegedly describing details of crime by an FBI agent first on scene? Would gag order affect this?
Anybody involved in the investigation? I haven't read the gag order. Has that been published yet? It has. The gag order's been published.
Yeah, bro. I've already read it on here. I've showed it.
Oh, I've worked. I was driving to Orlando and back all day, so I haven't been on the show.
Nah, remember last night I told you last night. I'm pretty sure I told you last night. They put the gag. I didn't read it to you, but I told you they put it out.
Yeah, well,
we had a long conversation. So.
Yeah, I haven't seen the gag order, but I mean the gag order should reflect, that, first of all, the attorneys won't be able to talk about it. Any of the investigators won't be able to talk about it. The chief won't be able to talk about it or give details that would impact the trial. I mean, you can, press releases are going to be, the people are going to ask these questions anyway, and he's going to say, there's a gag order. I'm not obliged to comment. I can't comment on the case. If there's a press conference, he should say, first of all, don't even ask me anything about the case because I cannot comment on anything. So they're moot. They're ridiculous to even have a press conference. And it's just, any press conference moving forward is just gonna reflect what we're witnessing now. He was transported from point A to point B, and he left at such and such time. And, there was a layover here. They got fuel here, and he was brought to Idaho, and then taken to whatever holding facility they take him to. If he makes any comments or statements, if they say, well, did he say anything? Well, I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to comment on anything that he says. It's going to be really hard to get any information. The only way any information is going to come out moving forward that's valid, could potentially come from a leak, and then, we won't even be able to substantiate it till trial. This is going to be a major, no info scenario for the next year. There might be anything that comes out is going to be a leak. It's not going to come from law enforcement. It's not going to come from an investigator. It's going to be a leak.
Exactly, Detective John. I mean, unfortunately, there's not going to be much information that we get after this.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
thank you, September Virgo, for the 5. I appreciate it.
2015 fixed wing single engine plane. Okay. Yeah, that's surprising. A single engine plane. I mean, I would have expected a Learjet or something, but and that thing's moving. What time did the flight leave? Does anybody know?
I have no idea when it left.
That explains why they stopped in Champaign, because they would have had to get fuel.
Yeah, most definitely had to get fuel. That's
Yeah, well, on a single engine, Pilatus.
Yeah, the plane is a Pilatus PC-12 NG double cabin.
Well, for a guy that hates to fly, he's shitting his pants about right now, because that's not a very comfortable flight. I can guarantee you. If those rumors are true that he's petrified of flying, they're scaring the shit out of him right now. But I'm telling you,
you think they're talking shit to him?
No, I don't think they're talking shit to him. But I think that it's a mistake to fly him. I would have suggested, if I was the lead on this case, and I'd have a U.S. Marshal with me, of course, or figure out a way to drive him back the 35 hours, and just wait for the opportunity for him to start talking, and hope that he says something. And what's called I'll go over it. It's a res gestae. Res gestae is a spontaneous admission that if it's unsolicited, it can be used against him in court. And he very well may know what res gestae is because of his curriculum, but he just spark up a small conversation. Get him the food he wants, because he's looking at, he's not going to be able to eat for quite some time. He's not going to eat Taco Bell, like I said the other night, because he's a vegan. But, I'll be surprised if he gets the meals he wants all the time in jail. I mean, that doesn't really work that way.
A res gestae. Can you explain, everybody, what a res gestae is?
Res gestae is a spontaneous admission. So let's say, T-REV, you
that's
went
cop
to a
words
bar.
to me, dude.
Well, it's a legal term. It's not just cop words, and very few cops even know that term. They've heard it, but they don't use it in their affidavits. I used it all the time in my affidavits, because if let's say you went out and you got in a fight with somebody and you stabbed them, and you got hooked up and you're in the back of a patrol car. You haven't been Mirandized. You haven't even been asked a question yet. And somebody yelled at you, and you said, "That's right. I fucking stabbed that motherfucker because he deserved it." That's a res gestae statement. So you can use that, and it's 100% admissible. Even if you're alone in the car, or you're being transported, to be processed, any comment you make is a res gestae statement and can be used against you.
They're saying we need to watch it. I see people saying we need to watch a video. They keep saying it. They bring it up over. I've been seeing it this damn whole stream. Hold up.
A video of what?
A video made. I'm gonna find it right now. Let me see. Danny Vansickle. I'm looking. A res gestae. I thought I heard him say that during the it was something like that they said during the presser.
If somebody said res gestae, I'm telling you right now, they got it from this show.
One of the two words that you use a lot, that I've heard you use a couple times.
Modus operandi is a pretty common legal term.
That's what he used.
It's just MO. A lot of people don't know what MO means. It means modus operandi, which is method of the crime. So, that's the modus operandi.
The modus operandi.
Right.
I have invested way too much time in this case. Your channel, Detective John's sexy voice, to not know why this son of a bitch did this and how he thought he'd get away with it. However, I am a new life member of Rev Gang. Thank you. I appreciate that. Shout out to you.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a great platform, and everybody's allowed to T-REV's going to be copied. I'm telling you right now, people are going to jump on his whole concept here, and they're going to copy. But whether they have the discipline to be able to sit back and allow people to speak without interrupting them, or or telling them they're idiots or, you know, just judging them in general, that's going to be tough because some of the comments on here are, you know, they're kind of off the wall, but you know, they could be right. So you gotta maintain an open mind with everybody's theory because, you know, this case is thrown everybody for a loop. I mean, it's, you know, from the beginning when T-REV asked me to do a profile on this guy, I pretty much nailed him 100%. 100% nailed him. If you go back and you look, was it probably 4 or 5 weeks ago now? You know, when I did that before we knew anything. The internet has. I said, this guy is
into life. Go ahead.
He's in your face. He's an in your face guy, and he doesn't take shit from anybody. He's going to be a condescending, you know, individual who probably hates women. And he can wield a knife. He's going to be in shape. All those factors look to be true thus far, you know. So, and that was, you know, the only reason we got off of that theory was because people asked, and we only know what we know. We only know what, you know, what suspects are potentially out there. We didn't know anything about this guy. Some people nailed it from the beginning and said it was, well, they didn't really nail it because unless he's done homicides before, he's not a serial killer, people. He's not, right now, he's not a serial killer. He's a mass murderer. He's no different from anyone that walks inside a you know, grocery store and just starts shooting people or a you know, a public school or a college and start shooting people. Those are mass murderers. Those are not serial killers.
He said he will become the Joe Rogan of true crime. So
who has become the Joe Rogan? You?
T-REV will become the Joe Rogan of true crime. About fell out the chair.
Well,
one of the girls.
That's true.
4%. We're about to check it right now because I want to check this out because people are talking about it. Like, you need to watch this last 15 minutes. Will he be there in 15 minutes? Let's see.
What's the tracker showing him? He's in Idaho right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He's getting closer to he's almost to Moscow.
Yeah. You know, somebody said earlier too, you know, they could possibly be right. I guess, is Idaho an open carry state like Texas? And you know, they're all going to be, you know, he will be wearing a bulletproof vest. I would be surprised if he's not even wearing a helmet, a Kevlar helmet to protect him, because if it's an open carry state, I mean, somebody could potentially be laying on the grassy knoll ready to take him out. Who knows? If I was Kaylee's dad or Maddie's dad with the skills I have, yeah, I've lived my life, buddy. You're not going to go to trial.
I don't even know if you'd be able to see this right now.
See what? Him exiting the plane and stuff?
No, this video right here that everybody's asking me to play.
Yeah, that's another thing too. You know, everybody's anticipating that we're going to see him. They may very well have a.
No, you know, I'm talking about this video that people are telling me to put. This video right here that I got up on the screen.
No, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying, you know, in the end, when the plane lands, we very well may not see him at all. You know, they may have it corded off. You know, on a small plane like that could taxi right into a hangar. You know, and they could taxi that plane right into a hangar and he'd not set foot on a tarmac. You know, where he can't be seen.
I've got this. This video was sent to me at the beginning of my stream. Damn near.
Met Pride T-REV's interview got delayed because of this. I think they said, they're going to do it tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
T-REV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it won't be any prime time tonight for our boy.
Yeah, it'll be prime time tomorrow because they're getting the affidavit and stuff. I'm talking to the producer. I was just texting with the producer just now before.
Right.
Prime time. All right, hold up.
Prime time.
Turn Turn your TV on and let's see this, because everybody's saying I need to see this, need to see it, need to see it, need to see it type shit. And I've been seeing it for the last damn near since I've been on, an hour into my stream, maybe.
I got it.
Oh, that's so.
You want me to stay on, or do you want me to log in? What do you want me to do?
Yeah, you can log in.
Actually, you know what? I can't stay on that late tonight. I'll stay on for a little bit. We'll watch this video, and then I'll let your callers call in.
Yeah. Prime time.
I got a big day tomorrow. They're tired of hearing me, I'm sure.
Prime time.
All
right, here it is.
Brian Enton's live stream.
To say, look, anybody's capable of murder, but I'm going to show you how you can get away with it.
I'll call you back.
Almost like, let me throw it in law enforcement's face that I can commit one of the most horrific crimes
Detective John, that means
Get the fuck out of here!
in recent history and get away with it, even though he's now been arrested. And what's really scary is the fact that he studied criminology. Not only because it would give him the tools of how to commit a crime or a perfect crime, so to speak, but because it also could give him the tools on how to put up a very good defense. Wearing gloves in a grocery store. It was Pennsylvania. It was cold. They were gloves because it was snowing outside, because it was raining outside, because it was cold. That's why I was wearing the gloves. No, but they weren't snow gloves. They were latex gloves. Yeah, I was wearing gloves because it was COVID, because I'm still scared of the spread. Holidays are a popular time. I didn't want to go in public. Remember when we all were wearing gloves in grocery stores? And guys, please don't get political on here. I'm just talking as an example. Easily to explain that away, depending on where they found the DNA and the cells and all of that goes along with it. Could he explain his DNA in the house? It was a party house. I had been there before. My sister had partied there once before, which I don't know if that's true, guys. But yeah, I had been in the house. That's why my DNA was there. Okay, sure. Explain that away. It's reasonable doubt. That's the key. Reasonable doubt. I own an Elantra. Of course I like that, but why? That has nothing to do with anything. They lit it up with luminol. There was no blood in there. There was no evidence in there. So what if I have that car? I wasn't in hiding. I just wasn't paying attention. I didn't know all of these things, which now that I say that part out loud, though, it is interesting because when he was in interrogation after the arrest, before he lawyered up, he said to police, of course I know what's going on. I live 10 miles away from where this happened, or whatever he had said, which so it's like, if he vocalized how aware he was of this case, then he certainly would have known that they had been looking for the Elantra. So why wouldn't he have said, hey, I have an Elantra. I just want to let you know, heads up, whatever that may be. So that's an interesting piece, which I'm just now thinking through myself. Now, in regards to the text that I mentioned earlier and that information, as I mentioned, this was somebody who is very close to me, who I trust wholeheartedly. And this person is good friends with someone very close to the investigation. So this person shared some text screenshots with me that contain some pretty horrific details that not only we haven't heard before, but that make this case make a lot more sense. And I don't want to say the case itself and why this happened, but certain details we've heard along the way, it starts to kind of tie it all together a little bit more, for me at least. I want to warn you, these details are graphic and very disturbing. Also, as always, do your own research, because until this is officially tied back to the affidavit, once it's released, it is all alleged at this point. But this message says, my sister's best friend from college is married to an FBI agent. He was one of the first FBI agents allowed at the scene in Moscow. Apparently, the murderer's knife sheath was found under the body of Ethan. They were able to find DNA on the sheath and sent it to 23andMe. A cousin of the killer, aka Bryan, has done 23andMe, so they were able to somehow then link it to Bryan. That, plus a cat, happened to be taking a pee and set off a nearby Ring camera, which is where they were able to see the Hyundai Elantra, which of course the suspected killer drove. They then tracked him to Pennsylvania, where he was home on winter break with family, and agents posed as garbage men and went through the family's garbage to find DNA and confirm the DNA match. From the text message my sister received from the FBI agent, apparently it is one of the most gruesome crime scenes he's ever been a part of. Ethan's legs were sliced all the way down to the hamstrings. One of the girls was stabbed 54 times and beaten so badly that every bone in her face was broken and so sunken in that she was unrecognizable. One of the cops said that one of the girls in the basement who survived went by the staircase and she thought it was Ethan and yelled at him to shut the fuck up, but it was actually the killer. The killer then left after he saw her, but she didn't know it was him, though, at the time. Now, obviously, a lot to unload there. Let me start by saying the details of Ethan and being sliced down to his hamstrings do match what Kaylee's dad said about this being gruesome and sadistic. Also, we know that the coroner had made those comments about it not being traditional stab wounds, but more in line with being tears and gashes. These details also explain why the police began looking for an Elantra specifically, because of that ring camera footage. Now, you may be asking like I did, well, if Bryan saw the roommates, and if the roommate yelled out to him, why didn't he kill her too? But I think it could be for a multitude of reasons. Based on the layout of the house, which we know is odd and kind of had everybody questioning from the beginning what floor was technically which, I think that he may not have known that anybody lived on that basement level. So I think it's possible that he was spooked and fled. If it were dark and she just yelled up the staircase in the dark saying, shut up, Ethan, without truly seeing each other or making eye contact, he could have easily snuck away. I also think it's entirely possible that he was physically exhausted after brutally murdering 4 people and chose to flee rather than go downstairs and risk multiple people being down there, being caught by them, or being overpowered and killed himself, or them calling 911 and then him getting caught. I would think better to flee than to walk downstairs into a situation that is unknown if you don't know how many people are down there. And him fleeing could also explain why the knife sheath was left behind and then later found. Maybe he was in a rush and it was sloppy. The police also announced right away, very early on in all of this, the type of weapon that they were looking for, that it was a K-bar knife, or however you pronounce it. And surely you would be able to learn, based on the wounds, what kind of weapon was used. But if the sheath was left behind, that also is in my opinion, would be a very quick way to identify what kind of weapon was used, because they identified the weapon and said that they were looking for that type of weapon almost immediately. It wasn't after any autopsies. It wasn't after anything like that. It was right away. So I would think you would have to either know on sight that that's the kind of weapon that would cause those type of wounds, or if you see the sheath that those are often stored in left behind, you would automatically know that that was the kind of weapon that was used. Like I said, I have no reason to believe that this person would lie or fabricate things, as they are the least dramatic person I know, don't follow true crime, haven't been following any of the craziness in this case, but please make a judgment yourself. I also think that the stab wound number being 54 is very specific. It's a very detailed, specific number to give and to provide. And with so much of the conversation in the beginning of this case and still being that the wounds were not equal and that this appeared targeted, that also would make a lot of sense. So again, make a judgment yourself. And this is all technically alleged until it is tied back to the official affidavit. But I wanted to share this information with you. I just received it this morning, and I always will try to be transparent with you. So anyways, this case is crazy. One thing for sure is that I'm going to be on pins and needles until this arrest warrant is released, so that we can have a better picture of some of the evidence against him. And of course, I will have another video once that comes out so we can go over everything. But I want to know what you think and why. Do you think that this was planned and the targets could have been anybody, but that it was planned because he wanted to get away with the crime, because he wanted to prove how intelligent he is, and that this was something of an ego stroke to him? Or do you think it was a crime that happened because of rejection he faced from one or more of the girls? Was it because he just is a psychopath serial killer and gets off on murdering people, and maybe this wasn't even his first round of victims? What do you think and why, given the information we know so far? So like I said, guys, I'm going to keep you updated on everything as it unfolds. I may not always be the first to jump on here with these quick little bite-sized videos with all of the late breaking news and updates and rumors, but it's because I'm trying to consume all of the information to make an assessment, to figure out what's real, what's not, so that I can then put out a longer video where it has kind of, a comprehensive overview. So I promise I am following this case very, very closely, and I am going to be keeping you updated all along the way. All right, guys, thanks again for tuning in today. Also, if you want to stay up to date on updates as they're happening in real time, I'm always uploading on my Instagram stories, where that's kind of just a faster platform for me to push out these updates rather than jump on YouTube. So make sure you're following along there. It's @_AnnieElise. All right, guys, thanks again for tuning in. Please don't forget, give this video a like on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already.
Oh, my bad. I'm over here muted talking to myself. My bad. No, I said I see a lot of people in the comments saying stop the cap. Don't believe her. You're muted. Muted, Rev. Muted. Oh my God, you're muted. Detective Juan. I'm waiting for your call, Detective Juan. Detective Juan, if you could email me your number, man. You know. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if we can catch this plane landing. Right. Fuck it. We're on the tracking of the plane. Right. Let's go find out. Let's go to old Brian Enton. Oh yeah, he's here right now. Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. Pullman Moscow Regional Airport. He uploaded an 18-minute video.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to get on here and kind of update everybody. I made it to Idaho, and I'm at the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport where we are thinking that this plane is ultimately going.
He said what we're thinking. She dropped this. My man said cat. I mean, here we are right here. So there's your plane. It's going right in there. Maybe it's gonna, I don't know, turn this way. Was it gonna go down and land over there at Pullman? We don't see it. T-REV, you can close that ad on the flight screen. Are you talking about this one? Yeah, right there. All right. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's hear it. What do you think is going to be in the affidavit? All right, here we go.
Call from
Deb's Raw Art.
Deb's Raw Art. You were live.
Thank you. I've been trying for 10 days.
Well, you're in 10 days. There you go.
All right. Thanks for giving me time.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to mention one thing about the way everybody's talking so freely about all of the little minute details.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're saying there's no insanity plea in the state that he's going to be tried in. But who's to say that that attorney doesn't look at all of this publicity and say, okay, we got to move it to a different state. Then they're going to move it to a different state and he's going to get away with it. So even though I know it's human nature that we're all engrossed in this, maybe all of us need to stop talking about it so much. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
So what do you think about that?
I mean, we've talked about it before on the channel. You said get it moved to a different state.
Yeah, you know how, like, if an attorney thinks his client is not going to get a biased jury, he can have his trial moved to a different state. Did you know that?
I'm about to look it up right now.
Yeah, he can get it moved. If he can prove to the judge that he's not going to be able to get an unbiased jury, he can get the trial moved to a different location. So that he can get people who aren't in the same town and haven't heard all about this crime. Even though I don't know how they would not hear about this.
It depends on who and where the parties and evidence are located and where the events occurred. Let's see.
So they can't.
It's just talking, but it's not talking about murder charges though. Not like this.
Oh, okay. I thought they could move it no matter what. If the judge feels it's not going to be an unbiased
They can move
jury.
it to a different town.
Yeah. And then
a different town, not
and a
state.
different-
As far as I know, from what I've
Oh.
asked, they can't move it to a different state. That's from what I've heard.
Oh, see, I thought they could. I didn't know that. Okay. Anyway, that's been killing me. I want to tell you congratulations. It's too bad that it took something this awful to get you this popular.
Right.
But thanks for giving us all a voice. And I just can't quit watching.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, man.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You
Bye.
too. 219-885-9693. Yeah, see, it's not popping up. Leave that ad there. I don't give a fuck about that ad. That ad's it's okay. It's got a nice dog to the left. Never mind. That's Rockin' Roy's dog. I like that dog. The caller is absolutely right that you could move it to another state.
Call from
Tom Brady.
Hey, what's going on? You live, brother?
What's up, Trev? It's John from New England. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, my man. How about yourself?
Good, man. You're official.
Yeah.
I feel like it was just yesterday we were talking about the food truck.
Yeah, no, we were.
So I just had a couple of things that I kind of want to ask the Rev gang. Okay. One of them is, did anybody see in the blurry picture the man who straightened out some of the image and he was able to pull a P onto a backwards baseball cap?
Say again?
So there was somebody who took the blurry picture.
Yeah.
And it was like on Reddit. And what they did is they refined the image and they were able to determine there was a person driving with a backward hat and a P.
Yeah, I know.
Anybody see that?
I don't know. Yeah, I seen it, but I thought it was
Stop the cap.
I thought it was cap.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
So here's what my thought was about that. If people believe that, it looked just like a Pittsburgh Pirates, the baseball team, the logo, the P. And then if people believe that, wow, the guy also said there was two people in the car. I just thought it was interesting.
Somebody said, of course, you can move a trial. Definitely.
I got a couple other quick things.
Go ahead, fit them in.
Anybody see the Strava account for this guy?
What?
That's a running app, right? And it tracks where you go. The last one that people saw was he ran about 6 miles in late August. If it was real, it looked real. And it looked like his account. But that made me think about, why would he park at the house? When he could run 6 miles, you could park 2 miles away and run. So there's just some weird things. Like that one's weird. And then when I was looking at his hands, he looks like he has strong hands, but he has weak forearms. So I don't know, man. The whole thing is kind of weird for me. And then my last one is, and I know that this was a little bit on another channel, which is the Jack in the Box bag that's in the kitchen. And me and my wife were talking about it, looking at it. And it looks like it was a delivery because it had the seal sticker on the top. And the Jack in the Box is open 24 hours in Pullman on Saturdays. And that's it. Those are my points.
Yeah, a lot of good points. Appreciate it, brother.
All right, you take care, man.
God bless you, my man.
Success.
Thank you, brother. Take care. Shout out to him. And if you want to call in, 219-885-9693, all callers get 5 minutes on the line. If you want to call in, make sure you call in. Weak forearms. Great caller. Please be mindful of the information you don't understand. Thank you, Law Dog. Absolutely. That's why if I don't understand it, I'll start looking it up. I don't want to jump out and make up something that's on my head that I think it is, rather than put out something, a fact.
Call from
Jake, what's going on, man? You're live.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I just wanted to talk about that video that you showed. I looked at all the past police statements regarding the surviving roommates, and almost all of them say that the roommates that survived slept through it. So that video that you showed, either the police are lying or she's lying, but somebody's got to be lying.
He said police are lying or she's lying. Somebody's got to be lying.
Right. Well, either they slept through it or they didn't. Right.
Right.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and so FBI agent wouldn't lie, right? Especially if they're giving details to like their personal friends. So I don't know. I just don't think her story is real because it doesn't line up with any police statements that were made.
Right. Yeah, I have no clue what source or where that came from, so I can't say this is a lie when I don't know.
No. It's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I respect it all the way, and for me, I won't jump out and be like that's complete bullshit. That's for that, because I don't know. Somebody damn well credible could have came forward and said something or gave some type of information, because you never know. That you got to understand that detectives and people are human just like we are, and anybody can tell anybody anything that they want, even if they're not allowed or supposed to. people do shit like that, bro. I mean, it's just it happens.
No, I hear you. It was Dylan Mortensen. I just found their names because I wanted to verify my sources. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk were the two that slept through the incident, and I'm just looking at source after source that are basically confirming that those two slept through it, and they haven't disputed that. So
right, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. I can't. That's why I can't wait to see the facts in the case on what they have, you know, because I'm just at this point I'm waiting for the facts to come out.
You're right. That's exactly what everyone has to do. Is less speculation. Tomorrow, tonight he's probably going to be served. And tomorrow it'll become public record. You can actually access it online, and we should all at least know some truth. It's going to be incomplete though, right? Because the prosecutor never wants to dump his case on the first go and give away all the information.
Yeah, man. There's some. I don't know. I just want fact. Like I'm at the point with this case. I just want to see the facts. I want to see, what happened and how it happened, and. That way, because there's been a lot of speculating. There's been a lot of lives that were ruined for, 47 days and people were drugged to the mud. And it's like, at this point, it's like, man, I just want to see the facts. I don't want to jump out the window and speculate any farther on, especially with people or this. There's another person involved or this and that. Let's see what unfolds in the next month. If there's another arrest or something, then we could talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, man. Absolutely agree, 100%. All right, man. That's all I had to say. I wanted to bring up the fact that it sort of conflicts with all the prior police statements. So
Absolutely.
You have a good night, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. God bless you. Thank you for calling in.
Yep.
Yeah, he was saying it too. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Interesting stuff going on. When are they landing? It looks like they should be landing anywhere pretty damn soon. Pullman right there, Moscow right there. They should be landing very, very soon.
Call from
Sam, what's going on? Sam the man, what's the word, my man?
Hey man, what's going on?
How you doing, brother? What's on your mind?
All right, how about yourself? Man, I'm just trying to catch up on all this, man. I mean, I've kind of fell off because I've been working a lot, so I'm just trying to see what's new in the case.
I mean, they arrested the dude, and he's on his way to Moscow right now, extradited from Pennsylvania. I don't know if you've seen that. I'm sure maybe you have.
Right, yeah, I've seen that, but I mean, they haven't found no other, what is it, co-conspirators, with him. I just don't think it was just him,
So far, nothing on that end. On that end, but, I mean, it's alleged that he said, was anybody else arrested? But is that a cat and mouse game? Or, is he waiting to get, back here to spill the beans on something? I don't know. I'm just waiting for those facts to come to the table.
Right. And then about I seen that how he got pulled over when he was traveling from across country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how was that how are the law enforcement not informed about stuff like that? That's kind of suspicious.
Right. I wonder if they pulled the Elantra because they, wanted to see who was in it. Just to, you know what I mean? Because there was a bolo on the Elantra.
Right.
Across the nation, I guarantee it.
Man, yeah. So I just found that weird too. That everybody was looking for this white Elantra, and then this white Elantra gets pulled over twice, and I mean, no law enforcement, it didn't click in their head. This is a national, worldwide case. Everybody's into this, and they didn't do anything about it. It didn't click in their head.
Nope.
Kind of weird,
Yeah, I mean, you would think, but then again, how many Elantras are all over the world, or all over the U.S. at least? You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of them.
Yeah, this case is just crazy, man. I mean, I stumbled onto your YouTube channel because of this case, and I was hooked for until they caught the guy. I was in here every day listening to you, man. So I just want to say, man, you did a great job on this.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man, that's pretty much all. I just had the question because like I said, after the guy got caught, I kind of just went back to work doing my thing, and like I kind of fell off, but I still try to check in every once in a while,
Yes, sir. Nah, no, it's this case right here has everybody on the edge of their seat, but they put a gag order on the case, so the only thing we'll be getting is the affidavit.
Right. So, and then when was is there like a date set for the trial and all that?
No.
Not yet.
Nope, not that I heard of. If it did, it slipped past my radar.
Right. Yeah, man. Well, that's pretty much all I had, boss. Ain't
no doubt, brother. Well, I hope you stay safe out there, man. Where you calling in from?
Oh, man, I'm out here in California, man, Fresno.
Well, shout out to you, man. Stay safe and God bless you, brother. Yeah, we'll find out. When the facts land out here, we'll definitely be reporting on them. That's for damn sure.
Yes, sir, man. All right, man. Well, you keep it up, man. Doing a great job. Thank you again for all your hard work.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you, man.
All right, you too, man.
Later. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. And caller plane is circling, descending to land, says Betsy. Let me see.
Call from
Deb's Raw Art.
Debs, you got back through. What's going on?
I'm sorry. Somebody broke in on the chat and said that they looked it up and it can be moved to a different state.
I seen that also. I pulled that up on screen. I was looking it up while you asked me that, because even though it's been talked about, it seemed to be like a back and forth fight and chat about it. So I did some research on it. I'm like, oh, I have no idea, man. Like, there's so many different answers.
I wonder if Detective John would know, even though he's not an attorney, but I mean, he's probably dealt with things like that. Yeah. Is he still on?
Detective John? I mean, he's answered it before. Yeah. He said it when Detective John was on. I'm pretty sure he said it can't be moved from state, but he said he specifically said, I don't know Idaho law though. So that's he also put that
according
in
to the
too.
State. Cool. All right. Again, thank you for taking my call.
Yes,
I'll let other people have time. Okay,
thank you,
bye.
ma'am. I appreciate you. God bless you.
Bye. Thanks.
Right. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, get back on the line. Yep, that's what it was doing. There we go. It's descending down. Only for Fed cases, says Angela. Only for Fed cases. Federal. Mind Over Matter said he got that law book. Only for federal cases. Okay. Close the ad. Last time I closed the ad, it took the trail away. I want that Chad. Yo, what's going on, my brother? You live?
Hey, man, it's Chad. Been enjoying the show. I see a lot of people arguing in the chat about, him being pulled over and stuff. It is being reported by major news outlets now that the FBI actually asked the Indiana police to make the stops so that they could get video images of his hands. And, let's see. It says that they were also they were tracking him on the cross-country road trip, so they were still building the case. And then I guess about the time they were in Indiana, they wanted images of his hands, so the FBI had them make the stop.
Yeah, man. So they were on it earlier than they say then.
Definitely. That sets up a whole new timeline of when they knew what was going on.
Right.
But that's all I got, man. Keep up the good work. Love the show. Peace out, everybody.
Well, I appreciate you calling in the information, brother. God bless you.
Yep, you too.
Thank you, my man. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Is that straight from the FBI? Yeah, I want to know that too. Is that straight from the FBI? Where is that information? Wrong. Negative, Ghost Rider. Why would Moscow PD lie? Says Danny Vance.
Call from
Marcelo.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
What's up, my brother?
How you doing, man? What's going on?
Man, chilling, man.
Next. 219-885-9693. Detective Juan. Give it a phone call, brother. Where you at? Email me your number. I want to hear from Detective Juan. I'd like to hear the wonderful information Detective Juan has to say.
Call from.
Where's that information?
Hey, what's going on? You live.
How you doing, man? What's going on?
Next, 219-885-9693. Not taking unknown callers. 219-885-9693.
Call from.
Patty.
Hey, what's going on, Patty? You're live.
Okay. Let me get away from here. Come on in. I'm on the phone.
This
Somebody
ain't my
knocked on my
piano,
door.
Patty, is it?
This is Miss Patty from the grandma from Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, this is my grandma right here. Patty,
Yes,
what's going on?
sir. The last time we talked, it was kind of emotional.
Super emotional. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Anyway, I was interested in Detective John when he was on and he started talking about Danny Rawlings. And what's really strange is when I transferred to Little Rock, Arkansas, the manufacturing plant for AT&T was closing here. So a lot of us had to transfer all over the U.S. And it just happened that I transferred to Little Rock, Arkansas. And we had some people there that transferred from Shreveport to Little Rock. And one of my best friends there from Shreveport told me that when this happened with Danny Rawlings, him and his mother worked at the plant there in Shreveport, so they knew all about him. So I thought it was kind of interesting that, I don't know, I'm just shaking. So it was interesting to me that Detective John brought him up because he was a really weird person. And I think before he even went to Florida, he killed the sheriff and the sheriff's daughter before he even went to Florida and did what he did there. And I just thought it was really interesting. And another thing, too, on the DNA, I don't know if it's blood because we really don't know what he was wearing. But when he did all of this, he had to be sweating. So maybe it's sweat that dropped on the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So anyway, I just thought I'd, talk about Detective John and what he was talking about. But, there was something else, but now my mind went kind of blank.
It's okay.
So anyway, I love your show. I watch it every day.
Thank you, Grandma Patty.
I just love you. And there isn't a day that I'm not going to tune in, trust me. And when Detective John said the last call from the day that I had called, that night, he said something about that I probably woke up every morning. And I sure did. Every morning I'd look to see, is he on yet? Is he on yet?
Grandma Patty,
So,
we love you.
You are my favorite, and I'll keep on watching. But anyway, you have a good night. And I'll be watching tomorrow when you're on News Nation, too.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Thank you
Okay, I
so
love you
much,
guys.
Grandma Patty. We love you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much, Grandma Patty.
Okay,
We love
bye-bye.
you.
God.
That's Grandma right there. That's Grandma Patty right there. They said, hold up. Let's see if we can find this plane landing. Do we got the plane landing live? We're going to find out right now. All right, so let's see it. Let's see if we can find it. Plane landing live. Oh, wow. Really? Is live. You said Crim 2 is live. Thank you guys for the donations, by the way. I appreciate you. Raw art by Deb. Thank you, Raw. Shout out to Adrian Wright. It's his 18th birthday. Adrian Wright, shout out to you, buddy.
Get the fuck out of here! Finish him.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. He is pulled up. Now send his ass to Idaho and
finish him.
Finish his ass off. Dead man walking. Thank you, No Name Jane. Wow, it's dark. For sure. Oh, they're on his ass immediately. Getting off in complete darkness like he is. He's a fucking this dark bastard right here, huh? I got a lot of hate on Twitter. They're like, yeah, you're convicting him before you're a fucking clown. Well, I guess you voted for Joe Biden then. My bad.
Oh my God!
No problem, in Lane Dean. bulletproof vest. That shit don't save you from a headshot. It's too late for him to call God. Allegedly. Tell him, Dre. Thank you. Say Idaho fine I ate for dinner. Are they putting him in a truck? The expert said in chat. You're welcome, Regina. Doorbell, thank you. Andrea said they cannot move to a different state, different jurisdiction. Yes, state, no. I still love you. Good Lord, boy. It was just a joke. Lighten up. I love you all. Yes, it looks like it. Captors out. This is truck area. Oh, wow, dude. There's a lot of vehicles behind that. Woo! Never, 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 never. Never political. Promise you that. It was just a joke. Like this fucking clown. Undercover for sure. This is truck area. Jenny says thanks. Thank you, Jenny. They also said they're going to pull over in Indiana. They pulled over. Probably. Save him from that boom headshot. welcome, Lolo. We want that affidavit now. They put a helmet on him. You're welcome. Amen to that. Anita, tell us. Say it for the people in the back.
This is orange. Okay, yeah.
Say it for the people in the back. GG said helmet and plate in the back window. Yeah, fuck the political shit. I'm voting for myself. Well, Sarah, I know never to say nothing ever again. I learned my lesson. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen the darkness get off the plane. Plane has landed. And that is a wrap. There you go, right there. There we go, right there. This chat is, bro, a StreamYard. I gotta have a talk with StreamYard, guys. I'm about to hashtag them on Twitter, and hopefully they can fix the chat for me not being able to stop it. Maybe some need some stop being said. Oh, I was just kidding. It's a joke. That's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be able to joke about things and just, you know what I mean? Everything shouldn't be darkness. Looks like the plane's hangar and pilots. Let's see what else. T-REV. Thank you, Missouri Storm Chasers. Appreciate you, brother. Melissa said, "Oh my God, keep it lighthearted, y'all. It ain't that deep." Yeah, no, definitely. T-REV backing down. That lame. I'm dead. I love you too, buddy. Thank you. Don't let that comment bother you. Unbothered. Don't let that comment bother you. You're welcome. Thank you for hosting that, T. Let's see. He missed the dinner bell. They running the Well, yeah, that's it for him. That's a wrap for him. Anyways, let's see. What time is it? 6:50? It's about time for me to go chill. 6:50. I'm at 8:30. It's time for me to go chill. I appreciate everybody in the stream. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll be on in the morning. I'm going to get back to my morning gigs. Love you all. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you, all the new members. Look for I'll set up a Discord link for you guys on members only. Thank you. Shout out to every one of y'all. I appreciate you all. Love you.